Chapter 98. Xiao Han didn't think that he would be discovered by the golden-armored monster even after hiding in the cave at the bottom of the lake for 3 days and 3 nights. Just because of a slight fluctuation in his emotions and a trace of fear, he was exposed. The monster was really too powerful. He was able to make use of some completely negligible clues to kill someone. Moreover, Xiao Han hid patiently for 3 days and 3 nights. Didn't this golden-armored monster also wait for 3 days and 3 nights? This kind of patience was chilling. This made Xiao Han think of the saying, under the monster, there are all living beings. However, Xiao Han found that the golden-armored monster in front of him seemed to be a bit weaker than when he first met him. Xiao Han's eyes showed a hint of suspicion. Oh. You're really smart. You noticed that my aura has weakened, right? The golden-armored monster said slowly. How should I say this? The me you're facing now is not my main body, but just a clone of mine. You may not understand what I'm talking about. But you only need to know that even if it's 1/5 of me, I can still kill you. It's enough for you to know this. 1/5? Clone. Xiao Han's heart moved. This guy in front of me is actually not a real person. It's similar to a mirror image and projection, but only 1/5 of the main body's battle strength? The saber intent cut off the fear and many negative emotions in Xiao Han's mind. What replaced it was calmness and burning battle intent, as well as a terrifying and tenacious desire to live, only 1/5. Then I might still have a chance to live. Xiao Han's spirit had already been tempered to the point where there was no dust or dirt. It was sharp and would not be easily defeated. A simple sunset lingered on the surface of Xiao Han's body. After 3 days and 3 nights of hiding in the cave, Xiao Han's true qi was fully replenished from the battle with Lu Feng. He was full of spirit. The terrifying feeling of life and death caused his entire body's potential to be stimulated crazily. His fighting spirit was even stronger and his 10th true meridian was actually stirring. Did you kill the others? Xiao Han asked as he took out his saber and held it in his hand. A violent saber aura rose. You're a monster hero from another empire. You actually dared to openly sneak into the Fire Beacon Empire. Aren't you being too unscrupulous? I'm afraid you'll be buried in this strange land. Oh. First level true qi. Under my pressure, your fighting spirit actually rose steadily. Amazing. The tone of the golden-armored demon warrior was filled with praise. In my experience, you are. There was at least a 50% chance that he would become a fiend hero. TSK, buried in this strange land? He actually knew the tactics of psychological attack and intimidation. However, these little tricks were useless against a demon hero. Remember, never try to destroy the faith of a hero. On the contrary, this would arouse the endless anger and fighting desire of the evil hero. A mere beacon fire empire, I can come and go as well. Apart from a few great sect masters and a few high-level evil heroes of the imperial family, no one can stop me. Moreover, your people. I was busy fighting for the North Xian demonic monarch, so I had plenty of time to decide whether to stay or leave. Well, I have to say, I admire you more and more. Feel free to barge in. Let me see how much potential you have. The golden spear on the back of the golden-armored monster jumped as if it had a life of its own. The golden-armored monster held the golden spear and pointed it diagonally. It hit the sky, and the golden light was as bright as the sea. Endless ancient inscriptions appeared, and the scene of the ancient sacrificial rites was displayed. A shadow of a god rose from the head of the golden-armored monster. Boom! The ground in all directions began to sink. Fight! Xiao Han was ready to risk it all. The saber in his right hand flashed, and the true qi saber aura slashed out. Wherever the saber aura passed, the ground collapsed, and boulders were suspended in the air. Buzz, however, this true qi saber aura was twice as fast as the speed of sound, but it instantly disappeared into the golden light, like a clay ox falling into the sea, and there was no more sound. Oh, so you are a saber user. The speed of the true qi saber aura can reach 680 sabers in a breath. Not bad, but you are not qualified to survive from my hands. The golden-armored monster said slowly. He did not attack immediately, and his body remained motionless. You have 3 chances. I will let you make 3 moves. In these 3 chances, if the potential you show does not meet my expectations, then I will end your life. That was the first move. You only have 2 chances left. Die. As soon as they exchanged blows, Xiao Han completely forgot his fear. With a thought, a wisp of saber intent suddenly formed. It was like an evil dragon breaking through the air, devouring everything, and suddenly slashed at the golden-armored monster. The speed of the saber aura reached 4 times the speed of sound. This was one of Xiao Han's killer moves. He made a prompt decision and released it. Saber intent? The spear in the golden-armored monster's hand trembled slightly, and golden runes diffused out, wrapping around the wisp of saber intent. In an instant, the saber intent dimmed and gradually sank. However, at this moment, Xiao Han had already rushed towards the golden-armored monster. The saber intent has just reached the small success stage, but it is still not enough. You only have 1 chance left. The golden-armored monster stood like a boulder. His whole body was surrounded by golden light, like the setting sun, like the sunset, and the songs chanted by the ancient ancestors during sacrificial ceremonies sounded in all directions. It had the smell of the twilight of the gods. Solemn, solemn. Destroying the ages. Xiao Han did not use the saber. Above his head, the light of true qi shot up to the sky. The void was broken, and a phantom of the Son of Heaven appeared, looking down on the common people. Anger. Suddenly, Xiao Han's entire aura became furious. The whole world seemed to be crawling all of a sudden. It was trembling. The golden light dimmed for a moment. The dragon was furious. When the Son of Heaven was angry, the clouds moved in all directions, and the mountains and rivers turned to ashes. Xiao Han's body was burning, bathed in the true qi fire. He was like an angry Vajra, and his strength was rising. It was violent to the extreme. Ha! The golden-armored monster was finally moved. Xiao Han punched out. He burned all the true qi in his 9 true acupoints. In exchange for anger. In exchange for a punch. His strength increased by 9 times. All in one throw. Puff. 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 Before the fist arrived, the wind from the fist had already completely uprooted and torn the ground where the golden-armored monster was. The golden-armored monster floated in the air. Clang! In an instant, another wisp of saber intent slashed towards the golden-armored monster at close range. This happened suddenly and caught him off guard. It was a sneak attack. Heh, interesting. The golden-armored monster gently moved his spear, and endless golden light swallowed the wisp of saber intent. However, bang! Xiao Han's thunderous punch. It smashed into the golden-armored monster's chest. Caw caw caw, the golden-armored monster took 5 steps back, each step causing the ground to sink. Clang! The spear in the golden-armored monster's hand fell to the ground. At this moment, Xiao Han had burned all the quintessence in his 9 true acupoints, leaving not a single drop behind. He had even risked his life to send out a strand of saber intent to launch a sneak attack. It could be said that he had used all his trump cards. In the end, he lay on the ground, panting heavily. He was sweating profusely, and his mental energy was extremely fatigued. He was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. All of my true qi has been used up. This feeling of being hollowed out is too unbearable. It's as if I'm going to die. Xiao Han was extremely weak. Pa pa pa, applause rang out. A fist mark several inches deep appeared on the chest of the golden-armored monster, and the spear fell to the ground a few steps away. Very good. I've ignited all my Jinqi and risked my life to increase my strength by 8 times in an instant. Oh, no, it's 9 times. There was no anger on the golden-armored monster's face. Instead, it was full of praise. To be able to force a clone of mine to this extent, young man, you're very amazing. I have to say. Your ruthlessness has won you your life. If you only had the saber Tao and saber intent, then you would already be a corpse. If you had even the slightest bit of it, then you would already be a corpse. If you have any reservations, then I'll kill you. I admire your determination to stake everything on a single throw. I'll make an exception and not kill you. Heh, I really want to see how far you can grow in the future. What? You won't kill me? Xiao Han raised his pale face and looked at the golden-armored monster. Right now, Xiao Han didn't even have the strength to stand up. There's nothing strange about it. This time, I snuck into the Beacon Fire Empire mainly to try my luck and see if I could snatch the North Profound Demon King from the hands of your Beacon Fire Empire. I'll also teach you a lesson. I've already killed a lot of half-step true chi cultivators. As for you, I originally wanted to kill you, but your talent has exceeded my expectations. Maybe in the future, you'll become a very interesting demon hero. The golden-armored monster's eyes suddenly revealed a thoughtful expression. Young man, remember, burn your true chi to exchange for power. Don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Also, with the initial stage of saber intent, you can easily kill a normal true chi realm martial artist. But for a demon hero of my level, it won't have much effect. Unless the saber intent is tempered to the middle stage. But the saber intent is void, and to reach the middle stage is very uncertain. If you want to become a demon hero in the future, you need to master some trump cards and secret killing moves. You're not strong enough yet. You can only say that you have the qualifications to become a demon hero. But there's a high chance that you'll die in the cruel selection. After saying that, the golden-armored monster picked up his spear and walked away. When he passed by Xiao Han, he stopped and immediately placed 2 palm-sized, crystal-like dazzling spirit stones beside Xiao Han. Young man, remember, be careful. Don't die, or I'll let you go for nothing today. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, he was already far away. This. Xiao Han casually grabbed 2 spirit stones, which were surrounded by endless rays of light. These 2 spirit stones contained the purest true chi. It's a true chi spirit stone. It's actually more than 100 times more true chi than an ordinary true chi spirit stone. And it's extremely pure. Is this the top-grade true chi spirit stone that senior brother Dongfang Qin mentioned? Xiao Han was wild with joy. He inserted the 2 beautiful top-grade true chi spirit stones into his true acupoints to replenish his overdrawn true chi. After a short while, Xiao Han stood up, recovered some true chi, and murmured, "The demon hero is really temperamental. The fiendish hero is really temperamental. One moment, he wants to kill me, and the next moment, he gives me a true chi spirit stone of the highest grade. I really don't understand. However, it makes sense when I think about it. The fiendish hero is too powerful. For someone of my cultivation, there is no difference whether I kill or not in front of him. It's all based on my thoughts. And I will definitely become stronger. One day, I will become a demon hero." This time, Xiao Han had benefited a lot from the battle with the golden-armored demon hero. He had accumulated valuable battle experience, and his spirit had been refined once again. The 10th true acupoint also had a feeling that it would collapse at any time. Phew. Xiao Han let out a mouthful of turbid air, used his movement technique, and ran towards the Sunset Mountain range. Along the way, Xiao Han did not sense any demon aura. This fork in the road was empty and desolate. Only Xiao Han was running at full speed. It seems that all the tribes of the North Profound Demon King have entered the Sunset Mountain range. I wonder if the North Profound Demon King has been killed and divided by the various forces in the past few days. Has that Demon King Qing Lin also entered the Sunset Mountain range, or is he hiding in the dark, waiting for someone to devour? Xiao Han closed his eyes slightly, and the monstrous demon aura, scarlet and fierce demon eyes of Demon King Qing Lin appeared in his mind. If Demon King Qing Lin covets the demon egg in my heart and goes all the way from the western region to the southern region, then this time, there will be many experts gathered in the Sunset Mountain Range, including demon heroes from other empires, such as the golden-armored demon hero. If I can take advantage of the situation and capture Demon King Qing Lin in one fell swoop, that would be great, and I will have no worries. All kinds of thoughts came one after another in Xiao Han's mind. 2 days later, Xiao Han finally arrived at a vast plain. On the east side of the plain stood a majestic imperial city. It was magnificent, as if it had fallen from the sky, and the city walls were undulating like mountains. There were countless palaces in the imperial city, and there were faint roars of auspicious beasts. There were a large number of birds and birds flying in the sky. What a royal demeanor! On the west side of the imperial city, there was a majestic mountain range that looked like a crouching dragon. There was demonic aura rising from the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, countless experts formed their camps. The powerful rays of light and the glow of treasures, the divine rainbows, and the mist made the sky look magnificent and beautiful. Some powerful treasure characters and ancient runes appeared in the sky. The world was silent, emitting the tension and suffocation before the final battle. I've finally arrived at the Sunset Mountain Range. As expected, there are many supreme experts gathered here, and they are all extraordinary figures that can make this land tremble. Xiao Han looked around and saw Dongfang Qin and the others. He quickly walked over. It seemed that the operation to encircle the North Profound Demon King had yet to begin. Chapter 99. Xiao Han went through a lot of hardships and obtained a slim chance of survival from the hands of the golden-armored demon knight. Finally, he arrived at the Sunset Mountains. At this time, the setting sun mountain range was filled with demonic qi. The human experts were guarding at the foot of the mountain. A storm was brewing and they were about to make their move. They were going to snatch and divide up the dying giant of the demon race. Bei Xian Demon King. Xiao Han quickly rushed to the Pure Rain sect's camp. Junior brother Xiao Han, you're here. Not bad. It seems that you have experienced a tough battle and your spirit has been tempered. Just by looking at your eyes, I can tell that your bearing is much better than before. Dongfang Qin looked at Xiao Han with satisfaction and nodded. Junior brother Xiao Han, you've used up a lot of your true qi. You can sit down and rest. Leave the Bei Xian Demon King to me. Yes, senior brother Dongfang. Xiao Han did not waste any time. He sat cross-legged and looked around while absorbing the 2 supreme-grade true qi spirit stones in his true acupoints. Senior brother Xiao Han. The beautiful young woman from before had also managed to survive. She sat down next to Xiao Han. You've reached the true qi realm? Xiao Han was shocked. The delicate and beautiful young woman's entire body flowed with an otherworldly glow of treasures and immortal radiance, and her spirit and bearing had undergone a complete transformation. She was undoubtedly in the true qi realm. Xiao Han observed the state of her vitality. 3 true acupoints had been opened in her body and were glowing. Other than the beautiful young woman, there were 2 other inner disciples of the Pure Rain sect who had broken through the barrier and reached the true qi realm. One had opened 2 true acupoints, the other had opened 3 true acupoints like the beautiful young woman. Only 13 of the 50 inner disciples of the Pure Rain sect were left. The 30 who left Xiao Han seemed to have all died. They were not among the 13 who survived. The 13 who survived were all born from the 20 inner sect disciples who stayed by Xiao Han's side in the end. Senior brother Xiao Han, thank you for letting us follow the people of the Medicine King Valley. The beautiful young woman looked at Xiao Han with gratitude and lingering fear. After we entered the fork, the golden armored demon king arrived very quickly. The golden armored monster quickly arrived. Its might was unstoppable. A golden light flashed by and a life would be reaped, not even leaving behind a corpse. But very quickly, a true qi realm expert from the empire appeared at the fork, seemingly to receive the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. The empire's true qi realm martial artist repelled the golden armored monster, allowing us to survive. Moreover, under the pressure of the golden-armored monster hero that was as deep as the abyss and the sea, Lin Yun didn't dare to fight back. Among the 20 of us, 3 of us managed to break through and ascend to the Jinqi realm. But we also lost 7 people. Yes, you guys are half-step true Qi. Now that he had accumulated enough, all he needed was an opportunity to reach the doorstep of Jinqi realm. This time, our Pure Rain sect has gained another 3 true Qi realm cultivators, adding to our foundation, Xiao Han said with a nod. Then, Xiao Han looked at the other sect's camps. The Mingjian Villa's side was led by Man Xingyue, who cultivated the Big Dipper Great Sword technique, and had more than 10 true energy realm martial artists under him. As for the half-step true Qi, less than 10 people survived. But among these 10 people, there were actually 5 who had reached the true Qi realm. Xiao Yinrong was also among them. She sat cross-legged with light rising from her head. Bright pearls and beautiful jades, solemn and dignified. With a quick look, he saw that there were 6 5-pointed star true acupoints in her body. Light and sword Qi were surging around them. This was no small matter. These disciples who had just entered the true Qi realm were tightly protected. Especially Xiao Yunrong, who was personally guarded by Man Xingyue. Lu Feng's injuries had also been healed, but his face was pale. There was not even a tenth of his true Qi left. His eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. Coincidentally, his gaze also turned and met Xiao Han's eyes. Xiao Han ignored Lu Feng's vengeful gaze and only looked at Xiao Yunrong. Yunrong was indeed a genius. She had opened 6 true acupoints when she had just entered the true Qi realm. She was no different from senior brother Fang Ling back then. She was an outstanding sword cultivator who had comprehended sword intent. Once she advanced to the true Qi realm, her future would be limitless. As for Lu Feng and the others, they would soon be overshadowed by Xiao Yunrong's halo. This time, the Mingjian Villa has a total of 5 true Qi realm martial artists. This foundation is indeed stronger than our Pure Rain sect. Xiao Han was secretly surprised. Looking at the 8-point hall side, the outstanding swordsman Lu Yiming was overseen by more than 10 true Qi realm swordsmen. However, none of the half-step true Qi realm swordsmen were left. Even Li Yuan, who was at the peak of level 1 true Qi realm and had opened 10 true acupoints, was not present. Perhaps he had been killed by the golden-armored demon warrior. Lu Yiming's expression was extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with ferocity and killing intent. The Blazing Flame sect, one of the 5 major sects of the Beacon Fire Empire, also had experts present. However, their numbers were relatively small. The leader was a young man whose entire body was surrounded by flames. Above his head was the 9 heavens true fire. His divine aura was like the sea and the hymns were like the tide. He was an existence that could compete with experts like Dongfang Qin, Lu Yiming, and Man Xingyue. He must also be a demon warrior. As for the Medicine King Valley, there was no one present. Where are the people from the Medicine King Valley? Xiao Han frowned and asked the beautiful young woman. The people from the Medicine King Valley had just arrived at the Sunset Mountains and entered the palace. It is said that the Medicine King Valley is inextricably linked with the Empire. Senior brother Xiao Han, don't worry. Your 2 dainty little beauties from the Medicine King Valley are safe and sound. They have already entered the Imperial Palace. The dainty young woman smiled sweetly, looking extremely flirtatious. Xiao Han was a little embarrassed and looked away. Apart from the people of the major sects of the Beacon Fire Empire, in another camp, there were a few supreme experts wrapped in divine light and steaming with auspicious aura. There were runes flashing all over their bodies. Their aura was very dangerous. Some of their eyes even had the sun, moon, and stars, shattering the void. They were all powerful experts. Senior brother Xiao Han, there are a few people over there. They're all monsters from other empires. They're after the North Xian demonic monarch and they've already gotten into a fight with the core members of the Beacon Fire Empire. They almost fought, said the beautiful lady. What about the people of the empire? Xiao Han asked curiously. This time, the Empire seems to be watching the fire from the other side. So far, no experts have appeared. Or maybe they want to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, this time, there was a golden-armored demon warrior following us and hunting us, but the Empire did not react at all. This matter is worth pondering. The beautiful young woman frowned. Okay, let's do it. In another camp that didn't belong to the forces of the Beacon Fire Empire, a tall and sturdy man stepped out. His body was covered in red mist, as if he was bathing in heavenly fire. His true meridians surged with turbulent energy. He said harshly, "The stalemate has been going on for a few days. If we don't do it now, things might change. You are giving the North Xian Demon King time to breathe. How stupid. Bu Qiyan, you are a demon warrior from the Dark Shadow Empire. Today, you have crossed the line and interfered with the hunt for the North Xian Demon King. I hope you don't die in the Beacon Fire Empire." Lu Yiming of the Ba Huang Temple roared with dissatisfaction. Ha 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 ha. The other demon warriors from the other empires laughed wildly. Lu Yiming, you have also been to other empires and even other regions to hunt demon generals and demon kings. Your Beacon Fire Empire can't swallow the North Xian Demon King. Why don't you give us a share? Plus, every demon king is a great treasure. Those who are capable can have it. What do you mean by crossing the line? Bu Qiyan sneered. Those who are capable can have it. Then let's fight. The North Xian Demon King will belong to my Pure Cloud sect. Dongfang Qin's battle intent surged. His body was surrounded by light and an ancient aura surged. A black awan rushed out from his body. It was a 20-zhan long awan. Its black feathers looked like they were made of divine iron. They were glistening and the earth trembled when it let out a cry. Its roar could shatter mountains and rivers. Its murderous aura made people's souls tremble. This black awan must be an ancient ferocious bird species. Senior brother Dongfang Qin is so fierce. Xiao Han clicked his tongue. He could feel that a single feather of the black awan could crush a mountain. Let's do it. Man Xingyue of the Mingjian villa shot out a sword chi from her head. She was extremely beautiful and the Big Dipper shone brightly. Majestic mountains, palaces, skies, and oceans appeared amidst the blurry sword lights. We should have done it long ago. After dragging it out until now, they still had to attack together. Ha 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 ha. A 20-zhang long crystal centipede rushed out from the body of a demon warrior of another empire. It shook its head and tail and spat out green light. At this moment, boom. 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 Above the imperial city, a total of 8 primordial beasts suddenly flew out. There was a Qilin, a Bai An, a Shiji, a Tao Tai. Although their bloodlines weren't very pure, the pressure they exuded was overwhelming, enough to cause the clouds to tremble and the mountains to change colors. Each of the giant beasts was pulling an ancient bronze chariot. The chariot crushed the void and there were warriors wearing general's armor standing on it. Their auras were as vast as the sea. The river of time and the epic aura filled the air. These giant beasts, chariots, and warriors looked like they had walked out from an ancient painting. The dust of history was shaken off and it was a ghastly and shocking scene. All the powerful figures had finally made their move. Apart from Dongfang Qin, the 10 true Qi realm cultivators of Pure Cloud sect did not show any signs of making a move. Instead, they guarded Xiao Han and the 3 newly born true Qi realm cultivators. This is a battle between the most powerful cultivators. People like me can't interfere at all. They are too powerful. There are many demon warriors among them who are going to use their divine abilities to fight against each other. Some of them might die. Xiao Han was completely tense. The North Mystic Demon King is not someone I can covet. I thought too simply. Moreover, the scariest thing is that Demon King Qinglin is hiding in a dark corner, waiting for an opportunity to strike. North Mystic Demon King. Die. A powerful figure was the first to make a move. A giant true Qi giant palm print appeared out of thin air. This true chi giant palm was blood red in color, as if it was created by fresh blood. It was about 20 acres in size, and it was filled with ferocious aura. It let out the miserable wails of the cuckoos and cries of blood apes. It had 7 fingers, and each finger was as heavy as a mountain, capable of shattering everything. Moreover, on each finger, there was a word dripping with blood. 7 fingers, 7 kill words. Kill. 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 7 killing palm print. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the entire Sunset Ridge started to shake and the mountain started to crumble. A single palm print could crumble a mountain. This was simply an ultimate killing technique that could dominate the world and shake the wind and clouds. Demon race. Die. In the next moment, the sky above the Sunset Ridge cracked open and a leg appeared. It was a golden leg that was carved with countless inscriptions and the word treasure. The leg was about 10 acres in size and was surrounded by a divine light. It looked like the leg of an ancient barbarian. Just one stomp. Suppressing the mountains. The entire space collapsed, disintegrated, and turned into chaos. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the Sunset Ridge was done for. Broken into pieces. Pieces of the mountain were reduced to dust. Roar. The roar of a demon came from the mountain. The next moment, the handsome North Mystic Demon King flew into the sky with a pair of wings. His body was more than 20 feet tall and his snow-white skin was pulsating with a demonic and noble luster. Below the North Mystic Demon King, there were countless demon generals and demon soldiers floating in the air. Terrifying demonic aura radiated from the Sunset Ridge. Endless demonic light swept across, turning the mountain rocks and the air into ashes. Kill. The North Mystic Demon King has appeared. Kill it. Lu Yiming, the most powerful cultivator of Ba Huang Palace, slashed out a 10 feet long golden saber chi. Endless saber light appeared in the depths of the void. The saber chi traveled for hundreds of thousands of miles and was supported by the saber intent that could slash through the void. Its speed was countless times faster than the speed of sound and it slashed towards the North Mystic Demon King. Ghost and God Annihilation. This saber technique is too powerful. Xiao Han was stunned. Fortunately, there were 10 true Qi realm cultivators guarding them. Otherwise, Xiao Han and the others would have been turned into blood powder by the aftermath of the battle. The golden saber Qi directly slashed towards the North Mystic Demon King. The golden saber Qi hit the Beast Emperor. Swoosh, the North Mystic Demon King produced countless afterimages and illusions. The North Xian Demonic Emperor created countless shadows and illusions. The next moment, moving like an illusion, North Mystic Demon King. He still has such a magical demonic technique despite being seriously injured. However, he will definitely die this time. Dongfang Qin's eyes were like a ferocious bird. However, I will definitely die this time. Dongfang Qin's eyes were like a ferocious bird, and the black one that was more than 200 feet long tore through the air. With a roar, he pounced towards the North Mystic Demon King. The black talisman tore the void into pieces. Big Dipper Great Sword Art. The Big Dipper above Man Xingyue's head shone with a brilliant light that did not belong to the secular world. 7 magnificent sword chi slashed out at the same time. 7 sword chi. They instantly condensed into 7 giant dragons. The sun, moon, and stars shone in the sky. They were invincible. The battle had begun. Endless demon generals and demon soldiers. They were blasted into pieces. The North Mystic Demon Monarch, on the other hand, turned into layers of afterimages and dodged all the attacks by a hair's breadth. The Imperial Palace. The Golden Throne Hall. One of them was wearing an imperial robe. A middle-aged man with a crown on his head and a jade belt around his waist sat on the dragon throne. His eyes flashed with the image of the country, the sun, the moon, the stars, the sky, and the ocean. He had a full forehead, a straight nose, and a square mouth. His eyes were filled with tolerance. He was the current emperor of the Beacon Fire Empire. Endless auspicious clouds, auspicious chi, light, and celestial aura gushed out from his body. At this moment, outside the imperial city, the emperor was sitting on the dragon throne. His expression did not change and his aura was terrifyingly calm. In the Golden Throne Hall, hundreds of civil and military officials gathered. There were many true Chi realm cultivators among them. Your Majesty, the war has broken out. A few major sects and some demon warriors from other empires want to kill the North Mystic Demon King. It's time for us to take action. A majestic general with eyes that emitted the ancient beast Tao stood out and said, "Let's wait. My subjects and I will drink and watch the storm. The North Mystic Demon King will definitely die this time. Let's see who gets the Demon Emperor Crystal." The Emperor's tone was calm, but it was filled with a terrifying charm. He ruled the world and ruled the world. If we can use one Demon Emperor Crystal to exchange for the death of many powerful figures from the various sects, I will also feel gratified. Your Majesty, these past few years, of the 5 major sects, with the exception of the Valley of the Medicine King who has been granted amnesty by Your Majesty, the other major sects have committed treason and dared to oppose the Empire as an equal. I hope that they will fight to the death against the North Mystic Demon King. It would be best if all of them died, so that the major sects will suffer a great loss. A skinny civil official walked out with a sinister look in his eyes. Don't worry. The Emperor waved his hand lightly. The ancestral land of the Beacon Fire Empire is in the eastern region, not the southern region. You should know that the eastern region is far more prosperous than the southern region. Compared to the eastern region, it is not an exaggeration to say that the southern region is an uncivilized land of barbarians. This time, I have finally reached a consensus with some of the higher-ups of the ancestral land. In the future, it may be possible for the Beacon Fire Empire to return to the eastern region. This time, we trapped the North Mystic Demon King in the Sunset Mountains and caused many forces to fight for him. It is just a small lesson for the various sections. Your Majesty is wise. The Sunset Mountains. The entire Setting Sun mountain range had been completely and utterly destroyed, leveled to the ground. All the tribes of the North Mystic Demon King, countless demon generals and demon soldiers had been turned into dust. Under the powerful attacks of all the powerful figures, the seriously injured North Mystic Demon King was finally hit after struggling for a long time. Puchi. The black phoenix formed by Dongfang Qin's true qi could shatter a mountain with one claw, and its attack speed was extremely fast. With one claw, it finally pierced through the illusory movement of the North Mystic Demon King and tore his body apart. Boom! The rose-red demon blood brightened the surrounding color. Pieces of it shot out like a hurricane. Roar! The North Mystic Demon King finally let out a miserable howl. Swoosh! The 200-foot-long crystal centipede suddenly shrank, and its body was surrounded by green light as it pierced through the remains of the North Mystic Demon King. Bang! It exploded. The body of the North Mystic Demon King exploded. In the blink of an eye, a bright object that was thousands of times more beautiful than any gem in the mortal world burst out from the shattered body of the North Mystic Demon King. It was a palm-sized crystal. It was close to amber in color, and its entire body was flawless and spotless. It contained countless ancient demon clan runes. Seal script. Pure demon chi was circulating. It was dazzling. The crystal even displayed the ancient demon race nation, along with countless images. There were altars. There were countless powerful figures of the demon race. There were the reproduction and civilization of the demon race. It described the origin and rise and fall of the demon race. Demon Emperor Crystal. North Mystic Demon Emperor Crystal. This is the supreme crystal created by the body of the Demon Emperor with a pure bloodline. It contains the purest bloodline and energy of the demon race. It's a priceless treasure. Snatch it. This is the essence of the North Mystic Demon King's life. It symbolizes its status in the upper echelons of the demon race and the supreme nobility. All the powerful figures made their moves. The entire world. The sun surged, and the divine light flashed. All kinds of ferocious birds and giant beasts formed by true chi began to fight to the death. The supreme sword chi and saber chi, palm imprints, and fist techniques began to collide with each other in a destructive manner. Even the war chariots and ancient savage beasts floating above the palace. They all attacked together. The other super powerful figures who were watching were also ready to attack. Countless divine lights appeared in the sky. Pairs of blazing eyes and torrential rays of light poured down from the sky. What? At this moment, Xiao Han couldn't help but stand up. He only felt that the demon egg in his heart and the demon monarch's palm tattoo on his left arm had established a special connection with the North Mystic Demon Emperor crystal and the smoke of war in the distance. The demon egg was jumping. The demon monarch's palm tattoo was throbbing. Senior brother Xiao Han, you? The beautiful young woman next to him. She looked up at Xiao Han. Senior brother Xiao Han, this level of battle is no longer something we can participate in. It's not something we can participate in. Senior brother, please sit down so that you won't be attacked by the aftermath of the true chi. Bang! Dongfang Qin's black phoenix exploded the crystal centipede and grabbed the North Mystic Demon Emperor crystal with its sharp claws. Boom! The huge golden foot in the sky stomped down, and the wind and clouds exploded. A golden saber chi instantly pierced through the golden foot. The Big Dipper was spinning, and the sword chi was like a tide, invincible in the world. The battle was extremely chaotic. However, an extremely strange thing happened. The North Mystic Demon Emperor crystal actually dodged the attacks and snatches of all the powerful figures with a small space jump. The next moment, swoosh, this extremely beautiful and dazzling crystal, which represented the bloodline and status of the North Mystic Demon Emperor, flew towards Xiao Han at a speed faster than light. Clang! The North Mystic Demon Emperor crystal instantly fused into the Demon Monarch's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm and embedded into a groove on the Demon Monarch's palm. Buzz, the demonic light on Xiao Han's left arm flashed and disappeared. This. Xiao Han was shocked. Lifting his head, he saw that the countless experts had stopped their attacks and were all looking at him. Oh. Young man from the sect, did you put the North Mystic Demon Emperor crystal into your true cave? What method did you use? Even I didn't see it clearly. The true Chi realm powerful figure from the Raging Flames sect took a step forward and walked towards Xiao Han. His eyes were filled with endless greed and passion. Hand over the North Mystic Demon Emperor crystal. This. Xiao Han couldn't help but take a step back. P.S. Thank you everyone for your support and rewards. Thank you, Third Alliance Master, Soul Guiding Menjiang. I'm extremely grateful. Thank you to all the brothers who supported me. Chapter 100. The North Mystic Demonic Emperor crystal was coveted by countless mighty ones and they fought tooth and nail for it. Xiao Han, an outsider, somehow managed to obtain it. The scene instantly became extremely quiet. Every almighty had their attention on Xiao Han, including the mysterious supreme experts who had yet to appear. In reality, at this moment, even Xiao Han himself was stunned for a short period of time. I didn't do anything, but I actually obtained the North Mystic Demon Royal Crystal. What's going on? That's right. The culprits must be the demon egg in his heart and the demon monarch's palm tattoo on his left arm. However, I'm afraid the current situation is a little bad. Xiao Han instinctively took a few steps back, right at this moment. Some abstruse and obscure characters of the primordial demon race flashed across Xiao Han's mind. Furthermore, the North Mystic Monarch Beast Crystal had merged with the Monarch Beast's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm in an extremely short period of time, completely becoming a part of Xiao Han's body. Young man, hand over the North Mystic Demon Emperor Crystal. This is a great treasure of the demon race. You won't be able to keep it. Do you understand the principle of treasuring a jade ring a crime? Today, if you don't hand over the North Profound Demon Emperor Crystal, there's a high chance that you will die here. The eyes of the true Qi realm expert from the Raging Flame sect were filled with greed and madness. He approached Xiao Han step by step, the dawn fire around his body burning everything. Xiao Han Song, stop right there. If you take another step closer to that youth, don't blame me, Full Star Moon Sword, for not showing mercy. Man Xingyue raised the long sword in his hand, the tip of the sword pointing straight at the back of the true energy realm mighty cultivator from the Blazing Flame clan. The Big Dipper rotated, brewing a murderous aura. Young man, come to my side. With my saber in hand, no one dares to hurt you. Lu Yiming of Octaterra Palace also moved towards Xiao Han. A few heroes from other empires. They exchanged glances with each other. Murderous intent surged from their bodies, and they were ready to strike. In the direction of the imperial city, 8 ancient bronze war chariots pulled by 8 wild beasts were also coming towards Xiao Han. In the time it took for a breath, Xiao Han seemed to be in a storm whirlpool, and also like a lone boat swaying and drifting in the raging waves of the sea. At any moment, he could be destroyed. A violent pressure. Xiao Han was being pressured from all directions. Damn it. This time, he had become the target of public criticism. This North Mystic Demon Emperor Crystal is mine now, but these guys are bullying the weak and trying to snatch it from me. How despicable and filthy. However, I, Xiao Han, have no reason to spit out the things I've eaten. Not only did the pressure not destroy Xiao Han's willpower, it even aroused his anger and indignation. Who dares to bully a disciple of our pure maiden sect? Dongfang Qin roared angrily. The 200 feet long black one had already flown above Xiao Han's head. Dongfang Qin stood on top of the one. He looked disdainfully at everyone. The North Mystic Demonic Emperor Crystal has already been obtained by my junior brother Xiao Han. It has an owner now, so who would dare to touch it? That means declaring war on the Pure Cloud sect. My Pure Cloud sect has stood strong for 10,000 years, so we won't cower. At this moment, Dongfang Qin's battle-intent sword and his eyes were like an ancient demonic bird. He swept through the entire field, looking very impressive. Endless light shrouded them. He protected Xiao Han. Dongfang Qin, we have nothing to say if you obtain the North Mystic Demon Emperor Crystal. However, this junior brother of yours did not participate in killing the North Mystic Demon Emperor Crystal. He obtained the supreme treasure and cannot convince the masses. Furthermore, his realm is very low, only at the first level of true Qi, which is insignificant. He does not have the magnanimity and virtue to possess the North Mystic Demon Emperor Crystal. Hand it over. Otherwise, this matter will not end well. A demon hero from another empire stepped forward. With every step he took, his aura skyrocketed. Furthermore, his body continued to grow taller. His entire body was covered in golden light and instantly grew to more than 10 feet tall. He looked like a heavenly god and the ground was cracked by his footsteps. Nonsense. Whoever dares to make a move, I, Dongfang Qin, will make them bleed. Die without a burial place. Dongfang Qin was extremely domineering and did not take a step back. Junior brother Xiao Han, don't worry. I will protect you. The sect will protect you. Heh. Dongfang Qin, you are not qualified to say such words. Do you think you can stop us by yourself? You overestimate yourself. Forget it. If you insist on doing this, the Pure Rain sect will lose a demon hero. Another demon hero from another empire stepped forward. There was a blood-red palm above his head. It was 20 acres in size and filled with ferocious aura. The palm had 7 fingers and each of them had a ferocious and terrifying kill word on it. Its murderous nature was shocking and it could kill people and ghosts. Young man, as long as you hand over the North Mystic Demon Emperor Crystal, the Empire will guarantee your safety. As for the demon heroes from other empires, there is no possibility of them getting their hands on the North Mystic Demon Emperor Crystal. On the Empire's side, on the 8 ancient bronze chariots, a middle-aged man who was as burly as a mountain and was wearing a general's armor let out a muffled roar. A world of lightning was brewing in his eyes. It was no small matter to produce tens of thousands of lightning when he was angry. At this moment, PFFF. In the sky, a cluster of white clouds was cut open by the sword chi. A young man in hemp clothes with his hair tied up and a sword on his back walked out with a majestic gait. Every step he took, a sword chi lotus bloomed and the sword roared. The space crystal wall was cut by the sharp sword chi. Fong Ling is here. The most terrifying sword cultivator in the history of the Pure Cloud sect. I also want to see who dares to touch the disciples of my Pure Cloud sect. Fong Ling said indifferently. A ray of light shot out and protected Xiao Han. Junior brother Fong, you're here too. Good, very good. I haven't fought alongside junior brother Fong for a long time. Dongfang Qin smiled and nodded at Fong Ling and Senior brother Dongfang. Fong Ling nodded slightly. Senior brother Fong is here too. The two great demon heroes of my Pure Cloud sect are here. Xiao Han was overjoyed. However, it was hard to say if Fong Ling and Dongfang Qin could stop so many demon heroes in front of them. Sigh. Fong Ling, Dongfang Qin, don't make a mistake. The two of you together are still not enough. Lu Yiming of the Eight Desolate Palace sighed. His eyes flickered with a murderous intent that was ready to make a move. He thought, I should take this opportunity to kill Dongfang Qin and Fong Ling together. From now on, the Pure Cloud sect will never be able to recover. It was even possible for the sect to be removed from the 5 major sects of the Beacon Fire Empire. It's a pity that eldest senior brother is not here. Otherwise, none of these people will survive. Dongfang Qin shook his head with slight regret. Don't talk nonsense. Make your move. Seize the North Profound Demon Emperor Crystal. One of the demon heroes of the other empires could not hold back and made his move. Shockingly, a terrifying gap was torn open in the sky, and a giant golden foot surrounded by divine light suddenly stomped down. It directly stepped on Dongfang Qin and Xiao Han, who was on the ground. Boom! 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 The ground collapsed. It sank. There was only chaos in all directions. How dare you! Dongfang Qin roared and the black phoenix turned into a ray of light. It directly drilled into the giant golden foot. Poochie! 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 The entire giant golden foot cracked like porcelain and shattered into powder in the blink of an eye. Make your move. In the next moment, lightning intertwined, runes were densely covered, and endless light was blazing like the sea. All kinds of demon birds and fierce beasts rushed forward. Xiao Han, Dongfang Qin, Fong Ling. They were surrounded by the whirlpool. The space was in an unstable state of collapse. It was on the verge of collapse. Endless airflow and pressure were squeezing. The other 10 true Qi realm cultivators of the Pure Rain sect were protecting 3 initial true Qi realm disciples and 10 inner disciples. They dodged to the side. This level of battle was not something they could participate in. Young Master Ziyu looked deeply at Xiao Han with deep hatred as he thought to himself. Xiao Han, you will die here. The curtains of the fierce battle began. Soon, the 8 true Qi realm cultivators of the Fenghua Empire royal family. They also joined the battle and besieged Dongfang Qin and Fong Ling. Although Dongfang Qin and Fong Ling had extraordinary combat power, they were outnumbered and in an instant, they were tired of defending. Swoosh! A blazing light directly pushed Xiao Han away from the wings of the Black Huan. Catch that kid! In an instant, dozens of true Qi palms grabbed towards Xiao Han at the same time. These dozens of true Qi palms. All of them were a few acres in size and suffused with the glow of dawn. They were covered in symbols and coiled with rainbows, and they were extraordinary. Dongfang Qin and Fong Ling were besieged by a few foreign heroes and couldn't help Xiao Han. At this moment, Gaga gaga, a bone-chilling sinister laughter rang out. In the next moment, a pair of scarlet demonic eyes suddenly opened in the void. Puff. 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 All the true chi palms were shattered into pieces at the same time. Boundless demonic aura shrouded this area. The wind was howling and everything was in a state of panic. A young man with red eyes walked out of the void. He wore a snow-white robe and was around 25 or 26 years old. His face was as beautiful as jade and his facial features were very delicate. His black hair was scattered casually and each strand was light and agile. He gave people a quiet feeling, like a jade tree made of snow. Demon Emperor Qinglin. It's Demon Emperor Qinglin. The world was filled with demonic aura. It penetrated deep into the wood. Every chivalrous hero present was suppressed by this demon. Xiao Han couldn't move in the demonic aura. All of you don't move. Otherwise, I will start a massacre. Demon Emperor Qinglin smiled gracefully. Whoever moves will die. All the chivalrous heroes looked at each other. They all stopped attacking and moving. They didn't dare to move at all. Demon Emperor Qinglin was at his peak, unlike the severely injured North Mystic Demon Emperor. He was a true demon overlord. His roar could shatter mountains and rivers, and he could shatter space with a single finger. Moreover, Demon Emperor Qinglin was known for his attacks. His demonic saber had the power to destroy the world and had killed countless heroes. Very well. This young man belongs to me. Gaga gaga. After shocking everyone, Demon Emperor Qinglin looked down at Xiao Han and laughed. His demonic aura soared into the sky, causing the clouds to move and the mountains to change color. Damn it, Demon Emperor Qinglin is here. It looks like he's here for me. I can't fall into his hands, or he'll cut my heart open. I'll get the egg. Xiao Han's mind raced. Unfortunately, his body was suppressed by the demonic aura and he couldn't move. Otherwise, his body might be destroyed by the demonic aura. At that moment, Demon Emperor Qinglin, I really don't understand why you risked your life to come to the southern region from the western region. Since you're here, then stay. Die in the southern region, just like North Mystic Demon Emperor. Suddenly, a loud battle song was sung. A blazing sun appeared above Demon Emperor Qinglin's head. An ancient god sat in the sun with his eyes closed, brewing the power and dignity to destroy the world. A young man with a face that looked like he was carved out of stone attracted all the light in the world, bathing in the divine fire. He was like an ancient god descending from the sky. He swept across the world. The sun shone down on the world. Every ray of sunlight displayed the rituals of the ancient people. Emperor of Sun, it's you again. Demon Emperor Qinglin roared. You're really haunting me. Demon Emperor Qinglin, since you dared to come, then die here. I've been waiting for you. Do you think we don't know that you've sneaked into the southern region from the western region? A cold voice was heard beside the Emperor of Sunday. The next moment, roar. An ancient dragon roared. It came from the sky. Then, the void was torn apart bit by bit, as if some ancient beast was about to come out and descend into the world. Pft. 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 Finally, a bone dragon completely shattered the void and appeared in the sky. This was a 300 long bone dragon. Every single bone was densely inscribed with dragon characters, and they were filled with an ancient history and an eternally unchanging aura. Its pressure was deep like an ocean. It was a young man in a yellow robe. He took a step forward. The civilization of the ancient dragon race was brewing in his eyes. His body was bathed in dragon chi, and his every move was filled with irresistible majesty. The world was big, but he could control it. Boom! The 100-feet-long bone dragon suddenly disintegrated and turned into a bone saber. It was held by the young man in the yellow robe. Dragon Bone Divine Saber. Dongfang Qin blurted out. Damn it. Emperor of Sun, Dragon Bone Divine Saber. They're all here. Demon Emperor Qinglin finally showed his deep fear. The next moment, all right, I won't play with you anymore. I'll just take this young man away. What's so fun about the southern region? It's not as good as my western region. Demon Emperor Qinglin grabbed Xiao Han with his right hand. Die. Demon Emperor Qinglin will die here. The Emperor of Sun and the Dragon Bone Divine Saber attacked at the same time. Boom! Inside the blazing sun, the god who was sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. A ray of sunlight pierced through the heaven and earth and shot out from the god's eyes. Swish! The Dragon Bone Divine Saber slashed out a saber light. The saber light instantly turned into a huge dragon with horns on its head. It swept through the 3,000 great worlds and crushed them. It shook the sun and moon and broke the space. I'm not afraid of you. Demon Emperor Qinglin waved his left hand and the demon saber appeared. A red saber light flashed. The enchanting light seemed to be able to devour everything in the world. All the demons present couldn't help but be pulled towards the saber light. As if they were going to be sucked. Now's the time. Demon Emperor Qinglin resisted the combined attack of Emperor of Sun and the Dragon Bone Divine Saber, causing the demonic aura on Xiao Han to weaken significantly. Suddenly, Xiao Han's body moved and he ran forward for more than 10 feet. Come back. Demon Emperor Qinglin grabbed with his right hand and a demon claw flashed. It instantly grabbed Xiao Han. Endless demonic aura surged into Xiao Han's limbs and bones. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Xiao Han's mouth. The next moment, break for me. Xiao Han's body shone with golden light and he suddenly pushed himself. He had already forcefully rushed out of the range of the demon claw. In the blink of an eye, he ran dozens of feet away. I'm angry. Demon Emperor Qinglin was furious. He grabbed Xiao Han again and easily grabbed him. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The moment Demon Emperor Qinglin grabbed Xiao Han's body actually shattered. But it was not Xiao Han's real body, it was an afterimage. In less than a breath's time, Xiao Han had already run more than 10 feet away. As he spat out blood, his entire body turned into a series of afterimages. Pfft! 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 Demon Emperor Qinglin grabbed Xiao Han's afterimage several times, but he did not manage to grab Xiao Han's real body. What? Illusory movement? Demon Emperor Qinglin was shocked. Emperor of Sun and the Dragon Bone Divine Saber exchanged a look and blurted out. Illusory movement. Why did the demonic art of Bei Xian Demon Emperor appear on a human young man? Catch that young man first. Emperor of Sun made a decision. Something's wrong. When that young man used illusory movement, there was demonic aura coming out of him. Catch him. The Dragon Bone Divine Saber also said. But at this moment, Xiao Han had already disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. Go after him. Demon Emperor Qinglin, Emperor of Sun, and the Dragon Bone Divine Saber. They shouted at the same time. At the same time, the other monster warriors also got ready to catch Xiao Han. However, enough. Why do you have to force a young man of my pure cloud sect? Endless white clouds appeared in the eastern sky, and it was drizzling. A young man in an azure shirt walked out from the depths of the white clouds. He gave off a misty feeling, and no one could tell where he was going next. There was no true chi around him as he walked in the sky. Accompanying him. His temperament was ethereal, like the clear moonlight under the tranquil flowing water. White clouds floated in his left eye, and drizzling rain fell in his right eye, gentle and lingering. Emperor of Sun, Dragon Bone Divine Saber, long time no see. The young man in an azure shirt said lightly. Sect Master. Greetings, Sect Master. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling were the leaders of the Pure Cloud sect. All the disciples bowed respectfully. The sect master of Pure Cloud sect had arrived. Enough, don't force my disciple anymore. Or else, I will take action. Kill his entire sect, the sect master said lightly. Damn it. Emperor of Sun's eyes twitched. Your disciple has demonic aura on him. We have to catch him. Emperor of Sun, I haven't fought with anyone for a long time. But Xiao Han is my disciple, and he is pure and kind. He is definitely not a demon. I've said before, if anyone dares to say anything about capturing him, I will kill his entire sect. Great Sun, Son of Heaven, you can give it a try. The sect master smiled lightly. In an instant, his aura surged, and in the blink of an eye, it turned from calm to dazzling. Divine light and sunset surged. Lingering, wind, clouds, and thunder. Dragon and tiger, all sorts of anomalies were activated. His gaze became overbearing, and he was almost invincible. Heh, you guys can argue, I will take my leave first. Demon Emperor Qing Lin smiled sinisterly and was about to escape. Demon Emperor Qing Lin, the southern region is not a place you can come and go as you please. It's hard to kill you, but, go back to the western region. The sect master waved his sleeve. There was no true qi. However, Demon Emperor Qing Lin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his demonic aura weakened. He turned into a beam of demonic light, and disappeared instantly. You demons. I will kill you one by one. I will definitely kill you all. It's very difficult to kill a demon emperor. If Demon Emperor Qing Lin fights to the death, his demonic blade is enough to kill most of the people here. The sect master smiled gently. Letting him escape with injuries is the best outcome. Emperor of Sun, Dragon Bone Divine Blade, what do you think? Woo. You are a sect master level magnate, a senior demon on the demon hero ranking. You never show yourself. Why are you here? Why are you here today? Emperor of Sun was furious. For my disciple. The sect master smiled elegantly. Woo. You might be stronger than us, and your ranking on the demon hero ranking is higher than ours, but you can't do whatever you want. You have to give us an explanation for what happened today. The Dragon Bone Divine Blade roared unwillingly. Your disciple used the Demon Emperor Bei Xian's natal demonic skill, illusory movement. You can't protect him from such a thing. Woo, that young man took the Demon Emperor crystal by accident. It's already very strange. He clearly used illusory movement just now. Don't tell me that you taught him this cultivation technique. There's no such cultivation technique in the human race. That's the Demon Emperor Bei Xian's natal demonic skill. If you try to protect him, you will also be destroyed. The sect master pondered. According to what I know, there are some demon heroes among the countless demon heroes who have very special fighting techniques. They can command the demon race to fight. Some of them even kept demon servants. Xiao Han accidentally triggered the Demon Emperor Bei Xian's natal demonic skill. He doesn't deserve to die. But he's not a demon hero. The Dragon Bone Divine Blade roared. Anyway, you can't go after him for now. Otherwise, I will kill you. I won't protect him in the future either. I hope he can participate in the Demon Hero Challenge in 2 years. If he can become a demon hero, everything will be solved. The sect master said seriously. Oh. You won't protect him after today? Emperor of Sun asked. If I keep protecting him, he will never become a demon hero. Let him go. The sect master looked at the sky far away. If he can survive these 2 years, he might become the new demon hero of our Cloud sect. Chapter 101. Wu Fu is famous for protecting his own people, as expected. The Great Re Heavenly Emperor's eyes were like the sun gods, emitting a terrifying light. I, the Great Re Heavenly Emperor, promise not to pursue that young man for a short period of time. However, this is a serious matter. That young man has the secrets of the demon race. We have to investigate it thoroughly. I hope that you, Wu Fu, will keep your promise and let go of this matter after today. Humph. Wu Fu, although that young man escaped by activating illusory illusion, he suffered a part of the aftermath of our battle with Demon Emperor Qinglin. It is still unknown whether he can survive. Maybe, you will have to collect his corpse soon. The dragon bone Saint Blade muttered angrily. These two were unruly demons. This time, they were suppressed by the sect master, their hearts must be filled with resentment. After saying a few harsh words, the great Heavenly Emperor and the dragon bone Saint Blade turned into two rays of light and flew away. The other chivalrous Taoists present also fled in all directions. The soldiers of the Fire Beacon Empire quietly returned to the imperial city. At the foot of the destroyed Luo-Ri mountain range, only the people of the Pure Rain sect were left. Sect Master. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling walked to the side of the sect master. Dongfang Qin said in a low voice. Sect Master, this time, junior brother Xiao Han is in big trouble. The North Xian Demon Emperor Crystal is the most precious treasure of the demon race. We, the demons, can exchange it for endless resources. Even a peerless divine book is not impossible. Junior brother Xiao Han will be in trouble because of his wealth. He will be coveted by the whole world. Once the people here today spread the news, I'm afraid that junior brother Xiao Han will have no place in this big world. The sect master smiled indifferently. He asked back. Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, what do you think of Xiao Han? He suddenly triggered the North Xian Demon Emperor's natal demon technique. It is indeed suspicious. Sect Master, disciple thinks that junior brother Xiao Han and the demon race. There should be no relationship. Disciple has traveled the world for 100 years and killed countless demons with my own hands. Disciple can distinguish between good and evil. Dongfang Qin said decisively. Xiao Han is a good young man. Fang Ling was a man of few words. The sect master put his hands behind his back. His left eye was like the clouds and right eye was like the rain. It's useless for the Pure Rain sect to protect Xiao Han. If the people from the Yaoxia Pagoda find out about it, it will be no small matter. Even the main sect could not protect Xiao Han. He could only become a swordsman. Only then can we resolve this crisis. Then. Sect Master, should we protect junior brother Xiao Han secretly? Dongfang Qin asked in a low voice. Why don't you personally search for junior brother Xiao Han's whereabouts? Let's secretly send junior brother Xiao Han back to the Pure Cloud sect and protect him. Secretly train them. The sect master looked at the clouds in the sky and said in a calm tone. The East. Fang Ling, from today onwards, you're not allowed to interfere with Xiao Han's business, and you're not allowed to look for or help him in secret. In these 2 years, I hope that he can rely on his own ability to survive and become stronger. 2 years later, at the Hex trial, our sect will let him represent the Pure Cloud sect. Every time the Devil Hero tryouts are held, there will be countless young masters from ancient countries and tribes of the Great Wilderness. The death rate is extremely high. If we hide Xiao Han in the Pure Cloud sect, we will be able to defeat him. No matter how he was trained, he was bound to die in the cruel and ruthless Hex preliminaries 2 years later. It's better to let him go out on his own. Let's go. Back to the sect. This time, we have 3 true Qi state disciples. It's a good thing. The sect master left on the cloud. In an instant, all the disciples of the Pure Cloud sect left. In the palace of the Beacon Fire Empire. In the Golden Throne Room. The Emperor was having a discussion with the officials. The atmosphere was tense. If they were discussing military matters. Your Majesty, I didn't expect that the North Mystic Demon King Crystal would be obtained by a young man from the Pure Cloud sect. That young man was at the level 1 true Qi state and was unknown. But it was very strange. Not only did he snatch the treasure from the hands of the heroes, but he also had demonic aura on him that could trigger the Demon King's natal demonic art. Your Majesty, this is not a trivial matter, said a general in bright armor with a world of lightning brewing in his eyes. I know. The Emperor's eyes were bright. In fact, The most bizarre thing about this whole incident is that Demon King Qinglin risked being surrounded by countless devil heroes to sneak into the southern region from the western region. He did not do it to save the North Mystic Demon King. When the North Mystic Demon King was on the verge of death, Demon King Qinglin did not do anything. I'm guessing that Demon King Qinglin is here for the young man from the Pure Cloud sect. All of you should know that a demon king would not leave its lair easily. There must be a secret or treasure that is worth risking his life for. A piece of North Mystic Demon Emperor crystal is not worth Demon Monarch Qinglin's precious life. Your Majesty, are you saying that the young man has a secret that is more precious and important than the North Mystic Demon King? Asked one of the officials. Yes. Your Majesty, I saw it with my own eyes. Demon King Qinglin used demonic aura to control the young man and had the chance to kill him. But he obviously wanted to capture the young man alive, said one of the generals who participated in the battle. It seems that the young man has a shocking secret. Pass down my order. Put a bounty on that young man. All the devil heroes of the imperial family are to move out together. We must capture the young man before the other forces find him. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find the young man, dead or alive. There must be no mistakes. The Emperor's voice was loud and clear. With the power of life and death in his hands, nobody in the world disobeyed him. I'm very interested in the secrets that high-level demons such as Qinglin covet even at the risk of their lives. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiao Han was running for his life. He had never been in such a precarious situation, where life and death were only a matter of a single breath. It was hopeless. The hot potato that was the North Mystic Demonic Emperor crystal was obtained by Xiao Han out of nowhere. Then, the appearance of the demon clan's mighty figure, Qinglin Demon Emperor, forced Xiao Han to expose his demonic aura. At this moment, Xiao Han was severely injured. Even though he managed to escape from Demon King Qinglin's clutches, he was still a powerful being after all. He could pluck the stars and moon from the sky and shatter mountains with his roar. After withstanding the repercussions of the attacks from the Great Re-Emperor, the Dragon Bone Saint Blade, and the Demon Emperor Qinglin, even though he was lucky enough to escape, Xiao Han was still heavily injured. If not for the indestructible golden body forcefully restoring Xiao Han's severely damaged vitality, he would have already collapsed. Furthermore, in his dazed and almost unconscious state, Xiao Han understood that he had become the target of everyone. After the sudden change, not only did Demon King Qinglin want to capture him, but countless human demons would also swarm over. The situation could not be worse. I, Xiao Han, don't want to be captured and have my heart dug out. I don't want to fall into the hands of Demon King Qinglin. Xiao Han's life force was exhausted. Finally, he saw stars before his eyes, and he felt the world spin around him. His entire body felt dizzy, and he really wanted to fall down and fall asleep. I can't fall here. Otherwise, I will fall into a state of eternal damnation. Xiao Han forcefully took a breath and continued to run. At this moment, I don't know how many humans and demons are chasing me. But I, Xiao Han, want to live. I can't die like this. In front of him was a raging river. It blocked Xiao Han's path. The waves were turbulent and the turbid waves were tumbling. Xiao Han jumped into the river without hesitation. The remaining true qi in his body allowed Xiao Han to activate the spirit tortoise style, sealing his eyes, ears, nose, pulse, and breathing. The current of the river washed Xiao Han downstream. I didn't expect the North Mystic Demon King crystal to be refined by the Demon Monarch's palm tattoo and embedded into the groove. Some demon words flowed into my mind, allowing me to master the Demon Monarch's natal demonic technique and move like an illusion. The so-called move like an illusion is an extremely ingenious technique. It can be said to be a strange movement technique. With just a slight movement of my body, I can create countless afterimages and mirror images, making it impossible to lock on to the real body. I can only use the demonic power contained in my demon veins to execute the move like an illusion. It can provide enough energy for the North Mystic Demon King crystal. However, the demon monarch's palm tattoo on my left arm. I only awakened 8 demon veins, so I can't execute the highest realm of the move like an illusion. At its peak, the North Mystic Demon King could teleport 1,000 miles with just a slight movement of its body. It was unpredictable, but it consumed too much demonic power. Just now, in order to escape from Demon Monarch Qinglin's hands, I used up all the demonic power stored in my 8 demon veins. The limit is that I could move 100 feet in an instant. This time, if I'm lucky enough to survive, I must hunt a large number of demons and continuously awaken my demon veins. In the future, I will be able to execute the highest realm of move like an illusion. Then, no one will be able to kill me easily, at the foot of a lush mountain. On a lowland filled with flowers and trees. Dozens of flood dragon horses were tied in the forest. There was also a luxurious carriage pulled by 4 flood dragon horses. On a lowland near a river. The river was calm and it was downstream of a tributary. The water was shallow and pebbles and small fish and prawns could be seen in the water. On the lowland that was covered with green grass, there was a crude altar made of stones. There was a nameless god enshrined inside. There were dozens of young girls dressed in silk and satin, looking respectful. Some of them were holding bamboo baskets. They took out 3 offerings from the bamboo baskets and placed them neatly in front of the altar. They lit incense and candles. In addition, there were a few martial artists guarding the forest. They were all true Qi realm martial artists. Your Highness, it's ready. You can pay your respects now. 2 beautiful young girls dressed in scarlet walked with light steps and helped a girl dressed in light yellow out of the carriage. This girl was around 17 or 18 years old. She was tall and slender with eyes and temperament. There was a kind of aloof and delicate air about her. One look and one could tell that she had been in a high position for a long time. She was extremely beautiful. The crescent moon was like a beautiful woman. Her clothes were not complicated and she did not wear too many pearls and jades. However, her whole person seemed to be overflowing with color. Her black hair was like a waterfall, her skin was smooth and creamy, her breath was like an orchid, her hands were soft and gentle, and her face was like a beautiful flower. She turned around and walked, just like a willow shaking the flowers and smiling at the beginning of its first bloom. Her black eyebrows spread out and her green hair was thick with spring smoke. However, at this moment, the corner of her eyes revealed a deep worry. It was heartbreaking. She walked to the front of the altar and her expression became extremely pious. She gently knelt on the praying mat that had been prepared, put her hands together, and looked at the maids around her. She smiled lightly. All right. Li Luo, Bing Lan, you leave first. Yes, Your Highness. The maids respectfully retreated step by step. At this time, the girl kowtowed to the god and said in a low voice. God above, my daughter Mo Hen has heard from the common people that although you are not famous, you have a great magical power that blesses the world. Deliver all living beings from suffering. Mo Hen has come to pay her respects. Marrying her off to a foreign country was not her original intention. I don't know if I can return to my homeland in my lifetime. Mo Hen has asked father for permission many times, begging father to exempt me from marrying to a foreign country. However, father has made up his mind. God above, although my daughter Mo Hen is in the royal family, I have been lonely since childhood. I hope. Suddenly, the girl's face turned red, and she hesitated for a long time. Only then did she continue to speak with a mosquito-like voice. I pray for God's blessing to send down a strong man who will fall in love with Mo Hen and protect Mo Hen for a lifetime, so that Mo Hen will not marry into a foreign country and suffer from homesickness. I am willing to give up glory and wealth, give up the princess position, and be a common person. After that, the girl kowtowed a few more times. Very pious. At this time, Your Highness. There is a person. There is a man. A maid screamed. The other maidservant continued. Your Highness, there is a man who floated down from the river upstream. It seems to be a dead person. Ah? The girl was startled and lost her composure. She looked at the nameless god enshrined in the shrine and immediately stood up. At this time, on the riverbank, a few true Chi realm martial artists had already fished out a corpse that had floated down from the river upstream. The maids were shocked and frightened as they watched from the side. The girl hurriedly walked up, and a few personal maids hurriedly came over to support her. "Let me see," the girl said anxiously. "Your Highness, it is a male corpse. It is better if you don't look at it. It is not good to be hit by ghosts," a maid with almond eyes and peach cheeks hurriedly advised. "No matter. Let me see." The girl's voice was slightly agitated. Finally, the girl saw the male corpse. It was a young face with sharp edges. The face was like that of a normal person, not like a corpse. The whole body did not seem swollen. The eyes were slightly closed, not moving an inch. How is it a corpse? It is obviously a living person, the girl immediately said. "Your Highness, he's not even breathing," one of the maidservants said weakly. In the next moment, a true Chi realm martial artist waved his right hand. An array of light enveloped the male corpse, carefully examining it inch by inch. Very quickly, the forehead of this true Chi realm martial artist was covered with fine beads of sweat. "Left guard. How is it?" the girl said with a trembling voice. "Your Highness, this is really strange." The true Chi realm martial artist frowned. His pulse and breathing have stopped, but there is still a slight heartbeat. If it wasn't for this humble one expending true Chi to examine his vitality inch by inch, I would not have been able to discover this slight heartbeat. "Your Highness, perhaps he is not dead, but it is extremely likely that he is heavily injured. Your Highness has always been kind, and has a soft heart. Let's just bury this male corpse on the spot." The other true Chi realm martial artist was an old man with a kind countenance. When he looked at the girl, his eyes were filled with the doting and protection of an elder looking at a junior. "Uncle Hu, didn't the left guard say earlier that there is still a heartbeat? Perhaps he is not dead yet. How can we bury him? Wouldn't that be disregarding human life?" The girl turned her head to look at the unknown god in the shrine, then turned to look at the male corpse, and gritted her teeth. Bring him back, ah." The servant girls and true Chi realm guards present were all stunned. "Yes, bring him back. Uncle Hu, left guard, I'll have to trouble the two of you to carry him to my carriage. Be careful, and don't injure him again," the girl said anxiously. "Also, everyone must keep this matter a secret. Don't tell anyone, and don't tell Imperial Father. Imperial Father is busy with the affairs of the country, and this kind of small matter, there's no need to tell." After pausing for a moment, the girl said faintly, "Actually, it's not important whether or not I tell Imperial Father. Imperial Father hasn't come to see me for a very, very long time." The two true Chi realm martial artists looked at each other, then carefully used true Chi to envelop the male corpse and placed it into the carriage. Sigh. So many princesses and princes, but the kindest one is the 17th princess. Yes, we've watched the 17th princess grow up. She is intelligent, gentle, and honest. But we didn't expect that she would marry far away to the Eastern Territory. Sigh, I don't know what His Majesty is thinking. Isn't this forcing the 17th princess to her death? Alright, don't talk nonsense. The journey to the Eastern Territory this time is long, and we must be careful on the way. We must protect the princess thoroughly. When we arrive at the Eastern Territory, if anyone dares to be disrespectful to the 17th princess and offend the princess, we'll risk our lives and fight it out with him." "What? What 17th princess? What marrying far away? Eastern Territory?" Xiao Han was in a daze, and he heard someone talking beside his ear, but he could only hear a few words. Moreover, he felt that his body was being moved by someone. But he was already powerless to wake up. Sleep. Sleep for a while more. I can stand up. Chapter 102. While he was in a trance, Xiao Han felt as if he was being carried into a carriage. Not long after, the sound of the carriage could be heard and the fragrance of orchids and musk lingered in his nose. It actually caused Xiao Han's heart to feel relaxed in this chaotic time of war, and he felt a sense of peace and joy. Furthermore, Xiao Han heard a pleasant female voice speaking in a soft and gentle voice. However, it contained a kind of heartbreaking sadness and melancholy. Who saved me? It seems to be a woman. Xiao Han's willpower was very tenacious. Even though he was seriously injured and unconscious, he still woke up bit by bit. But I want to wake up. She will take me somewhere. In Xiao Han's 9 true acupoints, his true qi was slowly recovering. His consciousness began to instinctively visualize the inextinguishable golden body's 1 to 40 movements. The warm current in his body, which was as fine as gossamer, grew and awakened bit by bit. A faint golden light that was almost invisible to the naked eye filled every inch of Xiao Han's muscles, skin, bones and flesh. After an unknown period of time, Xiao Han felt as if he was being carried out of the carriage by someone using true qi. Then, he lay down on a bed. Not long after, Uncle Hu, he still hasn't woken up. Ask Imperial Physician Lu to come and take a look. A simple and elegant female voice sounded. Your Highness, this young man might not be sick. He might have suffered a very serious injury. It should have been caused by a fierce battle. An old and dignified voice sounded. I'm afraid Imperial Physician Lu is also helpless. At this time, Xiao Han could finally open his eyes. No need to ask Imperial Physician. This was Xiao Han's first sentence. You're awake? The simple and elegant female voice sounded surprised and happy. Gradually, Xiao Han's vision began to clear up. An extremely beautiful girl with a graceful bearing and noble temperament appeared in his sight. Although she was on the verge of death, Xiao Han was still stunned by this girl's supreme temperament and beauty. This girl's appearance was definitely not inferior to Lan Shirong, Jing Yanxue, and Xiao Yunrong. Turning his gaze, he saw a few maidservants standing behind the girl. In addition, there were 2 martial artists in the true qi realm, one old and one young. What is this place? Xiao Han was shocked and curious. Looking around, he realized that he was lying on a soft bed. The room was extremely spacious. The layout was ingenious, the windows were bright and clean, the windows were green, the mahogany furniture was antique. Jewels were everywhere. At a glance, he could tell that it was a wealthy family. Oh. You don't have to panic. This is Yihua Palace, Missouri Hen's fief. No one will disturb Mister's recuperation. Princess Mo Hen was exceptionally intelligent. When she saw Xiao Han's eyes flickering with great vigilance and uneasiness, she immediately comforted him. Yihua Palace? A fief? Xiao Han was taken aback. Mo Hen's bright and beautiful eyes turned as she explained. Sir, the meaning of a fief is the private first rank that Imperial Father bestowed upon Mo Hen. Outsiders did not dare to break in. Otherwise, you will be sentenced to death. Royal Father? Xiao Han was getting more and more shocked. Young man, this is the Imperial Palace of the Beacon Fire Empire. This is the 17th princess. It was Her Royal Highness who rescued you from the river. Who are you? The old man in the true energy realm looked at Xiao Han cautiously. Cough. Xiao Han choked all of a sudden. He thought, damn it. Your father, am really unlucky. I was actually sent to the Imperial Palace, Uncle Hu, don't scare him. He has just woken up. Mo Hen glared at the old man in the true energy realm with slight annoyance. The old man in the true energy realm hurriedly pulled Mo Hen to the side. Your Royal Highness, this young man's origin is unknown. If you rashly bring him to Yihua Palace, I'm afraid it will not be good. How about reporting this matter to the emperor and let him decide? Uncle Hu, imperial father, will not pay attention to these small matters. Besides, he might even scold Mo Hen. Uncle Hu, I beg you, don't tell anyone about this matter. Mo Hen pulled the sleeves of the old man in the true energy realm and acted like a spoiled child. AI. The old man in the true energy realm looked at Mo Hen dotingly. In his mind, he could not help but recall that time when she was still a naive little girl, from time to time pulling his sleeves and acting like a spoiled child, begging for all kinds of things. The old man's heart softened and he said with a smile. All right, Your Royal Highness, this old minister will do as you say. However, Your Royal Highness is of noble birth, you absolutely cannot put yourself in danger. This young man, right now, is still uncertain. In the future, Your Royal Highness cannot come to see him alone. Uncle Hu, Mo Hen doesn't think he is a bad person. Mo Hen saved him, he should not harm Mo Hen and repay kindness with enmity. Mo Hen said. My Royal Highness, Jianghu is full of ghosts and people's hearts are sinister. The old man in the true energy realm sighed. He could not help but reach out and stroke Mo Hen's waterfall-like hair like a loving father. The emperor is really cruel, he actually wants to marry Princess Mo Hen to the Eastern Domain. However, Princess Mo Hen, in this old minister's life, I will definitely serve you and protect your safety. Mo Hen knows how good Uncle Hu is. Uncle Hu, you guys go out first, I want to talk to him alone. Princess Mo Hen pulled and pulled, wanting to dismiss the old man in the true energy realm, the other true energy realm, and several maids. All right, Uncle Hu, left bodyguard, he is seriously injured and has just woken up. He does not have the strength to harm Mo Hen. You guys can just guard outside the door. Mo Hen dismissed everyone and carefully closed the door. She came to the bedside and sat on an expensive wooden stool. She opened her eyes wide and curiously looked at Xiao Han as she blurted out. Mister, you won't harm Mo Hen, right? Xiao Han felt that this princess seemed to be somewhat ignorant of the world's affairs. I naturally will not harm Her Royal Highness. Does Her Royal Highness think that I am an evil person? Not at all, Mo Hen said very seriously. Heh. Along with the flow of the indestructible golden body in his body, Xiao Han's injured body recovered very quickly. Her Royal Highness, to tell you the truth, I am being chased by a large number of experts. Therefore, I must ensure the safety of the place I am at. This palace, it seems a bit inappropriate, Mr. does not need to worry. In this big world, there is no place safer than the palace. Mo Hen said confidently. Mr. has not been to the palace before, right? The palace of the Fire Beacon Empire was very big. There were thousands of large and small palaces. Even Mo Hen herself, who grew up in the palace, would get lost if she walked for a long time. Moreover, there are many people in the palace, each with their own duties. No one will care about whether there is a Mr. in Mo Hen's Yihua Palace. Huh. It seems to make some sense. Xiao Han's heart was slightly moved. Mo Hen continued. Mr. Mo Hen's Yihua Palace is a first-class gorgeous residence. There are dozens of side halls, villas, gardens, and all the maids in the palace. Maids, servants, imperial doctors, gardeners, and cooks. The guards are all Mo Hen's retainers. They directly obey Mo Hen's orders. I ask them to keep it a secret. It is impossible for them to say anything about Mr. I grew up with them. They all love me very much and spoil me in everything. No one can make them move. Is that so? Xiao Han was slightly relieved. He thought. The palace should be very, very large. This Princess Mo Hen was right. Even if someone came in to search, it would take a while. They would not be able to find me at all. As long as I use the tortoise breathing style all the time to seal my breath, who would think that I, Xiao Han, was hiding in the fief of a princess. Ha 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 ha. It was just like the old saying. The most dangerous place was often the safest place. Mister. You said that you are being chased by a group of supreme experts? Then you should also be a supreme expert, right? Mo Hen asked with extraordinary splendor in her eyes. She could not help but think of the wish she had just made in front of the god. Cough. Me? Xiao Han was a little embarrassed. Immediately, a decisive and domineering intent emerged in his heart, and his tone was sonorous. Your Highness, even if I am not a supreme expert now, one day, I will become one. My name will shake this land. Let all the villains who are chasing me die with grievances. She did not know why, but Mo Hen actually believed what Xiao Han said. Perhaps she was deterred by his imposing manner. She nodded repeatedly and was secretly delighted. She thought, it seems that the god really showed his spirit. He bestowed upon Mo Hen a supreme man. Hey! Your Highness, then. I will stay in Yihua Palace to recuperate. I also hope that Your Highness will keep this a secret. There will be a return in the future. Xiao Han said with a smile. Mister, don't worry. How can Mo Hen go back on her words? Mo Hen said very seriously. That's right, Your Highness, if you can give me some true Qi spirit stones, then my injuries will heal faster. Xiao Han said with a thick face. True Qi spirit stones? Mo Hen has a lot. Princess Mo Hen smiled gently. Uncle Hu and the others said that my true Qi spirit stones are the best quality true Qi spirit stones. If I bring them to the major sects, countless true Qi realm experts will scramble for them. Your Highness, you? Xiao Han took a glance and knew that this Princess Mo Hen had never cultivated martial Dao. How could she have the best quality true Qi spirit stones? How can you have the best quality true Qi spirit stones? And there are a lot of them? Yes, mister, these are Mo Hen's dowry. Mo Hen blurted out. Mo Hen will be married to the East Domain in a few days. Father Emperor has ordered people to move the dowry to Yihua Palace one after another. There are mountains of medicinal ingredients, gems and jadeites, and some auspicious birds and beasts. There are also a lot of best quality true Qi spirit stones, which fill more than half of the side hall. Dowry? Married to the East Domain? Xiao Han was stunned. He immediately said in a low voice. It turns out that the princess has been betrothed to the royal family of another country. Mister, don't make fun of Mo Hen. Mo Hen. Mo Hen is not willing to marry to a foreign country even if she dies. Mo Hen has read a lot of books, which mention that the princesses who marry to a foreign country are all very bitter and miserable. In the end, they all die of depression, dying in a foreign country. Mo Hen does not want to marry. It is only because of Father Emperor's strict order. Princess Mo Hen's eyes were burning with sadness, and she was about to cry. Soon, she summoned up her courage, looked up and said, Mister, can you help Mo Hen to avoid the disaster of marrying to a foreign country? Suddenly, Xiao Han's heart was beating fast. A flash of inspiration flashed into Xiao Han's mind. A bold plan was brewing in Xiao Han's mind in an instant. Your Highness, you are a national beauty, a princess of Jinsheng, a young lady of the royal family, but now you are going to marry to a foreign country. Born in a royal family, your fate is full of ups and downs. A generation of riches and honor is illusionary, falling into an illusion, it is really pitiful. Your Highness, I am willing to personally escort you to the Eastern Domain, and find a chance to take the princess away. Xiao Han said in a deep voice. Your Highness, rest assured. Leave the Southern Domain first, escape on the way, or make plans after arriving at the Eastern Domain. In short, I will risk my life to rescue the princess from that fiery pit. He. The matter of the North Profound Demon Emperor Crystal and me exposing my demonic aura happened in the Fire Beacon Empire, and the whole world will covet to kill me. But at most, they can only chase me in the southern domain, they can't chase me to the eastern domain, right? I will temporarily leave the southern domain and go to a pure land in the eastern domain. When I am successful in my cultivation, I will return to the southern domain and kill all of them. What great son of heaven, what dragon bone Saint Saber, what demon emperor Qing Lin, they will all be abolished. Mo Hen thanks Mr. Princess Mo Hen was not familiar with the affairs of the world and believed Xiao Han's words without a doubt. Her heart was quite moved, and she actually stood up, bowed deeply to Xiao Han, and prayed silently in her heart. God, thank you for giving Mo Hen such a strong man. Princess, you don't have to be so polite. Xiao Han quickly declined. That. Princess, in a few days, my injuries will be more than half healed. At that time, I ask Princess to lend me your dowry. Heh, it's those many top-grade true Qi spirit stones. As he spoke, Xiao Han couldn't help but lick his lips. Princess Mo Hen agreed. Fire Beacon Empire. Imperial Garden. The current emperor of Fire Beacon Empire was walking in the garden. Behind him were a few civil officials. Reporting to your majesty, all the demons of the imperial family have been dispatched to search for the whereabouts of the youth from the Pure Cloud sect. Your majesty, don't worry. Unless that youth has already left Fire Beacon Empire, he will not be able to escape capture. One of the civil officials gushed. Also, your majesty, we have grasped some information about that youth. Oh. The emperor stopped his steps. Tell me about it. Yes, your majesty. That youth is called Xiao Han. He is a true disciple of the Pure Cloud sect who has just entered the true Qi realm. In the past, he was a live target. After a fortuitous encounter, he suddenly made a name for himself. His character is very impetuous and he belongs to the category of a villain who has achieved success. He cultivates a type of spirit turtle true Qi that can turn true Qi into a spirit turtle. He also cultivates a fist technique. That's right, the most obvious characteristic is that Xiao Han is a bladesman who has comprehended the small success stage of saber intent. Bladesman? True Qi into a spirit turtle? Fist technique? The emperor's eyes flashed with a pondering expression. Is this information reliable? Your Majesty, there is no problem with the information. It was personally provided by a true disciple of the Pure Cloud sect, young Master Ziyu. The civil official said with certainty. Oh. Young Master Ziyu? The emperor was slightly stunned. Your Majesty, you should also know that there are all kinds of schemes between the major sects, be it the outer sect, the inner sect, or even the true disciples. The human heart is very dangerous. That youth, Xiao Han, seems to have offended young Master Ziyu several times and the two of them have formed a deep grudge. Young Master Ziyu wants to borrow the strength of the various forces to completely eliminate Xiao Han. Good. This information is very useful. Immediately inform the imperial family's demons. With this information, there is more hope to capture that youth, Xiao Han. The emperor smiled playfully. A live target becoming a true disciple. Ha 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 ha. I am becoming more and more interested in him. Chapter 103. Time flew by like a white steed. Unknowingly, Xiao Han had been dormant in Princess Mo Hen's Zihua Palace for half a month. In this half a month, Xiao Han did not go out and closed his door to recuperate. Mo Hen would come to Xiao Han every evening and chat with him for a while. The two quickly became familiar with each other. Princess Mo Hen resided in the inner courtyard of the palace all year round. She was ignorant of worldly affairs, and the retainers by her side would always protect her. Moreover, her personality was kind and innocent. She never participated in the struggles of the palace. Therefore, she rarely met a conversation partner like Xiao Han who would often say shocking things. In addition, she subconsciously regarded Xiao Han as the strongest man that was bestowed to her by God. Over time, the relationship between the two gradually warmed up. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the bed. His eyes seemed to be thinking. Suddenly, from within Xiao Han's body, a brilliant golden light was emitted. It was so bright that it looked as if his entire body was gilded with gold, making him look extremely mystical. When his eyelids moved slightly, there was golden light gushing out. A torrential life force surged in Xiao Han's body. His bones were flawless, his internal organs were wriggling like ancient beasts, and his blood was pure and untainted, his injuries were healed. During this half a month, I've been visualizing the first 40 movements of the inextinguishable golden body every day, and I've benefited greatly. Not only have my injured body recovered, but the strength of my body has also increased by a level. Now, under the nourishment and warmth of the inextinguishable golden body, the strength of my body has actually increased to 400 ding. In addition, he looked at the demon monarch tattoo on his left arm. When he was running for his life, he triggered the illusory movement and squeezed out all the demon power in the 8 demon veins. Now, some of the demon power had automatically recovered. 2 of the demon veins that had dried up were once again filled with the colored demon power. This would allow Xiao Han to use the illusory movement again for a short distance. This kind of self-recovery is very slow. Unless I directly kill the demon race and absorb their life essence, I can instantly replenish the lost demon power in the demon veins. It is not impossible for me to awaken the demon veins again. Xiao Han thought. The Beixian demon monarch's illusory movement is indeed a secret skill for escape and evasion. It is frighteningly strange. It was no wonder that it was able to repeatedly escape the encirclement and suppression of the endless fiends even though it was heavily injured. However, if I want to be as powerful as the North Profound Demon Monarch, I'm afraid I'll need to awaken another 1,000 or 800 demon veins. The Demon Emperor Crystal. I didn't expect that the Demon Emperor Crystal would allow me to obtain the Demon Clan's secret demonic techniques. How interesting. So what if I get the Demon Emperor Crystal in Demon Emperor Qinglin's body? Hee. Demon Emperor Qinglin's demon saber could destroy the world. With a flash of saber light, the bewitching saber light engulfed the heaven and earth. If I get my hands on this move, I'll be able to kill God and Buddha. Thinking of this, Xiao Han couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips, but he quickly restrained this crazy fantasy. Qinglin Demon Emperor is still too powerful. He is a giant among the demons and is much stronger than Beixian Demon Emperor. I can't think too much for now, lest I go astray. Just then, the door opened. The peerless Princess Mo Hen walked in, her fragrance assailing his nostrils. 17, you're here. After getting familiar with each other, Xiao Han addressed Mo Hen very casually. Well, Yun, are your injuries healed? You look especially good today. Mo Hen turned around and closed the door. After half a month of contact, she completely believed that Xiao Han would not harm her. Xiao Han naturally did not tell Mo Hen his real name. Instead, he made up a fake name. Yun. This name naturally came from Xiao Han's sect, the Pure Rain sect. I'm almost healed. Xiao Han stood up and stretched his body. The only thing that was not good was that the true qi in his true acupoints was still empty and not full. Out of the 9 true acupoints, only 3 were filled. There were still 6 true acupoints left. He needed to absorb a large amount of true qi spirit stones to replenish them. Yun, the wedding party will be leaving next month. A hint of worry flashed across Mo Hen's pretty face. Next month? Xiao Han frowned. He then said in a low voice. 17, I need your dowry now. Those supreme grade true qi spirit stones can be used to replenish my true qi. When my combat strength reaches its peak, I will seize the opportunity and risk my life to take you away. Well, Yun, come with me. Mo Hen trusted Xiao Han very much and took him out. Before going out, Xiao Han put on the black cloak that Mo Hen had already prepared in advance, covering his head and face. Only a pair of pitch black eyes were left outside, and he didn't show his true face to people. Moreover, Xiao Han had used the spirit turtle's form to seal up his aura like grass or rock, and he had purposefully given off a sense of withered wood. Right now, even those who knew Xiao Han would not be able to see through him at first glance. Yun, you're really good at disguising. Mo Hen turned back and smiled at Xiao Han. Gentle as a flower. Outside the side hall where Xiao Han was hiding was a large garden. The flowers were like brocade, the plants were sparse, and there were pavilions and pavilions in the garden. Many auspicious birds flew around, and everywhere was filled with the light of treasures and spiritual energy, making people feel that this palace was built in the human world. Mo Hen's Ihua Palace was very large. There was a building every 5 steps and a pavilion every 10 steps. The waists of the corridors were curved, and the eaves were high. The two walked for a long time before they arrived in front of a side hall. Several maids were chatting and laughing while trimming the flowers and plants in front of the hall. Your Highness, when they saw Mo Hen arrive, they all knelt on one knee and saluted. Retreat. Mo Hen waved her hand. Yes. Every grass and every tree in Ihua Palace belonged to Mo Hen. Xiao Han now knew that all the maids, cooks, gardeners, servants, and guards in this Ihua Palace numbered more than 1,000, and all of them were under the direct jurisdiction of Princess Mo Hen. Moreover, since Princess Mo Hen was young, they had followed her, and their loyalty was very high. Xiao Han also knew that the rules of the imperial family were very strange. If Princess Mo Hen encountered something unexpected, all the servants in Ihua Palace, including the several True Qi realm guards, would all be buried with her. Yun, this place is full of the best quality True Qi spirit stones that you and Uncle Hu talked about. It is indeed a very beautiful ore. Mo Hen smiled sweetly and brought Xiao Han to the door of the hall. 17, I can already feel the fluctuation of True Qi like a surging river. Xiao Han was overjoyed. When the door opened, what came into Xiao Han's eyes was a pile of True Qi spirit stones that almost filled half of the palace. It was like a mountain of treasures that emitted 7-colored rays of light. Good boy. Xiao Han's throat was dry as he walked in. The true acupoints in his body that had dried up all opened and closed, greedily absorbing the spirit light and True Qi. Xiao Han's spirit and aura became excited and full, and his spirit soared to the sky. Yun, these are a part of Mo Hen's dowry. You can take some, but don't take too much, so as to avoid being seen by Father Emperor and Imperial Uncle when you go out. Mo Hen cautiously reminded. Uncle Hu and the others don't dare to take these spirit stones. 17, I have a sense of propriety. The imperial family is really rich. In this room full of True Qi spirit stones, 1/4 of them are the best quality True Qi spirit stones. Although the quality of the rest is a bit inferior, it is still rare. Xiao Han jumped out and took out a piece of the best quality True Qi spirit stones from a pile like a small mountain. He held it in his hand and played with it. The pure True Qi was flowing and the light of treasure seeped out. Princess Mo Hen laughed at herself. Father Emperor said that this time, Mo Hen's marriage to the Eastern Domain is related to the dignity and face of the imperial family, so the dowry cannot be too shabby. A strong sadness was emitted from Mo Hen's body. She said in disappointment and frustration. Yun, Mo Hen is just a tool for Father Emperor to curry favor with the imperial family of a certain empire in the Eastern Domain. Father Emperor often said that the Eastern Domain is prosperous. There is no poverty or disaster there. It is like a paradise on earth, and everywhere is a pure land and paradise. Father Emperor yearns for the Eastern Domain very much. The Eastern Domain is better than the Southern Domain? But it doesn't matter. 17, you don't have to worry. I have touched your dowry. I can't just sit back and watch you become a victim of the imperial family's politics, right? Alright, 17, I'm going to go into seclusion here. Xiao Han's heart itched unbearably. He directly put a piece of True Qi spirit stone in his hand into a dried up true point. Boom! This best quality true qi spirit stone was instantly decomposed into thick and pure true qi and quickly refined into Xiaohan's spirit turtle true qi. Princess Mo Hen sorted out her mood. Alright, Yun, I will go out first. I will leave everything to you. After Princess Mo Hen left, Xiaohan went around to a small mountain of true qi spirit stones and sat cross-legged. He put the best quality true qi spirit stones into the true point like a taotai. The next day at noon, rays of auspicious qi and light lingered on the surface of Xiaohan's body. Under the black cloak, Xiaohan looked like a person in the fairyland. He. Cultivation is indeed inseparable from abundant resources. In the martial Tao, wealth, companions, techniques, and land are all indispensable. Wealth is resources, elixirs, spirit stones, and secret manuals. Companions are fellow cultivators and fellow Taoists. Techniques are the methods to cultivate the martial Tao. Land is the place to cultivate. Wealth is ranked first. It makes a lot of sense. After absorbing several best quality true qi spirit stones, the 9 true points in Xiaohan's body were completely filled with spirit turtle true qi. Lifelike little spirit turtles swam in Xiaohan's true points. They emitted a simple and profound aura. All right. While there is no shortage of resources, I will cultivate that hornless dragon profound ice great qi to perfection. With a thought, Xiaohan directly used the 9 revolutions divine art. He transferred the spirit turtle true qi that filled up the 9 true acupoints to the virtual true acupoints, and then transferred the profound ice true qi from the virtual true acupoints over. Follow your heart. Xiaohan placed a piece of supreme grade true qi spiritual stone into his true meridian. In an instant, rays of light that were filled with frosty air surrounded the supreme grade true qi spiritual stone. Absorbed like a whale, Xiaohan was as still as a mountain. In his mind, various incantations, diagrams, and tricks to cultivate the hornless dragon profound ice great qi appeared. Soon, he entered a meditative state like an old monk. A ferocious hornless dragon grew in Xiaohan's true point. It roared and breathed out icy cold air, as if it wanted to break free and eat people. The sun was shining brightly. A team of soldiers led by a level 1 true qi realm captain patrolled outside Ihua Palace. Sir, this is the 17th princess's palace. Should we go in and search? A physical body realm soldier asked the captain. The captain frowned slightly and thought for a moment. No need. First, Xiaohan can't hide in the palace. He doesn't have the guts. Moreover, with his injuries, he has no chance of entering the impregnable palace. Our search is just for show. Moreover, the 17th princess will be marrying to the eastern region next month. She is of noble birth. How can she be willing to leave her homeland? I heard that the 17th princess has already spoken to the emperor many times, strongly opposing this marriage. However, the emperor has already made up his mind. It's impossible to change it. Now that the marriage is imminent, the 17th princess must be very agitated. Why should we go and provoke her? The 17th princess is not favored by the emperor. Not only has she been banished to the cold palace, but she has also been banished to the eastern region. However, it's easy for her to deal with us. Yes. Don't go to Ihua Palace. If the 17th princess throws a tantrum, we won't be able to bear the consequences. Another physical body realm martial artist said in agreement. Beacon Fire Empire, Imperial Palace. The Golden Throne Hall. The Emperor of Beacon Fire Empire sat on the dragon throne. Below him were the civil and military officials. Reporting to the Emperor. According to the information sent by the imperial family, they have searched half of the Beacon Fire Empire but did not find the slightest trace of Xiaohan. Not even the slightest clue. A general reported. The Emperor fell into deep thought and flicked his nails. Pass down the order. Continue the search. It seems that I have underestimated this young man. He was seriously injured but was still able to hide for half a month. He even avoided the pursuit of the imperial family and all the sects in the world. How many secrets does he have? Your Majesty, could that young man be secretly protected by the Pure Cloud sect and brought back to the Pure Cloud mountain range? A civil official said. I don't think so. The sect master of the Pure Cloud sect has personally promised not to interfere in this matter. The emperor said indifferently. The sect master of the Pure Cloud sect is an experienced evil hero. He has been unhindered in the world for hundreds of years. He killed the demon race as if they were nothing. Search. If the Beacon Fire Empire can't find anything, then enter the neighboring empires. Whether it's a medium-sized country or a small country, dig 3 feet into the ground to find that young man. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. The emperor's dragon face was slightly angry. As you wish. Southern region. The Blazing Sun Empire, which was next to the Beacon Fire Empire. The empire's power was even stronger than the Beacon Fire Empire. Sun Divine Palace. This Sun Divine Palace was built in a scorching hot volcanic area. On top of a volcano that was spewing blazing lava, there was a huge floating golden palace. The sun shone brightly for tens of thousands of miles. A deity sat above the palace, eternally protecting the Sun Divine Palace. A handsome young man stood at the top of the palace, his face like a statue. His entire body was glowing like the sea, and the sound of hymns could be heard. Behind him, there was a sun that seemed to rule over life and death. It was the Emperor of Japan. Emperor, our men have already infiltrated the Beacon Fire Empire. However, in this half a month, there has been no news of that young man from the Pure Cloud sect. Furthermore, the royal family of the Beacon Fire Empire has sent out all their evil heroes to capture him. A golden-armored soldier reported. Continue to investigate. The Emperor's voice was forceful and domineering, filled with an indescribable confidence and fighting intent. We must capture that young man. He has a huge secret on him. We must capture him. Hong. 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 The volcanoes outside seemed to have sensed the rage and tyranny of the Emperor of Japan, and magma began to spew out in all directions. Pure Cloud Sect. The wind was light, and the clouds were ethereal. Pure Cloud Palace. The sect master was rearing auspicious birds and beasts in the garden. There was no fluctuation of true chi around him, but his aura was like that of an immortal. Sect master, during this period of time, junior brother Xiao Han seemed to have vanished into thin air. The entire Beacon Fire Empire is searching for junior brother Xiao Han. Evil heroes from other empires have also infiltrated the Beacon Fire Empire. Sect master, this disciple is worried that junior brother Xiao Han has already fallen. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hide so deeply. Dongfang Qin's face was filled with worry. He's still alive. The sect leader smiled. His celestial appearance was out of this world as he stared into the distant skies. He's truly the most outstanding disciple of our Pure Cloud sect. This sect is getting more and more optimistic about him. Beacon Fire Empire. Imperial Palace. Ihua Palace. Xiao Han was as still as a mountain, sitting quietly in a side hall filled with true chi spirit stones. At this moment, Xiao Han's entire body was emitting rays of icy light. The air around him was frozen. Countless ice crystals fell to the ground with a rustling sound. The temperature in the side hall plummeted. Outside the side hall, the branches and leaves of some plants and flowers were covered with ice. Roar! All of a sudden, a horned dragon rushed out from Xiao Han's body. The horned dragon's head was the size of a water tank. It was ferocious and terrifying. With a poochie sound, it spat out a mouthful of icy cold air, freezing a large amount of true chi spirit stones. Heh! This horned dragon profound ice spirit chi is much stronger than the spirit turtle spirit chi in terms of attack power. As expected of the evil hero senior brother Dongfang Qin. He obtained a peerless true qi cultivation technique during his adventure. I think if it wasn't for the fear of conflicting true qi, senior brother Dongfang Qin would also cultivate this true qi cultivation technique, right? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han immediately stood up. Cold air radiated from his body, and heavy snow fell from his head. It was a very artistic scene. P.S. Thank you, brothers. Bow. To be continued. Chapter 104. With an abundance of supreme-grade true qi spirit stones, Xiao Han finally cultivated this technique to a certain level. However, it was not perfect. The reason was that Xiao Han's current realm was still low. He had only opened 9 true meridians. His body could not store too much profound ice true qi. The hornless dragon that was formed was only a few feet long and did not have the power to destroy a country. If he met an ordinary true qi realm cultivator, he could rely on the quality of the technique itself to slightly challenge someone of a higher realm. However, it would be difficult to fight against a sly and cunning monster. Right now, I have to keep trying to open the 10th true meridian and reach the peak of the first level of true qi realm. Then, I will try to break through to the second level of true qi realm. Xiao Han knew what his path should be. However, 2 days later, it would be the day that Princess Mo Hen would leave the Eastern Domain. I must leave the Fire Beacon Empire as soon as possible and even leave the Southern Domain. Otherwise, I will always be stuck in my throat. Xiao Han began to think about all kinds of unexpected situations that might happen on the day of the journey. 2 hours later, Xiao Han left the side hall. Xiao Han's residence. Princess Mo Hen came, and the true qi realm old man with the surname who also came. Xiao Han's entire body and face were covered in a black cloak. Rays of icy light flickered. Yun, we will be setting off in 2 days, Princess Mo Hen said with a worried expression. No matter. We will act according to circumstances. Xiao Han said in a deep voice. That uncle who was called Hu Qinghe. He had opened 30 true meridians and was at the peak of the 3rd level of true qi realm. If he could open the 31st true meridian, he would ascend to the 4th level of true qi realm. His mental state and life structure would undergo a transformation. However, it was very difficult. The 31st true meridian was a heavenly moat. Mr. Yun, your injuries have recovered and your power is full. This old man congratulates you. It seems that Mr. Yun cultivates an ice attribute technique. Hu Qinghe said to Xiao Han. Xiao Han knew that this old man was Princess Mo Hen's confidant. Therefore, he was still polite to him. A mere profound ice true qi is not worth mentioning. It is just a small trick of the Jianghu. This time, thanks to the princess's help, I have a day of recovery. I am just a rogue cultivator of the Jianghu. Since the princess recruited me, I will naturally do my best to protect the princess and escort the princess to the Eastern Domain. Senior Hu. How did you arrange the trip? Now, Xiao Han considered himself to be a loose cultivator that Princess Mo Hen had recruited from the pugilistic world. He stopped hiding and purposely released his hornless dragon mysterious ice true qi to obscure their vision. Hu Qinghe looked deeply at Xiao Han. Soon after, he laughed involuntarily. Mr. Yun, the Empire has recently put out a wanted criminal. This person is the youth from the Pure Rain sect, Xiao Han, and his age is similar to Mr. Yun. If it wasn't for the fact that Mr. Yun's true energy cultivation method is completely different from Xiao Han's, I would definitely misunderstand Mr. Yun. It was Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. Oh. Xiao Han. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat as he replied in an indifferent tone. A disciple of Pure Cloud sect? Never heard of it. Hu Qinghe had a smile on his face. This person has just risen to prominence in the Pure Rain sect with only a stage 1 Jinshi cultivation, but he has already caused a huge disaster. Mr. Yun had never heard of him. It was said that this person practiced a type of spirit turtle true qi. It was of an ancient style, and he was a bladesman. Forget it. Forget about this person. Mr. Yun, this time Her Highness Princess Mo Hen is on a journey. We, the retainers, will all accompany her. In addition, General Nan Gongyi will personally lead 2,000 elites to escort her along the way. General Nan Gongyi? Xiao Han was stunned. One of the 10 great generals of the Beacon Fire Empire, General Nan Gongyi. He is a stage 4 Jinshi expert and a demon hero. He is the cornerstone and pillar of the empire. He is the emperor's favorite, Hu Qinghe said slowly. Mr. Yun should know that the journey from the southern region to the eastern region is arduous. The journey is long and dangerous. For example, those ferocious mountain bandits and pirates. The most worrisome ones are the evil demon clan. If we, the retainers, were to escort Her Highness, it would be difficult for us to overcome the obstacles and successfully reach the eastern region. Hu Qinghe paused for a moment and sighed. We have watched Her Highness grow up. How could we be willing to let her marry to the eastern region? Sigh, the emperor is really cruel. Nan Gongyi, stage 4 Jinshi, demon hero. Xiao Han murmured, this Nan Gongyi doesn't belong to our camp, does he? Mr. Yun, General Nan Gongyi answers directly to the emperor. Moreover, he is a demon hero. This time, he is fully responsible for escorting Her Highness. Seriously speaking, we all have to listen to his orders. Hu Qinghe said with a hint of dissatisfaction. General Nan Gongyi, on one hand, is an escort and on the other hand, he is monitoring Her Highness. The entire empire knows that Her Highness is not willing to marry far away. The emperor must be afraid that something will go wrong along the way. He is afraid that we, the retainers, will protect Her Highness and secretly help her escape. This old man has heard that Nan Gongyi has the authority to kill us first and report later. Sigh. I understand. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Senior who do we have here? There are 200 maids, 50 gardeners, 50 old nannies, 200 servants, 50 cooks, 50 tailors, 50 musicians, 200 craftsmen, 200 coachmen and 200 coachmen, 500 physical body realm guards, and 5 true energy realm guards under the command of this old man. They are all Her Highness Princess Mo Hen's trusted aides. That's right, including you, Mr. Yun, we have a total of 6 true Qi realm martial artists. Hu Qinghe said in detail. In short, we will protect Her Highness Princess Mo Hen. If we encounter external enemies, or even the demon race, General Nan Gongyi will lead the army to defend them. Beacon Fire Empire. Imperial Palace. Imperial Study. The emperor sat behind a desk, flipping through an old book. A eunuch entered the study with a hunched back and said in a low voice. Your Majesty, General Nan Gongyi is here. The emperor nodded indifferently. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing a general's armor walked into the study with a majestic gait. This middle-aged man's face was slightly long and narrow, like a horse's, but his eyes were bright and his aura was strong. As soon as he entered the study, the temperature in the room rose significantly. Occasionally, a clump of true fire burned behind Xiao Chen. As the light rose, one could vaguely see figures struggling in the true fire, wailing in pain. It was very tragic. Nan Gongyi, your heaven-burning true qi, is almost complete. The true fire can burn everything, kill enemies without leaving a trace, lock souls from 1,000 miles away, and burn mountains and seas with a single thought. In 2 years, you may be qualified to participate in the Monster Hero ranking competition and gain a place on the ranking. The emperor looked at Nan Gongyi with admiration. Nan Gongyi stood casually, his aura was like a sword, or a precipitous mountain that pierced through the blue sky. It was no small matter. Your Majesty, you flatter me. This time, you will escort Mo Hen to the heaven-devouring empire in the eastern region. The journey will be difficult. You should take this opportunity to sharpen your fighting spirit and strengthen your spirit. You have opened 35 true meridians. If you can open a few more, you will have a chance to reach the 5th stage of true qi. The emperor nodded with a smile. Your Majesty, it will be difficult. I have limited talent. I have been stuck at a bottleneck for the past few years, trying to open 36 true meridians without any results. Unless I obtain a heaven-defying treasure or opportunity, it will be difficult for me to improve. Without reaching the 5th stage of true chi, it will be difficult for me to enter the monster hero ranking. Nangongye's eyes dimmed. There is a way. Nangongye. If you return victorious this time, I will beg the Yaoxia Pagoda to bestow you with some sacred medicine, the emperor said generously. After a pause, the emperor's eyes deepened. It was as if he was looking at a faraway place. Nangongye, you know. The ancestral land of the Beacon Fire Empire is in the prosperous eastern region. To be more precise, the Beacon Fire Empire is a branch of the Heaven-Devouring Empire in the eastern region. Back then, a prince of the Heaven-Devouring Empire led his tribe to the southern region and founded the Beacon Fire Empire. He is my ancestor. This time, I have finally contacted the upper echelons of the Heaven-Devouring Empire. I hope to use this opportunity to return to my ancestral land. Your Majesty. Nangongye hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Your Majesty, are you really willing to let Princess Mo Hen become a sacrifice? The emperor closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, his eyes were bursting with light. To return to my ancestral land, there must be an ancestral sacrifice. Moreover, the Heaven-Devouring Empire still follows the clan rule of a living sacrifice. If I do not send a living sacrifice, how can I show my sincerity? A living sacrifice is the most honorable ceremony. It can even move the ancestors and gods. This time, Mo Hen's marriage is fake. But, Your Majesty, there is no need to use Princess Mo Hen as a sacrifice, right? Wouldn't it be better to choose some good quality commoner girls from within the empire? Is Your Majesty really willing to sacrifice Princess Mo Hen? Nangongye asked doubtfully. When Mo Hen was born, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. I asked some powerful experts of the Monster Hero Tower for guidance and actually learned that the birth of this girl will cause the destruction of my empire. If I do not execute her before she is 20 years old, the Fire Beacon Empire will fall apart and be destroyed in a day. My head will also be separated from my body. The emperor's eyes flashed with fierceness, becoming more and more intense. I would rather betray the world. I cannot let the world betray me. How can I allow a mere Mo Hen to be sacrificed? How can I allow her to overthrow the empire's hegemony? This time, she is the sacrifice. Nangongye, remember, if there is any change along the way, you can execute Mo Hen and bring her head back to see me. As for the ancestral sacrifice, I will think of another way. Perhaps, I will personally bring the sacrifice to the Heaven-Devouring Empire in the eastern region. In short, this time, if everything goes smoothly, Mo Hen will be able to reach the Heaven-Devouring Empire alive and become the supreme sacrifice for the ancestors. That is the best place for her. If there is any change, immediately execute her. This general obeys. Nangongye accepted the order. On the day of departure, I will not go to see her off, lest I get upset. I have allowed Mo Hen to live peacefully for so many years. I have already done my best. The emperor waved his hand. Nangongye, you go and prepare for the departure. 2 days later, the day of Princess Mo Hen's wedding. The majestic procession set off from the Fire Beacon Empire's palace, winding eastward. There were more than 10 li of people in front and behind. Banners were fluttering, colorful clothes were fluttering, wheels were rolling, and drums were beating. It was the majesty of an emperor marrying off his daughter. Although the current emperor of the Fire Beacon Empire did not come to see her off personally, there were thousands of people accompanying her, including palace maids, musicians, tailors, craftsmen, and guards. The wealth of the dowry was even more dazzling. There were dozens of carriages. In the middle of the huge procession was Princess Mo Hen's carriage, a bronze carriage pulled by 8 flood dragon horses. It was surrounded by Princess Mo Hen's retainers. Xiao Han, dressed in a black cloak, rode a tall and strong flood dragon horse, guarding the left side of the princess carriage. On the right side was Hu Qinghe. There were also Princess Mo Hen's personal guards, true Qi realm martial artists, in front and behind. At the front of the procession was Great General Nan Gongyi, leading 1,000 elites to open the way. At the back of the procession were Nan Gongye's 2 deputy generals, also leading 1,000 elites to bring up the rear. The procession went out of the palace. On the 10 li long street, the common people were cheering. Humph, Nan Gongyi was not riding a flood dragon horse, but a strange beast with the bloodline of an ancient swanny. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking overbearing. At this time, Nan Gongye's eyes flashed with a mocking expression. Is it very grand? Princess Mo Hen, you probably don't know, but this time you are going to the East Domain. It's not a marriage, but a living sacrifice. You can only blame yourself for having such a bad fate, bringing disaster to my fire beacon empire. And, during this journey, you should behave yourself. If you dare to make any strange movements, this seat will kill first and report later. Suddenly, Nan Gongye's eyes flashed with an evil light. He turned around and glanced at Princess Mo Hen's carriage. His eyes seemed to be brewing something, and he could not help but stick out his tongue. He licked his lower lip. After traveling for several hours, General Nangong, a deputy general, rode a flood dragon horse and rushed up from behind. This person was at the 2nd level of the true Qi realm and was one of Nangong Ye's trusted subordinates. General Nangong, this general just patrolled the area. There is a strange person wearing a black cloak in Princess Mo Hen's personal guard. 1st level of the true Qi realm. N. A strange person wearing a black cloak? Recently, the entire country has been searching for the youth of the Pure Cloud sect, Shaohan. This youth seems to have vanished from the face of the earth. It should be impossible for him to sneak into the palace and appear in Princess Mo Hen's escort team. Nan Gongyi was stunned and immediately flicked his nails. Hang, go and investigate. See what kind of shady person has sneaked into the personal guard of the princess. N. At the same time, intimidate the princess and the people around her, so that they will behave themselves along the way. There won't be any mistakes. Nan Gongyi smiled playfully. You should understand this seat's meaning, right? This general understands. The deputy general smiled evilly. This general will let the princess know that once she leaves the palace, her every word and action must be done according to General Nangong's wishes. Whatever princess temper, she should restrain it as soon as possible. N. Go ahead. Nan Gongye smiled with satisfaction. Hee hee. If I sneak in with so many people, I'm afraid no one will notice me, right? As long as I can fool that Nan Gongyi, I will be able to sneak out of the southern region without anyone noticing. Those fellows who are chasing after me should give some face to the royal family of the Beacon Fire Empire, right? Now that the emperor is marrying off his daughter, no one will suspect me. Xiao Han silently pondered. However, along the way, I will wear a cloak and cover my face. It will inevitably arouse Nan Gongye's suspicion. He is a demon hero, it will be difficult to fool him. At this moment, Nan Gongye's deputy general, Hang, who was at the 2nd level of the true Qi realm, led more than 10 physical body realm martial artists and galloped to the front of the princess carriage. Princess, please stop. What? What do you mean by this? How dare you stop the princess carriage? Hu Qinghe furrowed his brows and said angrily. The few true Qi realm martial artists beside the princess carriage all changed their expressions. Hang let out a cold snort and looked directly at Xiao Han, who was wrapped in a black cloak. Who are you? I can see that you are not Princess Mo Hen's retainer. Quickly take off your cloak. Impudent. How dare you bully us? Hu Qinghe was already extremely dissatisfied with the princess marrying off to a faraway place. Originally, the princess' personal guards and Nan Gongyi did not interfere with each other and coexisted peacefully. Now, Nan Gongyi actually sent someone to cause trouble. Hu Qinghe was experienced in the martial world. How could he not know that Nan Gongyi wanted to take this opportunity to establish his authority? Nonsense. Heng didn't even look at Hu Qinghe from the corner of his eyes. His eyes were filled with disdain. Recently, the Empire has put out an arrest warrant for a young man from the Pure Rain sect. You are hiding here and there. I'm afraid you are a major suspect. Quickly take off your cloak, or else you will be executed immediately. This is too much. Mr. Yun is a martial artist recruited by the princess. How can you execute him just like that? Where do you think Her Highness is? Hu Qinghe was enraged. He. Xiao Han was anxious. He might as well throw caution to the wind. He knew that if he gave in and backed off now, he would definitely attract all kinds of suspicions. He might even be exposed. It was better to do the opposite. Who do you think you are? How dare you disturb the carriage of the princess? I will give you a chance now. Get off your horse immediately, kneel down and beg for the princess's forgiveness. Otherwise, I will break your arms and legs. Xiao Han said sternly. Ha 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 ha. Heng and his subordinates burst into laughter as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. It seems like you really want to die. Then I will fulfill your wish and send you on your way. Xiao Han let out a sinister laugh. Suddenly, a 15-feet-long hornless dragon rushed out from his body. With a roar, it froze the heaven and earth. It spat out a mouthful of icy cold air. In an instant, several physical body realm soldiers under Heng's command were frozen into ice dregs and shattered into pieces. Zhang Heng had never imagined that Xiao Han would attack without warning, and that he would be so ruthless. Moreover, he had opened 14 true acupoints in his body, which meant that he was an ordinary martial artist at the second level of the true Qi realm. Even if he was strong, he would not be as strong as the young genius Lu Feng from Mingjian Villa who was defeated by Xiao Han. Ah! In an instant, Heng was caught off guard. His left arm was frozen, and he screamed in fear. The flood dragon horse beneath him had already been frozen into an ice sculpture. He staggered and fell off the horse. He knelt on the ground and shivered. In less than a breath's time, his jet-black hair was covered with frost, and cold air was rising. That's right. If you are willing to kneel down and beg for mercy, you can be spared from death. Xiao Han's tone was cold. Hu Qinghe and the others sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Xiao Han in silence. They thought to themselves, this Mr. Yun is really a fierce person. It is probably the best for him to protect the princess and prevent her from being humiliated. Chapter 105. Xiao Han knew that the journey from the southern mountain range to the eastern mountain range was long and arduous. Wearing a black cloak, he was too eye-catching. It was impossible for him not to be interrogated by Nan Gongyi. Cowering and hiding was not something that could be avoided. It was better to take a risk and fight poison with poison, giving people the impression that he was a wandering cultivator on the run. Therefore, Xiao Han made his move. Filling his 9 true meridians with mysterious ice true qi, he turned it into a hornless dragon and attacked the second-level true qi deputy general, Zhang Heng. Ah! You! Zhang Heng's skin was instantly covered with ice. His left arm was already frozen and trembling. Light surged around his body to resist this powerful icy soul-cold qi. What are you? You dare to attack the princess carriage? You should be beheaded. However, for General Nan Gongye's sake, I will only teach you a small lesson. I will teach you to behave yourself in the future. Xiao Han grinned hideously. Many of Hu Qinghe's and Princess Mo Hen's henchmen now felt happy and relieved, secretly applauding. They also knew that if they did not have a fierce character like Xiao Han, they would inevitably be troubled by Nan Gongye's side along the way. At this moment, boom! 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 Pillars of fire fell from the sky. Fire boiled and lava blossomed. Countless fire crows flew in the sky. Nan Gongyi seemed to have walked out of thin air. His eyes were filled with anger and a tsunami-like pressure covered Xiao Han, Hu Qinghe, and the other bodyguards of the princess. General Nangong. Zhang Heng cried out in pain. Nangong Yi looked at Xiao Han fiercely with a murderous aura. A mere first-level true Qi cultivator who cultivates mysterious ice true Qi dares to be so fierce? Good, very good. The hornless dragon was under Nangong Yi's burning heaven true Qi. It continued to melt. Xiao Han's mind moved. The hornless dragon broke down into rays of ice and was absorbed into the true meridians. Looking up, the furious Nangong Yi operated 35 five-pointed star true meridians. They were like 35 blazing fireballs or 35 volcanoes. Like a raging fire, unstoppable. Nangong Yi, what are you trying to do? Hu Qinghe looked like he was ready to risk it all. The 30 pentagram true acupoints in his body glowed. It resisted Nangong Yi's heaven-burning pressure. General Nangong Yi, I've been betrothed by Her Highness the Princess. As the saying goes, one should take care of the king's worries and worries. This guy has no respect for his superiors. Since you offended your superiors and offended the princess, I will naturally teach you a lesson. What's wrong with that? Xiao Han said casually. In reality, Xiao Han had resisted most of the pressure released by Nangong Yi. His entire body was boiling as if he was about to combust. If it wasn't for the indestructible golden body swallowing the hot air continuously, Xiao Han would have already exploded. Nangong Yi is indeed a hero. His battle prowess was unparalleled, and he had the ability to instantly kill an ordinary Jinshi realm martial artist of the same level. Now that he had provoked him, things would not be good. However, I can only walk as I see fit, Xiao Han thought to himself. Injuring my subordinates is a heinous crime. Unforgivable. Nangong Yi's expression was cold. He slowly reached out with his right hand and condensed the great true Qi of the burning heaven into a furnace that was a few acres in size. The surface of the furnace was engraved with ancient inscriptions. The ancestors worshipped the fire god. At that moment, the blazing sun and the golden spears descended from the sky, trying to burn Xiao Han into ashes. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. The frost nightmare dragon once again rushed out of Xiao Han's body. It roared and continuously spat out icy soul frost. Pfft! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from Xiao Han's body. It was the sound of a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon. It also sounded like an egg inside his body had cracked. Under the immense pressure from Nangong Yi, Xiao Han had actually opened the 10th acupoint and reached the peak of Jinshi Stage 1. At the same time, the few broken seals around the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart were triggered at the same time. They exploded into a dense cocoon of martial arts light. It was a spectacular sight. I have no choice but to fight. Once the acupoint was opened, Xiao Han's fighting spirit and fighting intent skyrocketed. He was about to forcibly burn his true Qi to increase his strength and fight with Nangong Yi with the dragon's face fury. The demon monarch palm tattoo on his left arm was ready. He could activate the innate demon technique of the North Profound Demon Emperor's crystal at any time. However, once he used it, Xiao Han's secret would be exposed. He would instantly become the target of everyone and be chased endlessly. At that moment, General Nangong Yi, Princess Mo Hen's voice sounded. She slowly lifted the brocade curtain and gracefully stepped out. She looked up at Nangong Yi in the void. General, are you going to bully Mo Hen the moment she left the imperial city? Mr. Yun protected Mo Hen and fought with the general's subordinates. Is it wrong for Mr. Yun to protect Mo Hen? Oh. Nangong Yi's eyes were deeply focused on Princess Mo Hen's otherworldly appearance and alluring figure. His eyes flashed with a touch of lust and he immediately sneered. I did not deliberately make things difficult for Her Highness. It is a long journey to the Eastern Domain. It is difficult to guarantee that nothing will go wrong. I was entrusted by the Emperor to protect the princess, so I naturally have to be careful. Humph. Her Highness, the rogue cultivator you recruited is really a desperate man. I am afraid that he will harm Her Highness. Because I will eradicate him for Her Highness. To avoid future troubles. General Nangongyi, Mr. Yun will not hurt Mo Hen. I ask Mr. Nangongyi not to speculate, Mo Hen said coldly. Nangongyi. Let's mind our own business. Mr. Yun was hired by the princess. It is not your turn to intervene and deal with him. If Mr. Yun is wrong, the princess will naturally rule. Hu Qinghe was furious. Princess Mo Hen's henchmen were also dissatisfied with the princess's marriage. Obviously, Princess Mo Hen's henchmen were dissatisfied with the princess's marriage. Now Nangongye's strength directly caused the henchmen to rebel. It completely aroused public indignation. The atmosphere became tense. The welcoming team suddenly stagnated. It was a mess. Nangongyi took a deep look at Mo Hen, and his eyes flashed with endless ridicule. All right, Your Highness, I'll let it go this time. However, you need to control the loose cultivator you recruit. Next time, he will not be so lucky. Humph. Nangongyi fiercely glanced at Xiao Han. She wrapped around him and left with Zhang Heng. Mr. Yun, thank you for protecting Mo Hen just now. Princess Mo Hen said to Xiao Han. It's nothing. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Damn it, this Nangongyi will not let it go. On the way, he will find a chance to kill me. But I, Xiao Han, am not a person who will stretch my neck to be killed. Xiao Han stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Then, he calmly took out a few pieces of true Qi spirit stones from his storage ring. Put them into the true acupoints, decomposed and absorbed. This time, Xiao Han had already stuffed 2 storage rings full of true Qi spirit stones, which could replenish his true Qi at any time. I need to hurry and improve my strength. Otherwise, I will be in danger of dying at any moment. At the same time, Xiao Han's mind completely calmed down. He silently visualized the peak of the first stage of true Qi. The martial arts light cocoon was triggered from the broken seal. The 41st to 50th movement of the indestructible golden body. The 5th movement of the Son of Heaven's fist. Death of the monarch, the 3rd movement of the 7-fragment blade technique. Fragmented intent, however, the 4th seal that was broken, the seal that had traces of the 9 revolutions divine art, did not trigger the 2nd revolution of the 9 revolutions divine art. Xiao Han knew that he was in a precarious situation. He immediately concentrated on visualizing and cultivating. At this time, the welcoming team entered the forest. Looking from afar, one could see a mountain range that looked like a jade dragon. Clouds were steaming and the air was misty. It was like a paradise of immortals. This is the Purity Mountain Range. Hu Qinghe introduced to a true Qi realm guard beside him, one of the top 5 sects of our Beacon Fire Empire. This was the place where the sect was established. This Purity sect has stood for 10,000 years and has produced countless heroes. It is no small matter. Xiao Han's body trembled slightly. He stared at the Purity Mountain Range and muttered in his heart. Purity sect. I, Xiao Han, am fleeing this time because I don't want the sect to be surrounded and harassed by various forces. But one day, I, Xiao Han, will come back alive. Purity sect. Palace. Sect Master. Today, a princess of Beacon Fire Empire is getting married and is passing through the Purity Mountain Range. The one escorting the princess is a hero of the imperial family, Nangongyi. Dongfang Qin reported to the sect master. The sect master put his hands behind his back and stood at the peak of the mountain. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he stared into the distance. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth pulled into an elegant smile and said indifferently, "What does the emperor marrying off his daughter have to do with us?" "Yes, sect master." Dongfang Qin hesitated for a moment before replying. "Sect master, there is still no news of junior brother Xiao Han. I can confirm that he is still alive," the sect master said mysteriously. At the front of the welcoming team, Nangongye's face was filled with hostility as he rode on his strange beast. Behind Nangong Yi, a few deputy generals had murderous looks on their faces. Zhang Heng's left arm was already shattered and his face was pale. His eyes were filled with hatred and resentment as he gnashed his teeth and said, "General Nangong, I beg you to uphold justice for me and kill that evil Jiang who guessed." "Humph. We just left the imperial city and you want me to start a massacre? Kill all of Princess Mo Hen's servants?" Nangong Yi said unhappily. "No, that's not what I mean. However, I will not rest until that evil man is dead," Zhang Heng said with deep hatred. "Zhang Heng, don't worry. That guy will die without a complete corpse." Nangong Ye's mouth slightly twitched. "There is still a long way to go to the eastern region. I can make my move at any time. Zhang Heng, you don't have to rush. You should at least leave the Beacon Fire Empire's territory before making your move." "Humph. I can kill all the trash around the princess like slaughtering pigs and dogs." His heart was filled with endless lust, and he thought, even Princess Mo Hen can be killed. However, before I kill her. Hee. Nangong Ye's eyes were filled with lust and filthy thoughts. "General Nangong, after injuring Zhang Heng, that evil man is covered in a black cloak and doesn't dare to show his face," another deputy general said doubtfully. "General, is that evil man related to the youth of the Cloud sect, Shao Han, who is wanted by the entire country recently?" "That's impossible," Nangong Yi said without hesitation. "It's said that the youth Shao Han cultivates the spirit turtle True Qi. He had a fortuitous encounter and was imbued with it. However, that independent cultivator cultivates the ice attribute cultivation method, which is clearly different from the spirit turtle True Qi. It's impossible for regular cultivators to cultivate two True Qi cultivation methods of completely different attributes. Otherwise, their bodies will explode and they will die without a complete corpse. Moreover, if that independent cultivator was Shao Han, would he dare to cause trouble? Wouldn't that be suicide?" "Yes, General is right." The deputy generals nodded. "All right, let's hurry." Nangong Yi looked at the direction of the Cloud sect and the Cloud Palace in fear. "There's a great figure in the Cloud sect spying on us. It makes me feel uneasy." "There's no need to worry, General. The Cloud sect doesn't dare to provoke the imperial family. Although the Cloud sect is one of the 5 great sects in the empire, it's much weaker than the imperial family," one of the deputy generals said boldly. "Idiot." Nangong Yi cursed. "If you knew the ranking of the current sect master of the Cloud sect on the demon ranking, you wouldn't say such ignorant things. Whatever, you won't understand the world of the demon ranking and the world of the strong. Let's hurry." Chapter 106. The escort team meandered towards the east. They traveled for 5 days. They finally left the Fire Beacon Empire and arrived at an uninhabited wilderness. This was the border between the Fire Beacon Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire, a buffer zone. The mountains were fertile, dotted with a few scattered villages. The mountains were tall and the forests were dense. Clear streams flowed through, withered vines accompanied old trees, and wild beasts roamed about. In these 5 days of traveling, Princess Mo Hen's retainers and Nangong Ye's army lived in harmony. Well water did not interfere with river water. But in the peace, danger was brewing. It was like the eve of a storm. In these few days, Shao Han only focused on cultivating and kept a low profile. He even hid in a large carriage and was completely alone. However, in these days, Shao Han discovered that several groups of True Qi realm martial artists had come to investigate. Fortunately, Nangong Yi dealt with them. And Shao Han's disguise was very good. There were no flaws to be found. In a large carriage, black curtains blocked the light, causing Shao Han to be in complete darkness. Shao Han sat cross-legged, silently circulating his Xian Qi. At this time, every pore on Shao Han's body was flashing with golden light. Below his skin, there was a surging sound like a tide. His eyelids lifted slightly, and his eyes emitted the feeling of a blazing sun. Repeatedly visualizing the 41st to 50th movement of the indestructible golden body has greatly nourished my flesh. Moreover, the more I practice this indestructible golden body, the more mystical it becomes. Xiao Han's thoughts flashed. The 41st to 50th movements of the indestructible golden body are much more complicated and profound than the previous 40 movements. There are many obstacles when visualizing them. However, once I've mastered them, the bones in my body actually show signs of transforming into golden bones. Xiao Han looked inside himself. He discovered that the flawless bones in his body that seemed to be carved out of white jade were actually glowing with a golden color. It was as if they were plated with a layer of golden powder, shining brightly. Moreover, on the surface of the golden bones, there were some indistinct bone runes. Every time he visualized the movements of the indestructible golden body, the golden color of the bones became a bit deeper and the bone runes became a bit deeper. Now, the 100 movements of the indestructible golden body have been practiced halfway. Even the bones are gradually changing. Those bone runes. I can vaguely understand what's so special about it. When the flesh shell is attacked by the enemy, it directly absorbs a portion of the enemy's strength and transforms it into its own flesh shell strength. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Senior Brother Fang once said that it was impossible for a mortal's body to possess too much power, or it would explode. For most people, a few hundred cauldrons of force was their limit when tempering their physical body. There would be no more breakthroughs. At that time, he would try to break through the acupoints and cultivate his true qi. However, I have refined the indestructible golden body to this place. His flesh shell already far exceeded that of an ordinary person, comparable to a savage beast. His bones turned golden, producing profound and mystical bone texts. Breaking the shackles would allow his body to be tempered into an even more tyrannical strength. Don't worry about your body exploding. One golden bone runes appeared one after another. Under Xiao Han's will, it appeared on his skin, overflowing with light and vibrant colors. It was dazzling and had an ancient feel to it, making Xiao Han look like an ancient golden god. It was no small matter. From now on, as long as I persevere in cultivating the indestructible golden body and activate the golden bone runes when I'm attacked by the enemy, the strength of my physical body would increase without end. Of course, if I were to bear too much power all at once, would also turn into ashes. Son of Heaven's Divine Fist, 5th form, Monarch wants your minister to die. Son of Heaven's Divine Fist, emphasis on momentum and not on technique. This move, Monarch wants your minister to die, is also a kind of momentum. It is a kind of tyrannical momentum that looks down on the world. The essence of this move is that a punch will greatly weaken the opponent's defense. It will disintegrate the opponent's fighting spirit and even cause the opponent to hallucinate. If the monarch wants his minister to die, the minister has no choice but to die. As for the 7-fragment saber art's 3rd form, intent shattering form, it is a little difficult to comprehend. This form can only be practiced by a saber user who has comprehended the saber intent. Moreover, this form is not simple. It is a saber intent that shatters one's self. It has a kind of concept from having a saber to not having a saber. When the saber intent shatters and is reborn, what will be born? Xiao Han was temporarily unable to comprehend the intent shattering form. Moreover, being in this state, he did not dare to reveal any traces of being a saber user. He also did not dare to release his saber intent and shatter the saber intent. I have already grasped the doorway to the first 50 moves of the indestructible golden body and the 5th form of the Son of Heaven's Divine Fist. Monarch wants your minister to die. However, the intent shattering form still requires a period of time to slowly comprehend. One step at a time, haste makes waste. In addition, my true qi cultivation has already reached the peak of the first level and opened 10 meridians. Right now, I need to work hard to open the 11th true meridian and reach the 2nd level of true qi. However, the 11th true meridian is a bottleneck. It cannot be easily opened. However, once it is opened, it will be a great path. Xiao Han opened the curtain and jumped out of the carriage. He turned around and mounted a dragon horse, still wearing a black cloak. Mr. Yun, we are currently at the border between the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire. In a few days, we will be able to enter the territory of the Blazing Sun Empire. Hu Qinghe smiled and said to Xiao Han. Xiao Han had risked his life to stand up for Princess Mo Hen, injuring Nangong Ye's Deputy General Zhang Heng. This caused all of Princess Mo Hen's retainers to admire Xiao Han. Now, they completely regarded Xiao Han as one of their own. The Blazing Sun Empire? Xiao Han was surprised. Yes, the Blazing Sun Empire, one of the 7 great empires of the Southern Domain. It has a population of over 20 billion, and its national strength is several times greater than the Beacon Fire Empire. Hu Qinghe said in a low voice. Mr. Yun, although this old man is not a fiend hero, I have heard that the number of fiends in the Blazing Sun Empire is several times that of the Beacon Fire Empire. According to ancient legends, below the group of immortals are the fiends, and below the fiends are all living beings. Although this old man has never seen an immortal, and does not know if there are any immortals in this world who cannot die, the fiends are indeed the most tyrannical existences in the Zhenwu continent. To put it simply, how to evaluate the strength of a sect, or even a country, is to look at the number of fiends in that sect or country. Yes, Senior Hu, the Blazing Sun Empire has many fiends, right? Xiao Han said with a smile. Yes, not only are there a lot of them, but there are also many outstanding fiends. For example, the famous Great Sun Emperor, Dragon Bone Saint Blade, One-Page Golden Book, and so on. All of them are supreme experts who dominate a region. Killing the fiends is as easy as drinking water and eating rice. Hu Qinghe said with a face full of admiration. Then, he pouted at the front of the group with an indignant expression and said in a low voice. Although Nangong Yi is also a fiend, he is a second-rate fiend. He only knows how to act like a tyrant in a small place like the Beacon Fire Empire. He is not even ranked on the fiend hero ranking. The Great Sun Emperor and the Dragon Bone Saint Blade are in the Blazing Sun Empire? Xiao Han's heart twitched slightly. These were all invincible figures who swore to kill Xiao Han. Xiao Han had seen the Great Sun Emperor once in the Western Domain. Later on, he had seen him a second time in the Setting Sun Mountain Range when they surrounded the North Mystic Demon Emperor and fought against Demon Emperor Qinglin. He was indeed a supreme expert with the dignity of a god. His combat power surpassed that of senior brother Fang Ling and senior brother Dongfang Qin. Mr. Yun, there's no need to worry. Although the Blazing Sun Empire is powerful and prosperous, it's not to the extent of making it difficult for Her Highness Princess Mo Hen's wedding procession. When Hu Qinghe heard Xiao Han's tone change, he promptly consoled him. The long snake-like welcoming team arrived at a mountain range in the distance. Dozens of sneaky men were crouching on a hill. Holding his breath and focusing his energy, he stared fixedly at the welcoming party. His eyes were filled with greed and passion. Brothers, it's the wedding procession of the Beacon Fire Empire's princess. TSK, even from 100 miles away, I can still feel the pure waves of true qi. It was a top-grade true qi spirit stone. A top-grade true qi spirit stone without any impurities. A bearded man swallowed his saliva. Another pointy-faced man pointed with his finger. According to my experience, there are at least 10 large chariots. It's filled with high-quality true qi spirit stones. It was a woman in her 30s. She was extremely beautiful and charming, but she had a pair of triangular eyes. It was very unappetizing. TSK. The marriage of the Beacon Fire Empire's princess is naturally grand. The dowry is frighteningly plentiful. Another short man with an extremely valiant expression said. The Beacon Fire Empire has been in the southern region for countless years. Their foundation is more abundant than many large sections. Wouldn't it be a great loss of face if the dowry of the princess is not enough? Apart from the top-grade true qi spirit stones, the other dowry also makes people envious. Medicinal herbs, jewelry, pills, which one of them isn't priceless? Tisk TSK. Look at those servant girls. Each of them is so beautiful. Wow. I'm afraid those servant girls are not even 16 years old. They are so tender. I'm dying of greed. A white-clothed young man's eyes glowed with golden light as he swallowed his saliva. There's no need to say anything about the princess. She must be as beautiful as a fairy. Otherwise, let's do it. I don't want spirit stones, medicinal herbs, or pills. I only want the princess and those beautiful little servant girls. Deshimao, shut up. Don't stop when you see a woman. The news of the Beacon Fire Empire's princess marrying far away had spread like wildfire in the southern region. How many people were eyeing the princess dowry? But who would dare to do it? Let me tell you, the one escorting the princess this time is a hero from the Beacon Fire Empire's imperial family, Nangong Yi. This person cultivates the grand true energy of burning heaven and is extremely powerful. With a wave of his hand, he can burn mountains and boil seas. You can't afford to offend him, otherwise, you won't even know how you died. An old man glared at them. TSK. He is at the true Qi realm. We are also at the true Qi realm. We don't have to be afraid of him. That Nangong Yi is only at the 4th level of true Qi. Even though our cultivation is slightly weaker, if we attack together, we might not lose to him. The triangular-eyed girl mumbled. So many top-grade true Qi spirit stones and pills are enough for us to cultivate for years. What we, the rogue cultivators of the Jianghu, lack is true energy spiritual stones. Third Lady Gongsun, I think you have been blinded by lard. Below the group of immortals is the demon hero, and below the demon hero are all living beings. They are all at the true Qi realm, but the strongest demon hero can instantly kill those at the same level. The old man said in a deep voice. Do you know what a demon hero is? You've never seen one before, right? Let me tell you, every fiend hero is selected from the top figures in the realm of true Qi. They are bloodthirsty and full of battle intent. They are all geniuses. Even when facing the demon race, the demon hero can fight without batting an eyelid. Can you do that? Yes, I heard that the demon hero cultivates the strongest true Qi. They can go to ancient countries, secret realms, and search for treasures that ordinary martial artists are not qualified to enter. Moreover, the mortality rate of the demon hero trials is very high. Those who survive and become demon heroes are all top figures. I think we shouldn't have any crooked ideas. True Qi spirit stones and pills may be good, but we need to be alive to enjoy them. The short man with a fierce expression sighed helplessly. No. We are the top bandits in the entire southern mountain range. Even the armies of some middle-sized countries turn pale at the mention of us and flee at the sight of us. Now that we see a fat sheep passing by us, we can't just stand by and do nothing. The bearded man said fiercely. The man in white, Deshimao, also pounded his chest and stamped his feet. No. I must have sex with Her Royal Highness. We can be husband and wife. Then my life will not be in vain. Even if I can't get Her Royal Highness. It will be great to get a few pretty maids to play with. I have never played with a beauty in the palace in my life. How dare you? Deshimao, you are so lustful. You should restrain yourself. Didn't you kidnap a princess of the Prairie Fire Nation and ravaged her for 7 days and 7 nights before you let it go? The old man scolded. The Prairie Fire Nation is just a small country in the southern mountain range. It can't be compared to a giant like the Beacon Fire Empire. The princess of the Prairie Fire Nation is in the Beacon Fire Empire. At most, she is the daughter of a rich family. She is not even fit to carry the shoes of the princess of the Beacon Fire Empire. Deshimao said anxiously. All right. The first master will make the decision. The old man waved his hand. The first master participated in the demon hero trials. Although he did not become a demon hero in the end, he survived. To be able to survive the cruel demon hero trials. That is something to be proud of. Yes. The first master was also a talented genius back then. He may not be afraid of Nangong Yi. As long as we eat this fat sheep, we won't have to do business for a few years. Princess Mo Hen's escort team. At the front. Nangong Ye's lips curled into a mocking and disdainful sneer. He rode on his strange beast. A few true Qi realm generals came over on their horses. General Nangong, I can feel it. There seems to be someone spying on us in this barren mountain range. A third-level true Qi realm general said in a low voice. In this world, there are always some very stupid people. Nangong Yi raised his eyebrows. This is the border between the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire. I have long heard that there are some bandit groups lying in wait here. However, their existence can act as a buffer between the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire. That is why the two empires have not sent troops to eliminate them. As he spoke, Nangong Ye's eyes narrowed. When he opened his eyes, they shone with a bloodthirsty and violent fighting spirit. It is too monotonous and boring to travel like this. I need something to relieve my boredom. Bandits. Although killing bandits is not as satisfying as killing demons, but I like the pleasant sound when I burn my enemies. After saying this, Nangong Yi showed an indescribable excitement and eagerness. His expression was extremely ferocious. If those bandits don't dare to attack, then so be it. But if they do, I will torture and kill them all. A few of the generals showed slight fear in their eyes. They thought to themselves, General Nangong is indeed a demon hero. He is completely fearless in the face of danger. He even wants the enemy to attack. He is too murderous. One of the generals was a little cautious and smiled awkwardly. General Nangong. I wonder if there is a demon hero among the bandits. If there is, then it will be a little troublesome. Ha 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 ha. Nangong Yi laughed. How can a demon hero become a bandit? The so-called mountain bandits were all unorthodox loose cultivators of the Jianghu and dregs who had betrayed their sections. The most outstanding among them might be able to step into the realm of Jinshi, but the Jinshi cultivation methods they cultivated were all trash. I can torture and kill hundreds of bandits of the same level with just one hand. After a burst of laughter, Nangong Yi looked towards Princess Mo Hen's carriage and said in a barely audible voice. Your Highness, live a few more days. Once we leave the Blazing Sun Empire, I will let you die in endless happiness. I will let you have a taste of being a woman before you die. Ha 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 ha. In this vast wilderness area, in the middle of the mountains, an extremely well-hidden stronghold was built on top of a canyon. The terrain was dangerous, easy to defend and hard to attack. Thousands of physical body realm martial artists guarded every corner of the stronghold. In the stronghold, there were also hundreds of strong dragon horses. In the center of the stronghold, there was a wooden pavilion. Inside the pavilion, there was a dazzling array of jewels and jadeite stones. On the wooden shelves, there were all kinds of pills in small bottles. A few large chests emitted true Qi waves. It was obvious that they were filled with true Qi spirit stones. A bald man was sitting on a large chair made of animal skin, like a crouching tiger or a coiled dragon. This bald man was missing an eye. His remaining eye emitted a cold light like that of a primordial python, sinister and cunning. The true Qi in his body surged like a great river. From the true acupoints in his body, a sparkling river rushed out. A giant true Qi python floated up and down in the river. The snake's eyes were like copper bells, quietly observing the surroundings. A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar said with a smile, First Master, the Beacon Fire Empire's princess has appeared in this wasteland. In about 3 days, they will enter the Blazing Sun Empire's territory. There were sword Qi waves on his body. The air around his body twisted and rippled. Yes, the Beacon Fire Empire, that is a colossus. The bald man's voice was extremely hoarse, like the noise of a crow. Yes, the one escorting the princess this time is a demon hero, Nangong Yi. First Master, you have participated in the demon hero selection competition before. You should know the battle strength of a demon hero. This time, I'm afraid we can only watch as the fat sheep slip away. The scholar shook his head with slight regret. Although there are more than 10 brothers in the true Chi realm in the stronghold, to put it bluntly, they are just a motley crew. If they encounter a demon hero, they will be instantly killed. Demon Hero Selection Competition. The bald man's only eye suddenly revealed an expression of fear and lingering fear. The corner of his eye twitched crazily. Yes. I have participated in the Demon Hero Selection Competition. It was really difficult. I almost lost my life and was consigned to eternal damnation. This eye of mine was destroyed in that terrifying selection competition. However, the princess's dowry. I am very interested in it. What I am more interested in is that demon hero. The bald man stuck out his extremely long tongue and swept his lower lip. His only eye emitted a gloomy light, revealing endless greed and selflessness. First Master, you covet the demon hero, what kind of logic is this? The scholar was uncertain. Pfft, the bald man burst into laughter. He patted the position of one of the true acupuncture points on his body. You are really too stupid. Do you think that the most precious wealth in the princess's wedding procession is the dowry? Ha 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 ha. Let me tell you, every demon hero is a huge treasure trove. As long as the demon hero is killed, countless secret treasures will burst out from their true acupuncture points. There is even a possibility of obtaining a peerless secret technique. Ha 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 ha. Of course, this matter cannot be done by force. I will think of a small way. P.S. Today, I originally planned to update about 3 chapters with 3,000 words per page. However, I encountered some matters in the afternoon and didn't have time to write. Therefore, I can only continue to update 2 chapters. The second chapter has 5,000 words. From tomorrow onwards, I will strive to maintain 3,000 words per page and strive to update 3 times. Work hard. Give me a few monthly tickets. Chapter 107. When the scholars suddenly heard that the bald first master actually wanted to take advantage of a demon hero, his face instantly turned yellow. He stammered, "Big. First master, a demon hero. Demon hero, really has such a considerable amount of wealth? Well, you're not a hero, so there are many things you don't understand." The one-eyed man's face glowed. When I was young, I made a great wish to become a swordsman. Do you really think I want to eradicate the demon clan? Bullshit. Let me tell you, this world is very, very big. Other than the north, south, east, west, and middle regions, there are also endless mysterious and vast territories. There are all kinds of mystic realms, ancient countries, historical remains, and countless natural treasures, opportunities, and karmic luck. There was even a legend that an immortal's abode was left behind in this mountain and river. However, ordinary martial artists were not qualified to enter these areas. Unless it was the evil hero. The life of the evil hero is full of legends. Endless battles with the demon clan, adventures, treasure hunting, and success. I can responsibly say that every evil hero's true cave must have stored an unimaginable amount of wealth. So that's how it is. But, great leader, if you recklessly make a move against a demon hero, if you don't have full confidence, I'm afraid you'll invite a calamity of death. The scholar's face was already filled with horror and fear. He had seen the devil hero fight with his own eyes. That kind of efficient and deadly fighting style, and the rock-steady mind, were fresh in his memory. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. No matter what, we have to take a gamble this time. The one-eyed man said evilly. Lead the princess wedding procession to that ghost town. What? That dead city. That dead city at the border of the blazing sun empire. The scholar's face revealed an incomparably terrified expression. Leader, that ghost town, has demon chi, and it seems like there's an almighty demon being sealed there. For so many years, even the demon heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire didn't dare to rashly step into that place. Baldy's deceitful. I was brewing a shocking plan. That city. 10 years ago, it was an extremely prosperous border trading city. It had a dense population and all kinds of businesses were thriving. However, the demon race had stirred up trouble, and in one night, it had become a ghost town. Later on, a powerful hero entered the ghost town alone and sealed the demon race. That's right. In the Blazing Sun Empire, there was once a time when it caused a great uproar, but in recent years, it has long since died down, and no one is interested in it. The scholar continued. First Master, this subordinate doesn't understand. Since the demon race has already been sealed, why hasn't the Blazing Sun Empire rebuilt that trade city? Heh. That's because the vitality of the sealed demon race hasn't been completely extinguished. The muscles at the corner of the bald one-eyed man's eyes twitched crazily as if he was recalling an extremely frightening matter. I once went to that dead city to investigate. It was already in ruins. A high-level demon was nailed to the square in the city by a powerful demon hero with a bone arrow, which almost completely destroyed its vitality. But nothing was absolute in this world. Perhaps because that demon was too powerful, there was still a breath of demonic chi left, and it seemed to be brewing and struggling all this time. He wanted to break the seal on the bone arrow. Last month, I went to the ghost town again and discovered that the bone arrow was sealed. It's already starting to loosen. That demon might break free at any time. Then, this subordinate is even more confused. The scholar was doubtful. That powerful hero at that time. Why didn't he completely kill that demon race? Moreover, since the first master also noticed that there was still a breath of demonic chi left in that demon and it was constantly struggling for its life, then other observant people must have also noticed this point. Why didn't the Blazing Sun Empire send a demon hero to directly cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? To eliminate that demon race? The bald one-eyed man pondered for a few breaths before he knocked on the armrest of the chair and said, I also don't know about these matters. But according to my analysis, that powerful hero must have spent a lot of effort to seal it with a single arrow. Perhaps, he didn't have the strength to kill that demon race at that time. As for the Blazing Sun Empire and the other demon heroes, why didn't they enter the ghost town afterwards and completely eliminate the weeds and the roots? Perhaps they didn't dare to. They had a very deep fear. Didn't dare? The scholar wasn't an idiot. He rolled his eyes and understood. First Master, what you mean is that the demon race was sealed by the demon hero with a single arrow. Whether it was dead or alive, it had already become the prey of that powerful hero. If the other demon heroes rashly interfered, it would be tantamount to provoking that demon hero. Perhaps that's what you mean. The bald one-eyed man nodded slightly. The scholar drew in a breath of cold air. This is simply too domineering. Great Master, the Blazing Sun Empire has the Great Sun Son of Heaven and the Dragon Bone Saint Blade, but they were actually intimidated by a single bone arrow and didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Then, how strong is the hero who shot the arrow of sealing? Yes, I don't know either. In short, he should be slightly stronger than the Great Sun Emperor and the Dragon Bone Saint Blade. Otherwise, the Great Sun Emperor and the others would have already entered the ghost town and removed the sealed bone arrow. The one-eyed bald man waved his hand. However, these are not important to our plan. The most important thing is that the sealed demon race will most likely break free from the seal soon. Then, as long as we lure Nangongyi into the ghost town. He. Perhaps there will be a good show to watch. First Master, you mean to use the demon race that is trying to break free from the seal to fight against Nangongyi first. After that, we will take advantage of the situation and reap the benefits? The scholar's eyes slightly brightened. First Master, this is also a good idea. Nangongyi is a demon hero who loves to kill demons. Seeing that the great demon's seal is about to be broken, he might not be able to control himself and make a move. Although I don't know the level of that great demon, if we bring its corpse to the Demon Hero Pagoda, we might be able to exchange it for a supreme treasure. Nangongyi is the demon hero of the Beacon Fire Empire. He doesn't know much about the ghost town. Let's see if he dares to make a move. The best case scenario would be when Nangongyi enters the ghost town and the great demon breaks the seal on its own. That would be wonderful. Ha 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 ha. The one-eyed bald man burst into laughter. His laughter was bone-chilling. But, First Master, that demon race has been sealed for 10 years and its life force has withered. Even if it could break free from the seal, it would be on the verge of death. I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough to pose a threat to Nangongyi, right? The scholar rolled his eyes and said. That demon still has the strength to fight. Its demonic chi is extremely terrifying. The one-eyed bald man's facial muscles twitched. Every time I go to the ghost town, I would be attacked by the demonic chi and be scared to death. Although that demon only has one breath of demonic chi left, it is still able to fight against a low-stage true chi realm human. It's hard for me to imagine. At its peak, it must be an extremely terrifying existence. Perhaps, it could turn mountains and rivers into powder with just a single thought. There are a total of 3 paths to enter the Blazing Sun Empire. Listen to my command and let the brothers start working. Burn the Yellow Springs poison smoke on the other 2 paths and leave the path of the ghost town to Nangongyi. We will follow the tail. Wait for an opportunity to act. The one-eyed bald man made his decision. Don't worry. Once this is done, there will be no lack of benefits for our brothers. The rich dowry, the endless top-grade true chi spirit stones, and the great treasure that Nangongyi brought with him. Do it. The scholar clenched his teeth. Yes. First Master. Do it. This subordinate will immediately order the brothers to prepare sufficient Yellow Springs poison smoke. Princess Mo Hen's escort team. Xiao Han was wearing a black cloak and riding a flood dragon horse. He was slowly moving to the left of the princess's carriage. These days, I have been trying to break through the 11th true meridian. I can probably feel the throbbing of the 11th true meridian, but I still need some time to accumulate and have an opportunity to break through. He couldn't be too hasty in this matter. Moreover, I have sealed my blade intent and won't be exposed in the slightest. As a result, I don't have enough strength to break through the true meridian. If I can use my blade intent as I please. If I use the power of the void to forcefully break open the true meridian, I'm afraid it will take twice the effort for half the result. Xiao Han silently thought. Moreover, after continuously visualizing the first 50 movements of the indestructible golden body, Xiao Han's body was full of vitality, and the strength of his flesh shell was increasing day by day. The bones in his body glowed with a golden light, and the bone texts emitted a strange light. With the strength of my flesh shell and the addition of bone texts, I'm afraid I can use my body to block ordinary true chi attacks. Xiao Han nodded to himself. Mr. Yun. Hu Qinghe rode to Xiao Han's side and took out a map. We are about to enter the territory of the proud Sun Empire. Xiao Han nodded slightly. He also looked at the map. Mr. Yun, please take a look. There are 3 paths to enter the proud Sun Empire. 2 of them are mountain paths, and the other path leads to a city. After passing through this city, you will reach the border of the proud Sun Empire. After entering the proud Sun Empire, if you do not stop and travel at full speed, you will reach the border of the proud Sun Empire and the Flame Scar Empire in 10 days at most. After passing through the Flame Scar Empire, you will travel for a few days and pass through the territory of a few small countries. Then, you will completely leave the southern region and enter the eastern region. Hu Qinghe explained. Senior Hu, have you been to the eastern region? Xiao Han smiled and asked. Never been. This old man has never left the southern region in his life. Hu Qinghe slightly narrowed his eyes. For a martial artist of this old man's level, the southern region is very big. I will never be able to travel the entire southern region in my entire life. As for the eastern region, that is an extremely prosperous and civilized place. Their civilization is flourishing, and they view our southern region as barbarians. Sigh, if Princess Mo Hen marries to the eastern region, I'm afraid she will suffer a lot of grievances. As he spoke, Hu Qinghe gave Xiao Han a meaningful glance. His eyes revealed traces of instigating and hinting. He said in a low voice, Mr. Yun, us family servants do not wish for Princess Mo Hen to marry to the eastern region. I wonder what Mr. Yun thinks about this? Heh, this old man has other intentions. I'm afraid he wants to escape with the princess. Xiao Han laughed in his heart. Then, he said without batting an eyelid. Senior Hu, let's leave the southern region first. At the front of the escort team, Nangong rode on a strange beast majestically. Heh. General Nangong, it seems that those bandits do not dare to make a move. They must be afraid of General Nangong's prestige. A deputy general said with a relaxed expression. Another deputy general also smiled and said, how could mere bandits dare to stop General Nangong? General is a demon hero, the strongest among martial artists. He can instantly kill ordinary martial artists of the same level with just a thought. Those bandits are not idiots. Why would they be willing to dig their own graves? Ha 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 ha. Several deputy generals laughed loudly as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. They were only at the true Qi realm. They were not as aggressive and battle-hungry as the demon heroes. It would be best if there were no complications along the way. General Nangong, we are about to enter the border of the Blazing Sun Empire. There are 3 paths. A deputy general took out a map. There are 2 mountain paths and a city. However, I have heard that this city was once haunted by the demon race. It is a ghost city and has been desolate for 10 years. Even now, there is still a demon aura. I have heard of the ghost town before. It is said that there was a great demon that was stirring up trouble and wreaking havoc in the human world. However, it was sealed by an evil hero. Nangong Ye's eyes were glowing with a blazing and restless light. At this moment, report. A scout galloped over on a horse. General Nangong, there is a mountain path ahead that is burning with yellow poisonous smoke. It is a poison that can corrode true Qi. It is called Yellow Springs Poisonous Smoke. It is thick and does not disperse. It has almost filled the entire mountain path. We cannot pass through. Report. Another scout galloped over to report. General Nangong, the mountain path to the west is filled with raging poisonous smoke. It is over 100 feet high and is extremely difficult to pass through. We must first clear the poisonous smoke before we can pass through. Report. General, there is a ghost city ahead. There is demon aura everywhere and no signs of life. General, this. Several deputy generals were stunned. Ha 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 ha. Those bandits couldn't hold it in anymore. They want to lure me into the ghost city? Ha 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 ha. The corner of Nangong Ye's mouth revealed a disdainful smile. So stupid, ha 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 ha. As a demon hero, why would we be afraid of a ghost city that has been haunted by the demon race? General, why don't we use our true Qi to completely clear the poisonous smoke on the 2 mountain paths? A deputy general carefully suggested. Why waste time and true Qi? We will enter the ghost city directly. We will pass through the ghost city and enter the border of the Blazing Sun Empire. Nangong Yi waved his hand and declared heroically. General, this, enter the ghost city. Nangong Yi said sternly. If there are any demons hiding in the city, I will kill them all. Chapter 108. Princess Mo Hen's escort team, under the leadership of demon hero Nangong Yi, began to make a detour and advance towards a dead city at the border of the Proud Sun Empire. This was a city that was almost abandoned by the Proud Sun Empire. It was filled with demonic energy and evil. However, through this city, one could enter the boundless and beautiful territory of the proud Sun Empire. It was the only way for Princess Mo Hen to marry in the East Domain. At this moment, Nangong Ye's true chi surged and divine light wrapped around his body. His expression was a mixture of excitement and gloominess. A few of the Jinshi realm deputy generals perked up, released their Jinshi and followed behind. In the middle of the team. Nangong Yi changed his route. Hu Qinghe looked at the map and said in confusion. He abandoned the 2 mountain paths and directly entered the border city? No matter. We will reach the proud Sun Empire soon. If there is any sudden situation, Nangong Yi will naturally take care of it. Xiao Han shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Elder Hu, Mr. Yun, I have heard that this border city of the proud Sun Empire is a bit strange. A true Qi realm guard suddenly said. Xiao Han and Hu Qinghe looked at the guard at the same time. It is said that this was once a rich and fertile city, an important trading place. However, 10 years ago, the demon race caused trouble and it became a dead city in one night. It will no longer be rebuilt. The guard said cautiously. There is such a strange thing? Hu Qinghe's expression slightly changed. Everyone, no need to panic. Nangong Yi is a demon hero. Whether it is a dead city or a demon land, what does it have to do with us? Xiao Han smiled. For some reason, Xiao Han was becoming more and more fearless towards the demon race. Subconsciously, there was a desire to kill the demon race. That's right, if he didn't kill the demon race, the demon emperor tattoo on his left arm wouldn't be nourished. The life demon art of the North profound demon emperor crystal. If the movement was illusory, he wouldn't be able to display his peak strength. I hope there won't be any accidents. Hu Qinghe said worriedly. We just need to protect the princess. Xiao Han was even more certain. Noon. The team finally arrived at the dead city. It was indeed a flourishing city. The city walls that rose and fell like a mountain ridge, the wide moat, and the terrain that was like a crouching tiger and coiling dragon all told the world of its former glory and resplendence. But at this time, the water in the moat had already dried up, and a thick layer of moss had grown on the mottled city walls. What was even more frightening was that the entire city was deathly silent, as if it was a ghost town from the Nine Nether. Wisps of demonic chi shot up into the sky from the city. A large part of the clear sky was tainted with filth and filth. Dark clouds rose in all directions, and a demonic wind blew in the city, whistling like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. A terrifying aura spread out. In the team, there were some maids and craftsmen who did not know martial arts. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. They did not dare to enter the city. Even the foreheads of the physical body realm martial artists were dripping with cold sweat. This city is filled with twisted demonic chi. Xiao Han closed his eyes. This is indeed demonic chi. Hu Qinghe licked his dry lips. Nangong Yi, what does he mean? He actually chose this path. Senior Hu, left bodyguard, protect the princess well. Don't move even half a step away. The demon egg in Xiao Han's heart began to spin. After breaking the 4th seal, Xiao Han's ability to sense demonic chi and demonic clan creatures had been greatly enhanced. It had increased by a large margin. He could vaguely sense that there might be living demons in the city. It was not as simple as a dead city. With that, Xiao Han urged his horse forward a few steps. At the front of the line. Such a strong demonic aura. The true chi in Nangong Ye's body made a slight sizzling sound as he read the demonic aura. The deputy generals exchanged glances with each other. They all looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. General, are we really going to enter this ghost city? One of the deputy generals stammered. A bunch of idiots. Nangong Yi said disdainfully. According to my experience, I have killed many demon clan members. Although the demonic aura in this city was thick, it was impossible for a demon general level demon to be hiding there. Let's enter the city. Nangongyi waved his hand, and the group surged into the ghost town. Cross the drawbridge. Enter the city. In the city, the sky suddenly turned dark. To be more precise, the demonic aura that had accumulated in the sky above the city all year round had formed a dark cloud that blocked the sunlight. The city was extremely cold, causing people to shiver in their bones. Boom! 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 The true Qi realm experts in the group all ignited their true Qi, causing light to radiate in all directions, illuminating the dark environment and driving away the irritating cold. In the middle of the group, Xiao Han looked left and right. There was no living person in this city, not even a single animal or mouse. Many buildings had collapsed and turned into ruins. Under the decaying bricks and debris, human skeletons could occasionally be seen. Woo woo woo, waves of demonic wind swept across, sounding like the sobbing and whimpering of ghosts. Those delicate and pretty maids and craftsmen had pale faces. Most of them had closed their eyes and lowered their heads as they walked. Their shoulders were trembling non-stop. Damn it, bad luck. Hu Qinghe and the few true Qi realm guards frowned and cursed. They released their true Qi and enveloped Princess Mo Hen's carriage. This was a foolproof plan. In front, a little further ahead, there are signs of the demonic aura, very weak. Normal true Qi realm martial artists would not be able to detect it, but it can't hide from the demonic egg in my heart. Xiao Han was very sure. He was already tensed up. The inextinguishable golden body in his body shone brilliantly, glistening brilliantly. Moreover, the demon emperor tattoo on his left arm was also trembling slightly. At the front of the group. Nangongyi frowned deeply and muttered. So strange. There doesn't seem to be any living demonic aura in this city, but why is it filled with demonic aura all year round? They continued forward. Finally, the group arrived at the edge of a huge plaza in the center of the city. They stopped. Suddenly, Nangongye's pupils shrank and his scalp went numb as he stared at a stone pillar in the middle of the plaza. The few true Qi realm generals behind him also widened their eyes and looked over without blinking. They saw that on the huge pillar that required several people to encircle, a human. It was a guy in ragged clothes of medium height. He was nailed to the stone pillar by a bone arrow that looked like white jade. Its head was drooping. Its thick black hair completely covered its face. Its hands were very long and withered. Each of its 10 fingernails was more than a foot long. They were sharp and flashed with a threatening cold light. Clouds of demonic aura rushed out from its body. It poured into the vault of heaven and covered the sun. It was so dense that it didn't disperse. General, that thing that was nailed to the stone pillar, doesn't seem to be, not a human, but a demon's corpse, in the entire city. The evil demonic aura is being emitted from this corpse. This ghost city was born 10 years ago, which means, the demon corpse has been emitting demonic aura for 10 years. Even today, the demonic aura is still so dense. It's so intense that even the wind can't disperse it. Then this demon must have been extremely terrifying when it was alive, too terrifying. One of the generals stuttered. The true Qi in his body was a little unstable. General, that bone arrow. Another general said with a trembling voice. The bone arrow that was shot into the demon's body was white and flawless. It was emitting a bitter and ancient aura. Its entire body was extremely dazzling. There were countless light spots swimming around it. The clouds were steaming and the colors were overflowing. It was brilliant. It seemed to be an arrow made from the bone of some ancient beast. The bone arrow was engraved with some mysterious and profound talisman characters. The word treasure was emitting a divine light and carried an extremely powerful sealing power. Roars and roars of ancient beasts could be heard. Accompanied by chanting, the talisman characters engraved on the bone arrow were emitted. Solemn. Immortal. Indestructible. Great. Supreme Being. These words. None of them could perfectly explain the power of the bone arrow. This bone arrow actually killed and sealed this demon with monstrous demonic aura. How powerful is it? One of the generals said in shock. This bone arrow contains a power that can make the mountains and rivers tremble. It was shot by the most powerful devil hero. I don't know who the owner of the bone arrow is. However, he must be the most powerful expert on the devil hero ranking. Who is he? Nangong Ye's eyes revealed an expression of searching his guts and guts. Suddenly, his voice trembled. Could it be him? In the middle of the group. Such a powerful force. That bone arrow contained the mighty power to suppress the heavens. No wonder the demon heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire didn't dare to pull the arrow out after so many years. Hu Qinghe guarded the princess's carriage with all his might. The demon egg is spinning faster and faster. This represents the fluctuation of a demon's life. The supreme demon on the stone pillar is not a demon corpse, but it's alive. That demon seems to come back to life at any time. Xiao Han calmly urged his horse forward and approached the edge of the plaza. Outside the ghost town, hundreds of flood dragon horses stopped outside the city. There were also hundreds of strong mortal body realm martial artists riding ordinary horses behind the flood dragon horses. The one in the lead was the bald, one-eyed man. Streams of true energy rushed out of his head, and a snake head poked out. It flicked its forked tongue in and out, wantonly emitting a bone-chilling light. Behind the one-eyed man, there was a scholar, a short man, a white-clothed man, Deshimao, and a triangular-eyed woman. All of them were like wolves and tigers, waiting for something. Nangong Yi and the others have entered the city. The one-eyed man's voice was hoarse. I wonder if that supreme demon can break the seal. Leader, if that demon awakens and fights with Nangong Yi, then we will attack from behind and snatch the dowry and the princess. I can't wait anymore. The white-clothed man, Deshimao, rubbed his hands and said. At the ghost town plaza. Something's wrong. This demon doesn't seem to be completely dead. Nangong Yi finally found a clue. My true chi detected an extremely weak life fluctuation of the demon. What? It's still alive? Many of the deputy generals were terrified. At this moment. Wang. 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 The bone arrow trembled. It moved. Unbelievable. It actually moved. A deputy general pointed at the right shoulder of the demon corpse. General, it moved. Wu, a demon wind blew. Its hair began to flutter in the wind. Ugh, a long and hoarse voice came from the demon corpse. No one could describe the evil and cruelty of this voice. Then, the demon corpse moved. It raised its withered right hand. It raised it for a while, then softened. It raised it again, then drooped again. Finally, it raised its right hand and grabbed the bone arrow. It actually wanted to pull the bone arrow out. In an instant, the runes engraved on the bone arrow began to burn. Golden light shone brightly, and rays of light and auspicious chi soared into the sky. Clouds were steamed, and a loud divine voice was heard. Ah! The demon corpse let out a painful scream, as if it had suffered a great injury. Endless demonic clouds covered the sky. The demonic chi in the city was swallowed like a whale, and all rivers flowed into the demon corpse. Roar! A deep demon roar was heard. It was trying to pull the arrow out. Demon race, stop struggling on your deathbed. You must be the most powerful existence in the demon race. You might be a top-notch demon general, or even a demon sovereign. The bone arrow did not kill you completely, so you've been trying to break free from it for the past 10 years. Unfortunately, you've stumbled into me, Nangong Yi. Die. Die completely. Perish. Nangong Yi suddenly made his move. He reached out his right hand, and a true energy palm the size of a few acres hit the demon corpse. The true inferno chi was boiling, the light was like the sea, the true fire was like the tide, and the talisman was released. At this moment, buzz! A talisman enshrouded in demonic aura appeared in the air and imprinted itself onto Nangong Ye's palm made of qi, causing the palm, which was moving at a speed faster than the speed of sound, to freeze in mid-air, unable to advance any further. The next moment, PFFF. It finally pulled out the bone arrow that had been sealed for 10 years. Roar! A demon roar that was several times more violent than before burst out. The ground in all directions cracked, the houses collapsed, and the void was shaking. I finally broke free, this damned seal. It raised its head. It had a pair of eyes that emitted a monstrous demonic qi. It was a pair of dark green demonic eyes. Demonic runes were flickering in the eyes. I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you. It roared. Chapter 109. The demon that had been sealed by the bone arrow for 10 years had finally broken free. It pulled out the bone arrow. It called itself an emperor, but it turned out to be a demon emperor. Demon emperors were the true powerhouses of the demon race. Every demon emperor needed countless demon heroes to surround them in order to have a chance of killing them. This demon emperor floated in the air, its black hair billowing in the demonic wind. Its dark green eyes were flashing with extremely evil demon runes. It had the sharp face of a middle-aged man and was so skinny that it looked like a bag of bones. Its high cheekbones gave off a very cold feeling. Its ferocious demonic energy engulfed the entire city. The sky darkened. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The sun and moon dimmed. Buzz, the demon emperor's body let out a demonic sound, and a crystal appeared in between its brows. It was a crystal that was as dazzling as an amber gem. It was extremely beautiful, flawless, and contained countless ancient demon runes and characters. It was describing the origin and civilization of the demon race. It was a demon emperor crystal. But it was full of spiderweb-like cracks, and some parts had even turned into powder. It was a demon emperor crystal that had been shattered. Demon emperor crystal. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. Instead of retreating, he quietly approached the plaza. After a very short moment of shock, Nangongyi displayed the calmness and accomplishment of a devilish hero. The huge palm of genuine qi turned into flames and merged into his true acupoint. His whole body also floated up, and with a wave of his right hand, he signaled the deputy generals to lead the team back. So it's a demon sovereign who was sealed for 10 years by the most powerful demon hero with a bone arrow. Even the demon sovereign crystal was shattered by the arrow. Nangongye's expression became more and more calm, but the greed and fiery light in his eyes became more and more intense. He spoke with confidence. That day, the North Mystic Demon Emperor was severely injured and was trapped in the Sunset Mountains by the demon heroes of the Beacon Fire Empire. The North Mystic Demon Emperor's body was severely injured, but its Demon Emperor crystal was not shattered. But you, ha 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 ha. How pitiful. Nangongyi laughed in high spirits. The Demon Emperor crystal is the most important part of a Demon Emperor's body. Even your Demon Emperor crystal was shattered and could not be repaired. What other power do you have? Ha 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 ha. I, Nangongyi, may be a demon hero, but I'm just a stepping stone. If I don't have heaven-defying luck in my life, I won't be able to survive. It's impossible for me to get the lowest ranking on the Hex ranking list. But I didn't expect that luck would come. Nangongyi closed his eyes. Kill the Demon Emperor. To think that I, Nangongyi, would one day kill a Demon Emperor. However, the only regretful thing is that your Demon Emperor crystal has already been shattered into powder, leaving less than a tenth of its original value. Forget it. Even so, I, Nangongyi, will never be able to fully enjoy it. Die. Die in my hands. Boom. Nangongye's 35 five-pointed star true meridians emerged. Tens of thousands of streaks of light, the blazing sun was like fire, condensing into a several mu large furnace in midair, able to burn all things. It could refine everything. Xiao Han stared at the Demon Emperor crystal that had appeared between the Demon Emperor's eyebrows, and a hint of disappointment welled up in his heart. After the North Mystic Demon Emperor died, the Demon Emperor crystal that was left behind was intact. And this guy? A piece of Demon Emperor crystal had hundreds and thousands of cracks. A part of it had even been shattered into powder, and I don't know if it's still valuable. However, I will try everything I can to get this Demon Emperor crystal. When it fights with Nangong Yi, it'll be best if both of them are injured, and then. He. Human, you talk too much. I am going to eat you. A true Qi realm martial artist can heal my injured body. The Demon Emperor let out a hoarse and cryptic voice. Its demonic aura was rising and its evil aura was radiating in all directions. Heaven-burning great true Qi. Sky-scorching cauldron. Die. Nangong Yi suddenly took out his true Qi cauldron and suppressed the Demon Emperor. The cauldron was like a millstone, crushing the air and shrouding the Demon Emperor's head. It emitted a suction force, trying to pull the Demon Emperor into the cauldron and forcefully burn him into ashes. Puff. 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 The Demon Emperor's hair and body exploded with sparks. Its body swayed unsteadily like a candle in the wind, and it could be sucked into the cauldron at any time and slowly refined. It was truly a dragon swimming in shallow waters. A dignified Demon Emperor was about to be refined to death by an unknown swordsman. At that moment, buzz. A demonic talisman appeared from the Demon Emperor crystal in between the Demon Emperor's brows. It was as big as an acre and directly imprinted on the cauldron. In an instant, the cauldron was sealed and froze in midair like a piece of scrap metal. Nangong Yi was shocked. All of a sudden. Bang! The Demon Emperor moved its body slightly and appeared in front of Nangong Yi, throwing out a punch. This punch was like a falling star, collapsing the mountains and cracking the ground, crushing the rules. Puff! Nangong Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was thrown back dozens of feet like a sandbag, smashing into a stone house. No one would have thought that a dying Demon Emperor, whose Demon Emperor crystal was shattered, would be able to unleash such a terrifying combat strength at the brink of death. A centipede dies but does not fall down. However, after sending Nangong Yi flying, the demonic aura around its body thinned, and the Demon Emperor crystal in between its brows dimmed. It seemed like there was not much demonic energy left. Roar! The Demon Emperor let out a weak and painful growl. Suddenly, its dark green demonic eyes emitted a hint of surprise and excitement, and its aura locked onto Xiao Han as it growled in a low voice. You, human, what do you have on you? This emperor is very interested in the things you have on you that can help this emperor recover his vitality. Reconstruct my peak demonic body. Come over here for this emperor. The Demon Emperor moved its body and moved towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han did not panic. He was already prepared to fight. However, Xiao Han's eyes slightly moved. He clamped his legs on the Flood Dragon horse. The Flood Dragon horse let out a long neigh and galloped out of the city. You can't escape. You are still too weak. The Demon Emperor did not care about Nangong Yi's life or death, nor did it devour the others in the team. Its demonic body tore through the air, creating a wave of air, and chased after Xiao Han. The other true Qi realm martial artists in the team saw that Nangong Yi was injured, and they were all scared out of their wits. They stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han had already galloped out of the city on his serpent horse. He galloped all the way to the far east of the city. The Demon Emperor chased after him like a maggot. He escaped to a wasteland outside the city. Roar! The Demon Emperor roared, and the serpent horse under Xiao Han's legs went limp. It foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. At the same time, Xiao Han's body floated in the air. Xiao, the Demon Emperor's right claw clawed at Xiao Han. Puchi! It crushed Xiao Han's body. The demon emperor was startled. However, what was crushed was only Xiao Han's afterimage and mirror image. Illusory movement. Human. Why do you have demonic qi? You are emitting demonic qi. This is the North Mystic Demon Emperor's illusory movement. This. The demon emperor was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Xiao Han was already standing 10 zhang away. On you. You really have the demon emperor's secrets and treasures. After eating you, I will definitely be able to repair the broken demon emperor crystal. The demon emperor walked towards Xiao Han step by step. It was already very weak, and the demon emperor crystal between its brows was broken and dim. Xiao Han did not say a word, but his body was surrounded by icy light. In an instant, a 5 zhang long hornless dragon rushed out from Xiao Han's body, breathing in and out the icy cold qi. The air was filled with ice crystals. Level 1 true qi. With my injured body, I can barely handle it. The demon emperor's dark green eyes were filled with endless cruelty and cruelty. However, at this moment, boom! True qi burst out from Xiao Han's body again. It was a true qi that was completely different from the black ice dragon true qi. It was antique and as stable as a mountain. It was the spirit tortoise true qi. In an instant, the spirit tortoise true qi started to burn. The raging true fire wrapped around Xiao Han. The clouds were steaming. The power in Xiao Han's body kept on increasing. There was no end to it. Bang! Xiao Han took a step forward, and the ground cracked and collapsed. Sinking. What? The demon emperor was shocked. Burn the spirit tortoise true qi in 10 true meridians. The demon emperor was enraged. Increase my power by 10 times. Xiao Han was like an angry Vajra. The air in all directions crawled and trembled. Die. In less than a breath's time, Xiao Han appeared in front of the demon emperor in a flash. He threw a punch. Bang! Suddenly, the demon emperor's body was covered with cracks. Puff. 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 The demon's body shattered like porcelain, splitting into pieces. The broken demon emperor crystal in between his eyebrows burst out of his body. Xiao. Before the demon emperor crystal fell to the ground, the demon emperor palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm flashed with a bewitching and glass-like demonic light. The shattered demon emperor crystal was sucked in. And it was instantly embedded into a notch on the demon emperor palm. At the same time, the broken demon emperor's body turned into rays of light and merged into the demon emperor palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. Buzz. 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 One after another, the demon veins were awakened. Demonic light flashed on Xiao Han's left arm. However, after burning through the spirit turtle's true qi in all 10 of his true acupoints, Xiao Han immediately collapsed. He dropped to his knees and constantly gasped for air, gasping heavily for air. Damn it. If I didn't have a lot of supreme grade true qi spirit stones in my storage ring, I wouldn't dare to burn all my true qi like this. However, it's all worth it. Killing a severely injured demon sovereign in an instant has greatly tempered my spirit. With the experience of killing a demon sovereign this time, it's only a matter of time before I break through the 11th acupoint. Xiao Han took out the supreme grade true qi spirit stones from his storage ring and put them into the dried true acupoints. At the same time, he transferred the 10 dried true acupoints. Xiao xiao xiao, the hornless dragon turned into rays of light and rays of light. Thousands of strands merged into Xiao Han's true acupoints. Xiao Han instantly became energetic. His body was surrounded by icy light and cold air. Cultivating 2 types of true qi at the same time allows me to burn one of them without any worries. Xiao Han smiled. At this moment, he realized that the demon emperor crystal, which had almost been shattered into powder, was constantly being repaired in the groove of the demon emperor palm. The powdery particles had already solidified and were as good as new. At the same time, the bandits who had been waiting outside the city all along. There seems to be a battle. Brothers, let's enter the city and have a look. The bald one-eyed man waved his hand and a group of bandits rode into the city. Xiao Han straightened his black cloak and returned to the city in a leisurely manner. I wonder if Nangong Yi is dead or not. Even if he's not dead, he's probably heavily injured. After killing this dying demon emperor, I obtained the demon emperor crystal and its life essence, awakened a large number of demon veins, and even comprehended a natal demon technique in this demon emperor crystal. Ha ha ha. I'm not afraid of Nangong Yi anymore. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 110. Xiao Han used everything he had to kill a dying demon emperor. At the same time, the tattoo on his left arm absorbed the demon's body and was greatly nourished. Demon veins awakened one after another. A demon emperor is indeed a demon emperor. Even though he is dying, his bloodline is extremely noble. Demon soldiers and demon generals can't compare to him. Xiao Han thought as he returned to the city. Including the 8 demon veins I awakened before, I now have a total of 100 demon veins. This is unbelievable. This is just a dying demon emperor that has been sealed for 10 years. If it was a demon emperor at its peak, it would have awakened more than 1,000 demon veins after being absorbed by the tattoo on the demon emperor's palm. However, a demon emperor at its peak is not someone I can kill. At least with my current combat power, I can only run away if I encounter a demon emperor at its peak. Xiao Han looked inside himself. On the demon emperor's palm, there were 100 demon veins filled with demonic energy. They emitted a pure luster, like 100 mines and spirit rivers filled with spirit chi. They contained the power to shatter mountains. There was a demon emperor crystal in each of the 2 grooves. It was as bright as the stars. The demon talisman flashed. The demon emperor crystal that had been smashed into powder had already been repaired. Sky demon god investiture. This was a natural demon art that Xiao Han had just learned. The North Xian monster emperor's illusionary movement was a ghostly movement art that was similar to teleportation. The natal monster investiture art that killed the monster emperor just now, the sky monster god investiture, was to use the monster talisman to seal the opponent. Not only could it seal the opponent's attack, but it could also seal the opponent's body. If this demon art was used to its peak, it could seal the strongest opponent for thousands of years. Xiao Han suddenly remembered that Nangong Ye's heaven-burning grand true chi was temporarily sealed by the dying demon emperor, which allowed him to take advantage of the opportunity to injure Nangong Yi. Of course. Even if the 100 demon veins on Xiao Han's left arm were filled with demonic energy and he channeled all of it into the demon emperor crystal, he still could not use the sky demon god investiture to its peak. He was still far from it. He needed to awaken more demon veins. I have already mastered 2 demon emperor secret techniques. Each has its own merits. Once the demon emperor palm strikes out, it will have the strength of 10,000 cauldrons. It can be said that my combat strength has increased tremendously. Xiao Han was very satisfied with today's harvest. Back in the city. At this time, Xiao Han saw a group of aggressive martial artists. They surrounded the princess escort team. The one leading them was a malevolent and evil bald man with a single eye. His entire body was surging with true energy, and his light was like a sea. There was a huge python floating above his head, ready to devour anyone that it saw. 37 pentagram true acupoints flashed and vanished within the body of the one-eyed bald man. He was an expert at the 4th level of true chi. He had even opened 2 more acupoints than Nangong Yi. However, his aura was nowhere near Nangong Ye's. He shouldn't be a fiend hero. A normal true chi realm martial artist. Behind the one-eyed bald man, there were more than 10 Jinchi realm experts of varying cultivation levels. There were level 1, level 2, and level 3 true chi cultivators. These people. Xiao Han's impression was that they were a group of rogue cultivators. A mob. Hu Qinghe and several guards guarded Princess Mo Hen's chariot tenaciously, their expressions extremely tense. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Both sides seemed to be ready to go to war. Boom! A majestic true fire soared into the sky. Nan Gongyi was enveloped within it. His face was as white as paper, and there were bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely miserable and angry. However, the 35 acupoints in his body were boiling and emitting a red glow. It seemed like his battle strength was not affected. However, a thick medicinal fragrance was emitting from his body. Oh, this Nan Gongyi was hit by the Demon Emperor and is obviously injured. However, he seems to have consumed a type of divine medicine that forcefully suppressed his injuries. He will not lose his battle strength and be at the mercy of others. Xiao Han knew in his heart. He stood by the side without making a sound. General Nan Gongyi. The one-eyed man spoke in a hoarse and cryptic voice. Congratulations, General Nan Gongyi, you have defeated the great demon that was sealed here. He, but General Nan Gongyi, you seem to be injured as well. You bunch of bastards, how dare you scheme against me? Driving the wolf to devour the tiger, killing with a borrowed knife. This is a good move. It's just a despicable method. In the face of absolute strength, it can only be crushed. Nan Gongyi's eyes were filled with disdain. Streaks of fiery light surrounded him, forming into the image of the ancestors worshipping the fire god. It was extremely solemn and ferocious, sweeping across the moon and heaven. The group of true Qi realm experts behind the one-eyed man, seeing that Nan Gongyi's battle strength was not affected, couldn't help but look at each other in shock. A few of them even wanted to take the opportunity to slip away and kept throwing glances at the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man's eyes twitched a few times, as if he was making a decision. After a few breaths, he smiled and said, General Nan Gongyi, I can see that your injuries are not light. You only consumed a treasure medicine that temporarily suppresses your injuries. According to what I know, this kind of medicine that suppresses injuries seems to be able to maintain your battle strength, but the side effects are extremely severe. General Nan Gongyi, you must be unable to display your peak battle strength right now, right? To put it bluntly, you are strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Why don't we make a deal? Give me half of the princess's dowry, and I will leave immediately. I will not waste time. Ha. A bunch of bastards dares to negotiate with me. What a joke. All of you shall die. Nan Gongyi made a grabbing motion with his right hand. Fiery light surged like a great river, instantly condensing into a burning heaven cauldron the size of a few acres. It shrouded the sky and directly charged towards the one-eyed man. Who? It was as if there were volcanoes erupting within the cauldron, and it was as if there were 10,000 horses galloping. Its momentum was vast and mighty, emitting an extremely strong suction force. In an instant, dozens of physical body realm experts behind the one-eyed man were sucked into the cauldron. They screamed in pain and were turned into ashes within a breath's time. Nan Gongyi. Do you think I am afraid of you? The one-eyed man was enraged. The true Qi python above his head was like a crazed devil. It opened its bloody mouth and shot out explosively, directly entangling the burning heaven cauldron. Clang! 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 The true Qi python wanted to squeeze the cauldron until it exploded. Its body grinded against the cauldron, producing the sound of metal being cut. The cauldron's light was dense, roasting the true Qi python until it sizzled and smoke rose. Brothers. Go! The one-eyed man was emboldened. He grabbed with his right hand, and a misty green true Qi palm the size of an acre grabbed directly at Nan Gongyi. At the same time, the true Qi realm experts behind the one-eyed man all unleashed their ultimate moves. They all attacked Nan Gongyi together. In an instant, sword Qi rumbled, saber shadows overlapped, and sunlight bloomed. Ultimate moves were everywhere. Nangong Ye's True Chi Realm deputy generals also rushed over to help, each using their ultimate moves. Bang! 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 Light exploded in the sky, treasured flames rolled, and it was hard to tell who would win. A few breaths later, both sides stopped fighting. Nangong Ye's face was extremely ugly, as if he was dead. The deputy generals were also sweating, having exhausted their true chi. It was the smell of exhaustion and exhaustion. On the other hand, the bald one-eyed man's side was also retreating. He did not gain the upper hand. The one-eyed man spat out blood, his face as pale as paper. He had been seriously injured. As expected of the fiend hero, he is almost at his limit. Even with the support of treasured medicine, his combat power is still so terrifying. The one-eyed man wanted to retreat, but he did not want to give up. It was very contradictory. At this time, Nangong Yi shouted at Hu Qinghe and the princess's guards. "Why don't you attack? A bunch of trash." Suddenly, Nangong Ye's eyes flashed with ferocity as he sneered at the one-eyed man. "Don't you want the princess's dowry? I'll give you a chance. Make your move. Attack and kill the princess's guards, and I will consider giving you some true chi spiritual stones and pills. What do you think?" Nangong Yi had long wanted to eliminate the few guards of the true energy realm by the princess side. If his strength had not been damaged, it would have been a piece of cake. But now, he had been struck by the demon emperor and was heavily injured. He had to rely on the elixirs to hold on, and now he had to fight with the one-eyed man. His injuries had worsened, and he had no choice but to borrow the one-eyed man's strength to eliminate the few obstructing personal guards by the princess side. Moreover, he could use this opportunity to recover some of his combat power and slaughter the bandits in one go. The one-eyed man spat out another mouthful of blood. He choked and roared, "Nangong Yi, do you think I don't dare?" Heh. Nangong Yi folded his arms, not saying a word as he stood by the side, watching the fire burn. What? Hu Qinghe and the others were shocked. "Nangong Yi, you are despicable." Hu Qinghe pointed at him angrily. "First Master, that Nangong Yi seems to be on bad terms with these guards. He wants to use us to kill them." The scholar came over and whispered. Only that old man is a little tricky. He is at the peak of True Chi realm and has opened 30 meridians. I will deal with him personally. You guys deal with the others. Finish them quickly and kill them. Let's see what Nangong Yi has to say." The one-eyed man was ruthless. In an instant, dozens of True Chi realm bandits locked their chi onto Hu Qinghe and the other True Chi realm guards. "Everyone, fight!" Hu Qinghe's body glowed as a river of true chi rushed out of his body and flowed above his head. There were only 4 true chi realm guards beside Hu Qinghe. Their cultivation levels were not high, they were only at level 1 and level 2. Moreover, although this group of mountain bandits were not demons, they could be considered to be brave and good at fighting. They were people who licked blood from the tip of their blades. They had killed many people, and there was a baleful aura in their true chi that was overbearing. In terms of numbers and momentum, they firmly suppressed Hu Qinghe and the others. "Protect the princess with our lives." Hu Qinghe's old face was solemn. He did not think that the few people on his side were enough to deal with dozens of bandits. He was determined to protect the princess even if he had to risk his life. This Nangong Yi is really despicable. However, it seems like he is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Sooner or later, he will die. Xiao Han sighed and said loudly. "Senior Hu, let this junior handle them." As he spoke, Xiao Han walked towards the group of bandits. The group of bandits turned to look, only to see a strange person wrapped in a black cloak, walking over with a murderous aura. "First Master, this is?" the scholar exclaimed. The bald one-eyed man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as a fierce look appeared in his single eye. "It's just level 1 true chi. De Shimao, make your move and tear this guy apart. The white-clothed man, De Shimao, nodded and dismounted from his horse. He walked towards Xiao Han step by step. Bandits, kill this man, and I'll give you some supreme-grade vital energy spirit stones, Nangongyi suddenly said. Xiao Han and the white-clothed man, De Shimao, stopped at the same time and stood 10 meters apart. Chapter 111. Xiao Han observed for a while and noticed that there were 18 true meridians surging within this white-robed De Shimao's body. He was a level 2 true Qi cultivator. Literature expo. Furthermore, these bandits were all slightly injured when they joined forces to attack Nangongyi, causing them to expend a portion of their true Qi. Xiao Han looked at the bandits and then at Nangongyi, who was floating in the air with a weak and dispirited aura. All of a sudden, Xiao Han felt as though everything was under his control. It was a very strange feeling, causing Xiao Han to be slightly immersed in it. If I use the demon god's palm and use the sky demon god's sealing technique, I'm afraid that no one here is a match for me. Nangongyi is indeed a formidable martial artist and a true demon hero. However, he is severely injured at the moment and has overdrafted his life force after consuming precious medicine. He is like a lamp that has run out of oil. I'm afraid it won't be difficult for me to kill him. The feeling of controlling life and death is very good. Xiao Han squinted his eyes slightly. The 10 true meridians on his body were shimmering with a cold mist. Level 1 true Qi cultivator. Die. De Shimao sneered and did not put Xiao Han in his eyes. Suddenly, his body exploded. The 19 true meridians exploded with thousands of rays of light. Bestial roars could be heard and the illusions of tigers, leopards, wolves, snakes, eagles, bears, lions, and other wild beasts appeared. His right hand turned into a true Qi beast palm the size of a water tank. It looked like a tiger or a bear with a domineering aura that could devour mountains and rivers. 100 beasts true Qi. De Shimao slammed his palm towards Xiao Han. A series of sonic booms rang out. However, bang! Unexpectedly, Xiao Han did not block or evade. Instead, he used his meaty shell to forcefully take on this mountain-splitting beast's palm. Pfft! A piece of black cloth on Xiao Han's chest was smashed into powder. It was annihilated into nothingness. He took 5 steps back. Each step created a deep pit under his feet. However, under Xiao Han's skin, golden light shone brilliantly, glistening and dazzling. There were profound and ancient bone texts that appeared. Mr. Yun. When Hu Qinghe and the other guards saw that Xiao Han was instantly hit, they all collapsed and cried out involuntarily. The one-eyed man and the other bandits looked at each other and laughed. However, then, everyone was shocked to find that after Xiao Han used his flesh shell to take on the palm, surprisingly, he did not die from being torn into pieces. Xiao Han stood as straight as a javelin. Not only did it not shatter Xiao Han, but it also allowed the golden light to absorb a portion of the palm force and nourish Xiao Han's body. The golden skeleton glowed even more resplendently. Pure flesh shell strength, increased to 1,000 ding. Xiao Han commanded. However, I can barely withstand an attack from a level 2 true Qi cultivator. But I can't take the attack of someone at the 3rd level of true Qi, and my body will explode. Xiao Han took a few steps forward, visualizing the first 50 movements of the indestructible golden body in his mind. His entire body shone with golden light. His skin flickered with multicolored splendor and bone texts. Why aren't you dead? De Shimao's expression changed drastically. The mountain bandits who were laughing were also dumbfounded at the same time, their faces filled with shock. Hu Qinghe and the others, on the other hand, were surprised and apprehensive. It was another accident. Body refining technique. It's a technique to temper the body. Nangongye's expression changed. Such a technique is a treasure. It can only be found by chance. I didn't expect this rogue cultivator to be so secretive. What is his background? You. What kind of treasured clothes are you wearing? It's impossible that I can't kill you. Die. Deshi Mao roared. His palms shone brightly, and his aura surged as he slapped the air. Bang! Xiao Han was hit by another palm. Buzz! His golden bones rang, and bone texts bloomed. His physical strength had increased to 1500 ding. Not good. A portion of my true qi was absorbed by him, and when it entered his body, it was absorbed without a trace. Deshi Mao seemed to have woken up from a dream. Third Lady Gongsun, you and Deshi Mao attacked together. Kill this bastard. The one-eyed bald man roared. Yes. First Leader. The triangular-eyed lady rushed out, and a cloud of multicolored light spurted out from her head, and a willow leaf saber floated in the air. She had opened 24 true meridians in her body, and was a level 3 true qi cultivator. Let's see if you can block my saber qi with just your flesh. Third Lady Gongsun shouted fiercely, and the willow leaf saber and the multicolored cloud trembled slightly. A lingering and gentle crimson saber light struck down at lightning speed towards Xiao Han. This saber seemed gentle, but it contained the power to split mountains. It was no small matter. Boom! Xiao Han did not retreat, but advanced instead. He used the imperial chariot technique, and his physical body crushed through the air. Waves of air billowed out, and he had already arrived in front of Third Lady Gongsun. In an instant, a 5-zhang-long hornless dragon rushed out of his body, and icy cold qi gushed out. The air became damp, cold, and viscous. The chill was bone-chilling, and ice crystals flew in all directions. In the sky, large snowflakes fluttered down, and the entire area within a radius of several zhang changed color, becoming a vast expanse of white. Every snowflake contained the profound ice true qi, and when a snowflake touched Third Lady Gongsun's body, it began to freeze. In less than a breath's time, the surface of Third Lady Gongsun's body was covered with a thin layer of ice. The next moment, puff! A saber jumped out of Xiao Han's true meridian. Xiao Han slashed horizontally, and Third Lady Gongsun, who was about to struggle out of the layer of ice, was cut into two at the waist. Before blood could spurt out, the hornless dragon spat out a cold breath, and blew Third Lady Gongsun's body into ice shards, and her bones were crushed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the hornless dragon quickly turned into endless ice, and entered Xiao Han's true meridian. Xiao Han stood with his saber, and the elegance of a peerless saber master was revealed. With a saber in hand, he was lawless. The wild saber qi was like an evil dragon, and it soared into the sky, stirring up the winds and scudding the clouds, and shaking the mountains and rivers. Xiao Han could not care less about hiding now. There was no need to hide too much. He could just draw his saber and start killing, and nothing was forbidden. However, if he did not draw his saber, it would be impossible to kill all these bandits. Saber Master? Nangong Ye's body trembled, and his eyes showed that he was deep in thought. But he did not speak, and only looked deeply at Xiao Han. Third Lady. Seeing their comrade die, the bandits were enraged. That scholarly bandit moved, and directly rushed towards Xiao Han. The sword qi above his head was dense, and a stream of sword qi, which was like a long river, slashed towards Xiao Han's head with a force that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. This scholar's cultivation was similar to Third Lady Gongsun, and he also had 24 true meridian opened, and his true qi was at the third stage. Xiao Han used the imperial chariot movement technique, and rumbled, and the air was dispersed. It crushed the air until it rolled away, like the sound of a river beating against the shore. Bang! 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 Streams of river-like sword qi chased after Xiao Han relentlessly, blasting huge craters in the ground. But strangely, Xiao Han only dodged. He held his saber in his hand, and did not counterattack. Mr. Yun, seems like he can't hold on anymore. Elder Hu, let's go. The princess's retainer, the the left bodyguard, said anxiously. Wait. Mr. Yun seems to be doing this on purpose. I don't know what he's doing, but there must be a deeper meaning. Wait a little longer. Hu Qinghe frowned. Go to hell. Torrential River True Qi Sword. The scholar and third Lady Gongsun were lovers. Now that third Lady Gongsun had died in Xiao Han's hands, the scholar was naturally enraged, and he used his strongest attack. To kill Xiao Han. Boom. 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 9 streams of torrential river sword qi fell from the sky, and the waves were turbulent. Countless strange phenomena appeared, and flowers bloomed and fell. The sword qi surged. Xiao, at this moment, the saber light in Xiao Han's right hand flashed a few times. The saber light was activated by the profound dragon ice true qi, and it was like an ice blade, slashing out fiercely. The air froze, and the sound of glass shattering could be heard. This guy's sword technique is not orthodox. In terms of sword technique quality, he is not even as good as Lu Feng from Mingjian Mountain Villa. But his true qi is more abundant. Xiao Han slashed a few times, and he found a gap to dodge the torrential river sword qi. But the ice blade light was instantly swallowed by the tsunami-like sword qi, leaving nothing behind, and Xiao Han was in an extremely sorry state. If not for the domineering movement technique, Xiao Han would have been hit by the sword. What is he doing? Nangongyi stared at Xiao Han, as if he wanted to see through Xiao Han. Shockingly. He is trying to break through the 11th true meridian. I can feel the saber intent. He is trying to use the saber intent to cut through the void to forcefully break through the 11th true meridian, and reach level 2 true qi. This guy. Nangongyi was a demon warrior after all, and he immediately saw through Xiao Han's intention. Indeed, Xiao Han was currently activating his saber intent to cut through the 11th true meridian. Previously, he had killed a demon emperor with his own hands, causing Xiao Han's already flawless spirit to be tempered and refined once again. Removing the impurities, he would definitely be able to break through the 11th true meridian. He Lu, you guys attack together. The one-eyed man saw that the scholar's attacks were futile, and he immediately ordered the 2 true qi realm bandits beside him to join the battle and kill Xiao Han. Yes. Of the 2, one was level 2 true qi, while the other was level 3 true qi. They rushed forward, their true qi shrouded in mist, and they were about to unleash their ultimate attack on Xiao Han. Let's attack together. De Shimao also roared and took a step forward. Now, Xiao Han was surrounded by 4 true qi realm bandits. As if facing a great enemy. Xiao Han's spirit was as tense as a bowstring. At this moment. Open. The invisible saber intent took advantage of the situation. Pooh. Xiao Han's body emitted the sound of a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon. A pentagram true meridian appeared. The 11th true meridian was broken through. True Qi Realm's 2nd level. Then. Pooh. 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 The 12th, 13th, and 14th true meridian exploded one after another. In an instant, Xiao Han had broken through several true meridian, causing the speed of his thought process, as well as his level of life, to undergo a transformation. Die. The saber in Xiao Han's right hand flashed. But there was no saber flash. The next moment, originally, the 4 bandits were charging at Xiao Han in a row, intending to kill him in one blow. However, something strange happened. Their bodies stopped at the same time, and their legs became heavy and stiff. It was as if they had been imprisoned and bound. With the 4 bandits as the center, the space within a radius of 2 zhangs suddenly froze. Traces of ripples appeared. Bang! That piece of space exploded without any warning, directly shattering into pieces. Space turbulence and fragments swirled and twisted like a storm. Pooh! 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 The 4 bandits were covered with cuts and bruises, and fresh blood spurted out. The second style of the 7-fragment saber technique. Void-shattering style. It directly shattered a piece of space. This was the first time that Xiao Han had used this ultimate blade technique. Xiao Han, who had reached level 2 true Qi, could instantly shatter the space within a radius of 2 zhang with this move. What? This saber technique is actually this terrifying. The saber techniques I've seen before were only as powerful as this. Nan Gongyi was getting more and more frightened, and his heart was filled with suspicion. However, although this saber technique was powerful, it consumed a lot of true Qi. The mystic ice true Qi stored in the 10 true meridian in Xiao Han's body had already been used up by now, and only 6 true meridians still had true Qi left. The 4 bandits struggled out of the shattered space, their bodies covered in blood. They roared like wild beasts, and gathered all their remaining strength to attack Xiao Han. Pooh! The invisible saber intent flashed, like a whale out of the sea, or an eagle soaring through the sky. Wherever the saber intent passed, the ground cracked and the air was shattered, unable to reform in a short period of time. With a flash of the saber intent, blood splattered 7 feet away. The 4 bandits did not even have the chance to make a sound before their bodies were cut in half by the invisible saber intent. After my cultivation level increased, my thinking speed increased, and the strength of my soul was nourished and strengthened. My saber intent actually became a bit more condensed. A casual slash of saber intent is almost 15 zhang. Xiao Han held the saber in his hand, and walked step by step towards the remaining bandits. Colliding with the princess's carriage and trying to steal her dowry, all of you must die. Chapter 112. Xiao Han had killed 5 true Qi realm bandits with his first level true Qi cultivation. In the midst of the battle, he had opened several acupoints and stepped into the second level of the true Qi realm. It was truly shocking. Of course, to be honest, killing bandits above his level was not something to be proud of. Bandits were not like the direct disciples of sections. Their cultivation methods were crude and inferior, and they lacked true Qi spiritual stones. They were a typical motley crew that bullied the weak and feared the strong. This guy. The one-eyed man and the other true Qi stage bandits were completely stupefied. Not only did they not pounce towards Xiao Han because of the death of their comrade, their fighting spirit had instead become dispirited, and their fighting spirit was gradually being defeated. Let's go. This guy has hidden his strength, he's not easy to deal with. Let's retreat first. The one-eyed man ordered and was about to lead his subordinates to scatter. At this moment, boom! Nan Gongyi grabbed with his right hand. A giant palm made of true Qi appeared out of nowhere and came crashing down like a raging fire. Ah! 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 Large groups of bandits were instantly set ablaze. With a crackling sound, their bodies exploded and died without a complete corpse. Xiao 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 xiao, Xiao Han's right hand turned into a blur. Hundreds of saber auras stacked in front of him and slashed out. Pooh! The powerful true Qi saber aura was dozens of feet long. Like a rainbow, it was like an army of thousands of horses, cutting through everything, killing people and ghosts. Mixed with a trace of saber intent, it seemed to possess an immortal aura as it rushed towards the bandits. Qi! 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 Enveloped by this powerful saber aura, many physical body realm bandits were slashed into a bloody mist, leaving no trace behind. Even true Qi realm bandits were dismembered. Blazing Sky Furnace. Nan Gongyi used his strongest move, the furnace that could incinerate everything. It devoured all the surviving bandits, including the one-eyed man, and turned them into ashes. The invading bandits were all annihilated. The members of the escort team were relieved, but they quickly turned to look at Xiao Han and Nan Gongyi quietly. I'm afraid you're not just an ordinary wandering cultivator. Nan Gongyi looked at Xiao Han with interest. Swordsman. Your Excellency is actually a peerless swordsman who has comprehended saber intent. In the entire Beacon Fire Empire, the bladesmen who comprehended saber intent were all bladesmen. Not many. I heard that the youth from the Cloud sect, Xiao Han, has comprehended saber intent. Sir, it's time to take off your mask. Streaks of dawn fire. It coiled around Nangong Ye's body like a fire dragon. He floated in mid-air, his eyes spitting out beams of fire. He looked like a god. Xiao Han did not make a sound, but the tattoo on his left arm began to throb slightly. General Nangong Yi, you can try lifting my mask yourself. I will definitely not disappoint you. Nangong Yi was heavily injured, so Xiao Han was not afraid. However, it seemed necessary to spare Nangong Ye's life for now. After all, Xiao Han was still in the southern domain and was in a dangerous situation. There were many variables. Should he continue to stay in the welcoming team and bluff his way through? Until he left the southern region, or directly exposed his identity and activated the demon god's palm. Start a massacre. Xiao Han pondered for a while. Furthermore, Xiao Han had promised to protect Princess Mo Hen, so he couldn't just leave like that. For a bladesman who comprehended saber intent, killing people above his level is as easy as eating and drinking water. Furthermore, I'm injured, so you don't seem to be afraid. Nangong Yi said slowly. But, you just killed those bandits above your level. Did you use up a large amount of true energy? Moreover, you used saber intent consecutively, which exhausted your spirit. I'm afraid you don't even have 50% of your original combat strength? Your Excellency should know that I am a demon hero and cannot be measured by common sense. To be honest, I still have some precious medicines that can reduce my lifespan in exchange for combat strength. Your Excellency, are you still as calm as water? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han laughed. General Nangong, are you threatening me? I'll say it again, you can try. Xiao Han's voice was very calm. His black cloak covered his face, making it impossible to see his expression, making him seem even more unfathomable. Nangong Yi hesitated for a moment. The corner of his eyes twitched slightly before he smiled. All right, everyone take a step back. Let's continue our journey first. We'll decide after we pass through the blazing Sun Empire. Xiao Han and Nangong Yi smiled at each other with ulterior motives. Then, they returned to their respective groups. Nangong Yi sat on the strange beast at the front of the group and waved his hand. Let's go. Xiao Han returned to the side of Princess Mo Hen's chariot and quietly mounted a flood dragon horse. The group prepared to set off again and pass through the city. At this moment, General, what should we do with this bone arrow? A true Qi Realm Deputy General's figure flashed and jumped to the center of the plaza. At this moment, the bone arrow that had sealed the Demon Emperor for 10 years was stabbed into the ground in the center of the plaza. The bone arrow was white and flawless, emitting a bitter and desolate aura. The runes engraved on the bone arrow possessed a supreme aura that made the mountains and rivers tremble. As deep as the sea. General, this bone arrow is really mystical. It's not an ordinary item. The Deputy General bent down to pull the arrow out. Don't pull it out. Nangong Yi screamed. Unexpectedly, his warning was a step too late. The Deputy General seemed to want to pull out the bone arrow and claim credit in front of Nangong Yi. Without thinking, he grabbed with his right hand and pulled. In an instant. Buzz. The bone arrow emitted a godly sound and Buddhist chants, and a huge rune appeared, directly enveloping the Deputy General. Bang! The Deputy General knelt on both knees, a complicated rune appearing between his eyebrows. His eyeballs were motionless, like a stone statue, and he still held the bone arrow in his hand. He could no longer feel a trace of life from his body. Damn it! It's been sealed. Nangong Ye's facial muscles twitched. Too stupid. Even the demon heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire do not dare to easily pull out this bone arrow. Go. Go around the plaza. The escort group nervously went around the plaza and then quickly left this ominous city. Xiao Han looked back and thought, this bone arrow contains a terrifying seal. It seems to have the same effect as the Sky Demon's investiture. However, with my current demon power, I am still unable to release a seal as strong as this bone arrow. But I believe that this day will come. Mr. Yun. At this moment, Hu Qinghe whispered in Xiao Han's ear. Mr. Yun, I'm afraid we're in danger on this journey. You saw for yourself just now, Nan Gongyi actually went crazy and instigated the bandits to kill us. This is utter treason. I don't know if we can make it to the East region alive. Xiao Han took out a few supreme-grade true energy spirit stones from his storage ring and stuffed them into the dried-up and newly opened true meridians. He licked his lips and said, if Nan Gongyi was not injured, he would have attacked me just now. Plus, he would definitely want to get rid of the princess's henchmen. He is stalling for time, waiting for his injuries to recover. Hu Qinghe was a little frightened. Then. Mr. Yun, what should we do? Now that all my true meridians are empty, I need to refine a few supreme-grade true energy spirit stones to replenish my energy. Plus, the Blazing Sun Empire has many powerful monsters, including the Emperor of Japan and the Dragon Bone Saint Blade. So, let's endure for now. Once we pass through the Blazing Sun Empire and enter the wasteland, we will immediately attack and kill Nan Gongyi. A gentleman does not stand in front of a collapsing wall. To strike first, to gain the upper hand. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with an uncontrollable killing intent. Once we leave the Blazing Sun Empire, attack immediately. Mr. Yun, are we going to attack Nan Gongyi? Hu Qinghe was shocked. There's no other way. Are we going to wait until Nan Gongyi recovers before killing us? Xiao Han was determined to kill Nan Gongyi this time. But in the Blazing Sun Empire, he did not dare to attack, nor did he dare to use his demonic techniques as he wished. That's true. Hu Qinghe finally nodded his head heavily. Rather than being killed by Nan Gongyi, we might as well kill him. Originally, we didn't want the princess to marry to the Eastern Domain. This time, we might as well throw caution to the wind and kill Nan Gongyi, then escape with the princess. It's better than marrying to the Eastern Domain, a foreign country. Mr. Yun, everything depends on you. Hurry up and absorb the top-grade True Qi spirit stones to recover your True Qi. Yun, you must protect Mo Hen. At this time, Mo Hen also lifted the curtain, revealing her beautiful and delicate face. She was so beautiful that it made people feel suffocated, making people feel pity for her. General Nan Gongyi doesn't seem to have good intentions. Xiao Han nodded slightly. 17, don't worry. I will definitely strike first and eliminate Nan Gongyi. With that, Xiao Han did not waste any more time. He silently circulated his profound art, and strands of pure True Qi were refined into the Spirit Turtle True Qi and the Great Hornless Dragon Profound Ice True Qi, which were stored in Xiao Han's dried-up True Acupoints. At the front of the group, Nan Gongyi's face was hazy, his eyes filled with killing intent. General Nan Gong, that guy, is he really the Xiao Han wanted by the entire country? A deputy general asked carefully. This seat does not dare to confirm. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. However, that's not important. Nan Gongyi said coldly. When this seat recovers, and my combat strength is at its peak, I will lift his mask and take a good look. That physique tempering technique of his, this seat wants to obtain it. If he really is Xiao Han, that's even better. He stole the North Mystic Demonic King Crystal, it's a great treasure. If this seat obtains it, I can exchange it for countless resources and secret techniques at the Yaoxia Pagoda. Pausing for a while, Nan Gongyi lowered his voice and said. In the Blazing Sun Empire, do not be ostentatious. Let's keep a low profile and ignore that guy for now. In the Blazing Sun Empire, including the Emperor of Japan, many of the strongest heroes are coveting Xiao Han. If that guy is really Xiao Han, all the more we cannot let the Emperor of Japan and the rest take him away. The Emperor of Japan, Dragon Bone Saint Blade and the rest are all vicious and cunning. If they interfere, how would I stand to gain? Yes, General Nangong, leave the Blazing Sun Empire's territory and enter an uninhabited wasteland. I believe at that time, General's injuries will be healed. The Deputy General nodded heavily. Nangong Yi thought for a while and said softly. Listen, pass down the secret order. Leave the Blazing Sun Empire and enter an uninhabited wasteland. Begin the purge. Kill all the servants around the princess. Leave none alive. This. General, kill them all? The Deputy General was shocked. The journey to the eastern region is too far and too arduous. We've only just entered the Blazing Sun Empire, and we've already lost so many men. I'm afraid there will be more problems before we enter the eastern region. Forget it, sigh. This seat has failed to live up to the Emperor's expectations. There's no need to go to the eastern region. It'll save the princess the trouble. Nangong Ye's eyes flashed with killing intent and a maniacal sinister light. Ominous City Plaza. The Deputy General who pulled out the arrow had lost all signs of life. He knelt in the middle of the plaza, his hands still holding onto the dazzling bone arrow that was intertwined with divine light and runic symbols. Right at this moment, whang! The bone arrow let out a divine sound and actually broke free from the Deputy General's hand. Following that, it flew up into the sky and chased after the princess entourage. Chapter 113. According to the speed of the escort team, it would take around 10 days to cross the Proud Sun Empire. They would arrive at the border between the Proud Sun Empire and the Blaze Scar Empire. After entering the Proud Sun Empire, Nangong Yi kept a low profile. He tried his best to lead the team along empty mountain paths, avoiding the prosperous cities of the Proud Sun Empire. He would not interact with the various sects of the Proud Sun Empire either. It seemed that Nangong Yi did not dare to be too ostentatious after his injuries. However, news of the Beacon Fire Empire marrying off a princess had reached the Proud Sun Empire long ago. As a result, the Proud Sun Empire did not seem too curious about this team. Occasionally, a few true Qi realm cultivators would come to ask around, but Nangong Yi easily dealt with them. 7 days passed just like that. Xiao Han currently sat cross-legged in a large carriage. Xiao Han's body shone with golden light, bone inscriptions faintly visible. He was cultivating the invincible golden body. Xiao Han's pure physical strength had increased to 1,500 cauldrons. He was completely different from a normal person. He was comparable to a savage beast in the truest sense of the word. A normal person's physical body could not withstand such violent strength. It would definitely explode. However, Xiao Han's physical body would only grow stronger the more he cultivated. There was no limit. Using the invincible golden body now is very interesting. I can absorb other people's true qi and convert it into my own physical strength. Xiao Han smiled. As expected of one of the martial arts used to seal the evil egg. I've refined the essence and taste. Now, my body is full and sturdy, and my weight far exceeds 500 kilograms. My bones are especially heavy now that they've turned into golden bones. As for his true qi cultivation, Xiao Han had opened 14 true acupoints. With the replenishment of supreme grade true qi stones, the spirit turtle true qi and hornless dragon profound ice true qi had filled his true acupoints and virtual acupoints. He could change them as he pleased. The difference between the first and second stage true qi was not just the number of true acupoints opened. It was related to the speed of thought and the transformation of the soul. Simply put, after breaking through the barrier of the 11th true acupoint and reaching the second stage, Xiao Han's thought process was roughly twice as fast as when he was at the first stage. This increased Xiao Han's speed and reaction time to dodge the enemy's attacks. At the same time, his attack speed also increased. His soul was firm and full. His blade intent was solid. In addition, his lifespan had increased. Fang Ling had once told Xiao Han that those in the martial Tao could have at least 300 years of lifespan after tempering their bodies to the peak of perfection. After that, he would enter the Zhenxi realm. Every time he opened a true acupoint, his lifespan would increase by roughly 30 years. In other words, Xiao Han could easily live up to 700 years old. Martial artists could overcome the natural aging process. The saber intent is getting sharper. It had almost reached the peak of the initial success stage. However, saber intent was very mysterious. How could one reach the threshold of middle stage saber intent? It's too ethereal. When Xiao Han was pondering over the saber intent, he was the most confused because the saber intent was formless. However, he knew that once his sword Dao reached the middle stage, his combat power would increase by at least a level, perhaps even more. Also, the third form of the 7-fragment saber art, the intent-shattering form. How does it shatter my saber intent? Let him undergo nirvana rebirth? It is extremely dangerous to shatter your own saber intent. If you are not careful, your saber intent will be completely destroyed. Furthermore, your comprehension of the saber Dao will not improve for the rest of your life. The martial Dao was too vast and profound. Xiao Han's martial Dao path was not a simple path. However, Xiao Han excelled in diligence and perseverance. He continued to comprehend and study the martial Dao. He would not give up easily. At the front of the group, Nangong Ye's pale and dispirited face was slowly regaining some color, as though he was in high spirits. His aura was like a rainbow. His eyes shone with the aura of being in control of everything. General Nangong, have you recovered from your injuries? A deputy general asked carefully. Fortunately, I do not lack healing medicines. I have recovered by 70%. Nangong Yi laughed coldly. 70% of my combat power is enough to kill that guy. Even though he had comprehended the saber intent, there are thousands of Daos. Saber intent and sword intent are not the only things that are ethereal and unreal. I have opened 35 true acupoints at 4th stage true Qi. That guy has opened 14 true acupoints at 2nd stage true Qi. The gap between us is too big. It is not enough to describe it as the difference between heaven and earth. Yes, General. You are 2 levels ahead. Killing that guy will be as easy as blowing off dust. Don't worry, General. I have already given the order. Once we enter the border between the Blazing Sun Empire and the Blazing Scar Empire, we will start to eliminate all of Princess Mo Hen's henchmen. However, how do you plan to deal with Princess Mo Hen? Bring her back to the Beacon Fire Empire? Oh. Nangong Yi said secretively. Princess Mo Hen, there is no need to return to the Beacon Fire Empire. I have my own way of dealing with her. His Majesty will definitely be satisfied with my method. Ha 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 ha. Nangong Yi could no longer hold back and let out a wild laugh. He was in high spirits. Thinking that he did not need to travel to the eastern region, Nangong Yi felt relaxed. 3 days later. The escort team finally crossed the Blazing Sun Empire and entered a deserted wilderness. This was a region surrounded by barren mountains, majestic and majestic. These mountains lacked vitality, giving off a grayish-brown impression. There were many rocks scattered in the mountains. Occasionally, there would be a few meters long one flying across the sky. Set up camp and rest here until noon. Nangong Yi ordered. He looked at a few of his trusted subordinates and signaled with his eyes. Then, Nangong Yi strode towards the center of the team, where Princess Mo Hen's carriage was. According to the plan, Nangong Yi would take Xiao Han away and break all of his bones in the mountains. He would interrogate him to find out what he wanted, such as a body refinement technique. Then, he would kill Xiao Han. At the same time, the subordinates would lead the soldiers to slaughter all the henchmen of the princess, leaving only Princess Mo Hen alive for the time being. Mr. Yun, Nangong Yi is coming this way. Hu Qing's eyes flashed with hidden killing intent, but there was more nervousness and apprehension. He had followed the rules all his life and had never thought of making a move against a swordsman. Moreover, judging from his appearance, Nangong Ye's aura was getting stronger and stronger. It was possible that he had already recovered from his injuries and recovered his peak combat strength. "Can I have a word with you?" Nangong Yi looked at Xiao Han with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "I have some confidential matters to ask you alone." "Oh?" Xiao Han's eyes swept around and found that the subordinates and soldiers under Nangong Yi were holding weapons in their hands. Their eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. A large number of soldiers vaguely formed a pincer around the henchmen of the princess. Some soldiers used greedy and evil eyes to stare at the voluptuous figures of some pretty maids, gulping down saliva. The atmosphere was really strange. Xiao Han could even smell the killing intent. What? This Nangong Yi seems to want to slaughter the henchmen of Princess Mo Hen. Those soldiers and subordinates are ready for battle, their eyes filled with the excitement of killing. Xiao Han was moved. He did not expect that Nangong Yi would be so cruel. Before reaching the eastern region, he wanted to start a massacre and kill the innocent henchmen of the princess. "General Nangong, could it be that you want to start a massacre?" Xiao Han said in a clear voice. His voice spread far and wide, echoing in the mountains. "You are crazy, you want to kill all the henchmen of the princess." "Ah. What does this mean? General Nangong wants to kill us?" Many of the guards, craftsmen, maids, painters, and tailors were all shocked out of their wits, as they looked left and right in fear, as though they had lost their souls. Ha 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 ha. Nangong Yi didn't deny or hide anything. He let out a long and evil laugh. "You people betrayed the empire and defected to the enemy. You despise the imperial family of the Beacon Fire Empire. You deserve to die 10,000 times and your 9 generations will be exterminated. Today, under the secret order of His Majesty, I will execute all of you. Your corpses will be exposed in the wilderness." Ah! Hearing Nangong Ye's words, at least half of the henchmen of the princess fainted in fear. The other half trembled like sifting chaff, their faces ashen. Hu Qinghe and a few True Qi realm guards roared and cursed while blocking the carriage of Princess Mo Hen, swearing to defend with their lives. Mo Hen lifted the curtain and asked sternly, "General Nangong, you gave a false order. What is your intention?" However, she was born weak and kind. At this time, she was already weeping like a pear blossom. She was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. She almost fainted. "Your Highness." Ha ha ha. Nangong Yi laughed arrogantly, full of disdain and the supreme pleasure of controlling the whole situation. "Nangong Yi, let's fight." Suddenly, Xiao Han's body rose up and floated in the air. His whole body was covered with icy light. Ice crystals rustled and fluttered down. A single blade was already in his hand. The blade's aura swept across several li, swallowing mountains and rivers, destroying everything. Ha 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 ha. Forget it, I will defeat you here, destroy your cultivation, and interrogate all your secrets. Nangong Yi also floated in the air. The 35 pentagram true meridians in his body shone brightly. The burning heaven great true Qi shone through the ages, incinerating everything. I don't care if you're a hidden rogue cultivator of the Jianghu or Xiao Han, I will cripple you and make you experience all kinds of pain and torture. At the same time, I will show you the difference between you and me. Once upon a time, there was a mayfly that dreamed of. Nangong Yi continued to talk, trying to destroy Xiao Han's confidence and will to fight. Bullshit. Xiao Han roared, interrupting Nangong Yi. Demon hero. Today, I will kill a demon hero with my own hands. There is a saying, below the group of immortals is the demon hero, below the demon hero are all living beings. But today, I will slaughter the demon hero. No matter who it is, since they want to kill me, they must pay the price. I don't believe in fate. My fate is decided by man, not by the heavens. If the heavens want to destroy me, I will destroy the heavens. Suddenly, an unparalleled domineering and violent fighting spirit burst out from Xiao Han's body. Silence reigned all around. Even the soldiers who were ready to start a massacre were scared. They were completely intimidated by Xiao Han's aura. Nangong Yi, today, I will kill you like a pig or a dog. Xiao Han laughed coldly. How dare you? This was completely presumptuous. Die. Go to hell. Nangong Yi made a grabbing motion with his right hand. A giant palm made of true fire grabbed at Xiao Han with a sea of light. The speed of the true qi giant palm print was extremely fast. It was way faster than a low-level true qi cultivator's reaction speed. Splat. This time, it caught him. Xiao Han's body was torn into pieces and burned into nothingness. But this was just an afterimage and a mirror image. In the next moment, Xiao Han's real body appeared behind Nangong Yi. What? Moving like an illusion? Beixian Demon King's movement is like an illusion. You are Xiao Han. You really are Xiao Han. How dare you expose your demon qi? You are asking for death. Nangong Yi roared. Go to hell for your father. Burning true qi. Dragon Face was furious. The king wants his subject dead. Nangong Yi suddenly felt a huge wave of qi coming at him from behind. He turned around to look. Xiao Han's entire body was bathed in the true qi fire, his aura and strength were rising. Lawless. Killing gods and immortals. Chapter 114. Xiao Han knew that he and Nangong Yi would not rest until one of them was dead. Therefore, he used his most powerful attack right from the start. He even used the secret technique of the demon race. He did not hesitate to expose his identity. Because Xiao Han knew that if he did not go all out, he would not be able to defeat Nangong Yi, and he would be killed instead. After all, the difference in cultivation level between the two could not be ignored. At this moment, Xiao Han had arrived behind Nangong Yi with an illusory flash. He immediately ignited all the spirit turtle's true qi in his 14 true acupoints. The strength of his body rose steadily, explosively increasing by 14 times. Mountain reclamation. Boom. Dragon Face was enraged. Xiao Han was determined. Without hesitation, he threw a punch at Nangong Yi, as if he was putting his life on the line. The punch was so powerful that it created a hurricane. It even sucked all the air within a few meters, forming a vacuum field. Nangong Yi was at the 4th stage of true qi, so his reaction speed was extremely fast. He could only feel that Xiao Han's punch was unavoidable. The meteorite-like fist grew larger and larger in his eyes. This punch is a bit powerful, but it's not enough. Amidst his shock, Nangong Yi displayed the combat skills of a demon warrior who had been through hundreds of battles. A wall of fire was erected in front of Nangong Yi in an instant. The great burning heaven true qi went all out to defend. Within the wall of fire, shadows of fiery trees, silver flowers, wind, forest, and fire appeared. Xiao Han's dragon face was furious. He burned all the true qi in his body to increase his strength. The true qi in his 14 acupoints was burned, increasing his strength by 14 times. However, this was only a form of pure strength. It did not mean that Xiao Han could defeat an enemy 14 times stronger than him. One must know that the golden-armored demon warrior and Nangong Yi both cultivated extremely high-quality true qi cultivation methods, which meant that their attacks and defenses were enhanced. In the blink of an eye, bang! Earth-shattering. Falling meteorite. Collision of stars. Xiao Han's punch. His anger and strength reached its peak. It landed directly on the wall of fire formed by the great burning heaven true qi. Crack, 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 numerous cracks appeared on the surface of the wall. Pft! 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 Balls of flames were blown away by this punch. It's not bad for you to be able to slightly break through my defense with your current realm. But I can see that you burned all of your true chi in exchange for such great power. With a single punch, all the true energy in your body would be exhausted. You would be completely overdrawn. If you can continue to unleash this kind of power, then even I will be a little afraid of you. Alright, time to be executed. I'll capture you, cripple your cultivation, break all your bones, and slowly interrogate you. Nan Gongyi kept on laughing sinisterly. He could tell that Xiao Han was at the end of his tether. However, the ruler wants the subject dead. Xiao Han took advantage of the moment when his true chi was about to run out and his strength was about to dry up to strike out with the Son of Heaven's divine fist. If the monarch wanted his subjects dead, this was a form of domineering will. He brought out the might of a monarch to the extreme, striking out with the Tao of a monarch and subject, causing his opponent to hallucinate mentally. His opponent was like a subject meeting the emperor. He was sentenced to death and had no choice but to die. What? Suddenly, under the general trend of the emperor wanting the minister to die, Nan Gongyi felt the world spinning around him and his vision blurred. He realized that he was kneeling in the throne room and had committed countless crimes that were too numerous to be listed. He had even implicated his entire family and clan. Nan Gongyi's tears fell uncontrollably as he spoke with a trembling voice. Your subject deserves to die. Your subject deserves to die, bang. In the next moment, Nan Gongyi felt a sharp pain in his chest and his entire body was sent flying. He suddenly came to his senses and discovered that he had been punched by Xiao Han at close range. Even the general armor on his body had been struck with thousands of spiderweb-like cracks. Nan Gongyi's entire body was embedded in the middle of a giant stone mountain. The mountain began to tremble and rocks flew everywhere. Hew. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly collapsed. He felt dizzy and exhausted and almost fell from the sky. The spectators below were all dumbstruck and silent. No one expected that Xiao Han would send Nan Gongyi flying in one move. If this was spread out, it would be the biggest joke in the world. No one would believe it. However, it was happening in reality. Pfft. Suddenly, the stone mountain began to burn. Waves of heat filled the sky. The mountain rocks were burned into lava and dripped down like mercury. Nan Gongyi, bathed in true fire, walked out of the sky like a demon god. His general armor was shattered and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, making him look extremely wretched and ferocious. Good, you are indeed powerful. That punch contained the Tao of a ruler and minister. It looked down on the world and was unparalleled. It made me hallucinate. If your cultivation level was higher, you could have crushed me in one move. That should be your last attack before you die, right? Alright, that's it. Your true energy has been used up. Everything is over. As for your body refinement technique and this tyrannical fist technique, they'll all belong to me. Nan Gongyi walked towards Xiao Han in the sky. Every step he took caused the air to solidify and left behind a series of footprints. Nan Gongyi quickly stuffed an ancient holy medicine into his mouth and his aura began to rise. Above his head, flames spread out like a peacock spreading its tail. The grand blazing cauldron was formed. The scorching cauldron was like a scorching sun. It moved slowly, crushing and roasting the air as it moved towards Xiao Han. A pressure as heavy as a mountain came crashing down on him. Monster hero, it is indeed difficult to kill. Xiao Han let out a breath. In the next moment, the 9 revolutions divine art was activated. The true acupoints in his body rotated and the spirit turtle true chi was moved away from the empty acupoints. It was replaced by the vigorous black ice dragon true chi. Boom! Endless frost shot out from Xiao Han's body. There was snow in the world. What? Nan Gongyi was shocked. He couldn't even speak properly. You. You actually cultivated two types of true qi at the same time. You are not afraid of the collision of different types of true qi and the explosion of your body. Furthermore, I noticed that the true acupoints in your body have undergone a subtle change, causing your already dried up true acupoints to be filled with black ice true qi in an instant. When the old energy was used up, new energy was born, like a withered tree coming back to life. You have too many secrets. You are a living treasure. Heaven burning cauldron, suppress for me. Suppress with all your might. Boom. The cauldron suddenly became as big as a mountain in an instant. It was majestic and hot. Nangong Ye's heaven-burning true qi is indeed powerful. Right now, my black ice dragon true qi has yet to reach completion and is far from being able to withstand the heaven-burning cauldron. Furthermore, even if I burn all my true qi again and use the Son of Heaven's divine fist, I might not be able to kill Nangong Ye. After all, he is already prepared. Besides, I do not dare to burn the black ice dragon true qi as well. If I do that, I will have no way out. Forget it. I will use that move. In the face of such a huge crisis, Xiao Han displayed his calm side. Everything in the world became silent. In the next moment, whoosh. 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 Xiao Han's left arm flashed with demonic light. Buzz. A demonic sound was heard. A demonic wind swept across. An ancient demonic talisman the size of an acre appeared. It was dark green and shone with demonic light. And it was accompanied by obscure and distant chanting. Heavenly demonic god sealing. In an instant, the heaven-burning cauldron was sealed by the demonic talisman. The demonic talisman had drained the demonic monarch's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. The demonic energy contained in all the demonic veins. It could seal the heaven-burning cauldron for 5 breaths' time. The cauldron that could burn everything. Now, it had turned into a pile of scrap metal. My true qi. It's sealed. Nangong Ye's heart was in turmoil. He could only feel that the heaven-burning cauldron that was formed by his true qi had suddenly lost its connection with his soul and true meridians. It was like a clay ox entering the ocean. It's the demonic technique of the demon emperor in the dead city. Xiao Han, how did you learn it? Who are you? Nangong Ye's rock-solid mental defense was finally broken. Xiao Han had too many trump cards. Every trump card was so strange and couldn't be measured by common sense. The heavenly demonic god sealing can still last for 4 breaths' time. Kill. Xiao Han's body moved like a savage beast and appeared in front of Nangong Yi. Bang! He threw a punch. It landed heavily on Nangong Ye's body. All of Nangong Ye's true qi had been released and sealed. Therefore, his defense was at its weakest. Although his flesh was stronger than anyone below the realm of true qi, it still could not withstand Xiao Han's punches. Puchi. The armor on Nangong Ye's body was instantly shattered. Bang! Xiao Han threw another punch. Nangong Ye's clothes were shredded into dust. Bang! 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 Xiao Han's punches were like a storm. Nangong Ye was forced to retreat step by step. Blood gushed out of Nangong Ye's mouth like a mountain spring. There were also broken teeth and broken eyeballs, all of his bones were shattered. At this moment, puff! The demonic talisman dimmed down. It lost the seal and suppression on the heaven-burning cauldron. The heaven-burning cauldron turned into rays of light and was about to return to Nangong Ye's true meridians. However, die. With a thought, Xiao Han's saber intent slashed out like an evil dragon. Nangong Ye's head was sent flying. Blood spurted several feet into the air. I can't believe that I would die in the hands of someone like you. The head clenched its teeth and uttered a sentence before exploding. Nangong Ye's headless body fell to the ground. The countless strands of true inferno qi suddenly lost control. Boom. The true inferno chi exploded into the sky and tore the clouds apart. The heavenly wind blew and the earth shook. Finally, Nangong Ye's true inferno chi disappeared from the world. At the same time, puff, 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 puff. The true meridians in Nangong Ye's body were all destroyed. Pieces of spiritual stones, books, maps, and pills all fell out. Xiao Han was surprised. Nangong Ye's true meridians have quite a lot of items. Xiao Han fell to the ground. Nangong Ye's subordinates and soldiers all retreated in fear. Nangong Ye's death had destroyed their willpower and turned them into a pile of loose sand. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.